Ready? Oh, yeah, sure.
President Hogan.
It's like my hands. I pressed it.
No,
Mm-mm.
this power button wasn't working this for you.
Maybe it's going on. Because no,
What did you do? Turn on.
it should be raised.
We ready? Okay. Meeting is called to order. First order of business roll call.
Mark Cole,
Here.
Burnell Neville,
Here.
Eula Simeon,
Present.
Jared Ricky,
Here.
Lenore Feeney. Here. Jason Hanneman,
Here.
Erica Dorsey.
Here.
I'd like to observe a moment of silence, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I understand we have not had any requests to address the commission on items not on the agenda. Is that correct, Mr. Hanneman?
That's correct.
Okay, well, we'll move to the business items on the agenda. And the first item under the business is consideration of the minutes from the May 11, 2023 meeting. Do we have any motions?
Move.
One motion to approve and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The second order of business is ratification of a provisional pay schedule for state police service adopted by the executive director on the interim authority pursuant to SPC Rule 3.1N. And I understand, Mr. Hanneman, you'd like to speak to that matter.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, in May, you voted to adopt revisions to the State Police Pay Service pay plan, which under the Constitution also requires approval by the governor and an appropriation of sufficient funds by the legislature. In June, as a 2023 regular legislative session concluded, the funding mechanism for the pay increase was estimated to generate funds lower than what was needed for full implementation of the pay increase adopted by the commission. As a result, the colonel and the chief administrative officer submitted a request to implement a provisional pay grid and an attestation statement that the appropriated funds for fiscal year 23-24 would fund a provisional pay grid. The provisional grid proposed was approximately 2/3 of the pay increase approved by the commission in May. So on June 23rd, I acted under my authority as executive director to act on classification and pay matters between meetings and pursuant to State Police Commission Rule 3.1N, approved a provisional pay grid. The provisional grid and supplemental documents were submitted to the governor for consideration. In accordance with Rule 3.1N, I'm presenting the provisional pay grid adopted under interim authority on June 23rd, 2023 for your review and ratification.
Do we have any motions?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Ms. Hanneman, am I to understand that there will be a review later in the year to see whether or not additional funding will be generated to fully implement?
Mr. Chairman, the grid that was approved in May has not been rescinded. So should additional funds be realized in the current fiscal year, the agency could provide a new attestation statement said funds are available to fully implement. And then we could forward the commission's original grid to the governor for implementation.
Because as I understand, there's going to be a review later on to determine whether or not this particular tax will in fact generate insufficient funds. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I do believe we have Mr. Jay O'Quinn from the LSTA. He wanted to speak on an agenda item.
Yes, he did. I'm sorry, Mr. O'Quinn. I didn't look in front of me here. Good morning. Even though we know who you are, since without the beard, you better identify yourself.
Thank y'all for having me this morning. Jay O'Quinn, Executive Director for Louisiana State Troopers Association. So President Hack Willis could not be here today. He wanted me to send his regret for not being able to attend and his condolences that you do have to put up with me this morning. But he had some surgery this morning. He's recovering well, and he'll be up again soon. So just wanted to read a quick statement to you guys and make a couple of comments. So as you all know, we've been going through this process for a bit, and despite the number of years without a pay increase for Louisiana State Troopers, we were told by Senex that pursuing a raise in this legislative session would be a waste of time and resources. But as you recognize, there could not have been a more critical time to act, and you did so. Our troopers understaffed and working exhausting hours. We're fighting to maintain law and order, safe roadways, and at the same time responding to natural and man-made disasters in instance of civil unrest. While at home in Louisiana and in neighboring states, police officers were paid significantly more to do the same job with the same duties and the same risks. Meanwhile, there's also no incentive for prospective recruits to apply to LSP when other departments were offering better pay and bonuses. So we were at a competitive disadvantage. Consequently, it was clear that something had to be done to sustain the vital mission of state police and at the same time provide warranted sustenance and well-being for our troopers and their families. And so in partnership, together with the LSTA, the department, and you, the State Police Commission, we accomplished what was foretold to be folly that would end in failure. But in reality, it was the enhanced public safety and citizens' confidence in us and you, and the advancement of a well-earned benefit and proper status for our troopers was recognized. In recognition of the vital role the Louisiana State Police Commission played in this process, we extend our deepest appreciation to you all for your support for this monumental achievement. And in particular, thank you to all of you, but I will have to give what I saw as some hands-on participation. Commissioner Rickey, Commissioner Montalago, Commissioner Hanneman, we worked pretty closely with during the session, and without their input and their guidance and our collaboration, this would not have been possible. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank all the commissioners for all you did for this process to occur. And I think it was a success that was maybe not foreseen, but greatly needed. But thank you.
Okay, and I think we all agree that for the need, and I think we also all agree, as I think I mentioned previously, to whom much is given, much will be expected. And there is an expectation that the agency and the members who make up that agency, the troopers, will understand the confidence that we have placed in their ability to do the job that the state and people of the state deserve.
Certainly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second, I believe, and all in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. We'll move to item 3, consideration of a request from the Office of State Police for annual review and authorization of LSP Trooper WAE positions effective October 1, 2023 through September 30, 2024. Understand we have a representative from the agency to speak on that matter, but also understand Executive Director Hanneman, Mr. O'Quinn gave you a demotion a little while ago, and made you a commissioner. Executive Director Hanneman would like to speak on that matter first.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In February, the commission voted to require annual review and authorization of State Police Commission WAE trooper positions. Deputy Director Dorsey has worked with the department to identify duties and org charts for all of the State Police Commission WAE troopers and has cataloged them into work groups. Behind tab 3 in your binders, you'll find an index, the WAE demographic data, and 17 sections with duties and organizational charts. And Lieutenant Colonel Cameron is the LSP Chief of Staff, is here to answer questions that you may have.
And before you do, I just want to comment, this is the sort of information we need in order to review this and make some informed decisions. Obviously, we may be asking more questions later, but I appreciate the effort that I understand y'all work in collaboration with each other to try to get this information to us. Anyway.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Lieutenant Colonel Shavaz Cameron, Assistant Superintendent, Chief of Staff, here this morning to speak on the WAE information that you have before you. And before I say my comments on it, I definitely want to at least acknowledge, as Mr. Hanneman has just mentioned, Deputy Director Dorsey has done a phenomenal job of really taking a lot of this information and working in collaboration with our executive assistants and all of our administrative assistants at the different troop levels and the bureau levels across the state, as well as our HR team. They have really taken a deep dive. We listened to everything that you've asked for and the information that you were looking to have before you. And I know that it was coming in bits and pieces here and there, but I think what you see before you, thanks
I think the
to.
term is drips and drabs.
Yes, sir. But I feel very, very proud and what we have now put before us, before Deputy Director Dorsey has really taken a lot of time to put this together. And I think from what you see, it really gives you not only a bird's eye view, but an overall overarching view of the entire WAE process personnel, where they're assigned and their duties that are listed in reference to a lot of the questions that have been asked the numerous times that I've come before you every month almost to ask. I can tell you this process, from hearing the requests from each of you, I think would give us a really good grip on what we have, and anticipation of not having future issues with these positions expiring and having to come before you and beg for forgiveness. I think we all are on the same page now, and you should be able to see the total 72 number of WAEs that are listed, the importance of their role, and each should be listed under each section as she's highlighted here, and org chart that gives you a snapshot of what the troops or the sections are working with and the reasons why those positions are so critical to the needs of our department. So I rest and I stand in anticipation of any of your questions that you may have. But I think we have a really good binder, a good view of a lot of the questions and concerns that we had. And I know the one question that will be asked is, are we continuing to work on a way to start to minimize these positions?
And I'd like to see that 70, that total of 80 going down, not because I don't want y'all to have the work, but I'd like to see, and the rest of the commissioners I know feel the same way. We want to see full-time classified troopers, or if there are some positions unclassified, we want to see full-time troopers holding these positions.
Yes, sir. And I can tell you, we're working diligently to make sure that we can do that. Just getting the numbers, the most up-to-date numbers today, we're standing at about 170 vacancies. 72 of these positions are really critically assigned and strategically placed to help fill some of the voids where we're really in need of the workload. But I know most of you may be aware, just last week we graduated 40 new troopers to the ranks of state police, and this month we'll be selecting for the next class that is scheduled to start September 24th. And our goal is to also try and hire on at least 50 cadets. So while we're trying to continue to bring numbers in, one of the things that I noticed when I saw the numbers today, last time I came before you, I want to say we had about 160 something vacancies. And we've always talked about, as fast as we're trying to put these academies together, we're dealing with retention. We're dealing with folks that are eligible for retirement, and they're opting out to retire. So we're trying to really keep up with the retirement pace. But again, we are looking at this process with our WAEs to start looking or seeing where we can put troopers in those positions that we can be better efficiently serving the public.
Any other questions? Any other commissioners? Do we have any motion? Oh, I'm sorry, before we do that, I do have one. What are the two new positions that you're requesting?
Yeah, speaking of, like, I know we signed and just recently went into agreement with the federal government. Our transportation safety section added a grants WAE position that's going to handle a lot of the training. This particular position, we just feel was a trooper that was tenured in our test division with a lot of knowledge and training. And it was important for us to add on that particular position for our transportation safety services training across the whole state. The second position I don't have at hand. I would have to find that second position that was added on here, and I can get that back. I'll get back to you and get that
When do you think you can get that information to?
as soon as I make a phone call.
Well, both of the positions are located in the transportation section under motor vehicle inspection. So those are the two that we received on this list. And they perform inspections for the window tint inspections at the Independence Boulevard location of the Office of Motor Vehicles. They assist with the influx of walk-ins, as this location serves as an overflow option for patients requiring these inspections. So that's what was on our position description. And those are the two new ones that work alongside Trooper Douglas Robertson and Gregory Dawson, who are already assigned to that section.
You just got an assist there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for covering me. Appreciate that.
That was a layup and she came back behind you, cleaned it up for you. Okay. All right. So, and there are 6 vacant positions right now, but this request, as I'm understanding and reading it, we're authorizing these vacancies that will then subsequently be filled by individuals, but you won't have to come back for a reauthorization. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. We're hoping that today, with this new process, we can do a one-time approval, and then every year we'll come back and ask for the reconsideration.
We certainly don't mind seeing you, but it's just going to be a lot more efficient if we can do it this way.
Yes, sir.
So, anyone else, comments, questions? Do we have a motion? Motion to approve? Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you, Deputy Director. Appreciate it.
We'll move to item 4 on the agenda, consideration of a motion to revise the established compensation schedule for 4 unclassified state police commission administrative positions effective August 10th. Is it,
That's,
oh,
Mr. Chairman.
Executive Director Hanneman.
Yes. This is for the administrative staff in the commission office. In 2019, I came to you with a request to adopt a formal pay structure for the commission's administrative office staff positions. The proposal, as adopted, created a quartile structure comparable to state civil service administrative schedule. On July 1st this year, the governor approved a civil service classified administrative schedule range increase of 3%. Therefore, to remain comparable, I'm recommending the adoption of the pay schedule in your binders. The attached pay schedule shows our titles highlighted in green and comparative civil service positions labeled for your reference. The proposal would be in alignment with civil service pay ranges, as well as a revision to the market performance adjustment rates. There would be no fiscal impact on the current fiscal year. These changes will allow us to include the forecasted increase in next year's budget, which is due at the end of October. If you have any questions.
I guess, how is it that it will not have fiscal impact on?
There's no base pay changes, just increasing the headroom of the pay ranges.
Oh, okay.
And the performance adjustments for staff are in effect for July 15th, every calendar year or fiscal year. So they go into effect on July 15th. By adopting the schedule on today, August 10th, that has passed already, and we will just be planning for a future increase.
Thank you. Other questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve as presented.
It's been moved to approve as presented. Do we have a second? Second. It's been moved and second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, we'll move to item 5, consideration of a motion to go into executive session to conduct the annual performance review of the executive director, who's just been demoted to a commissioner.
I'll move to go into executive session.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Any discussion? You take a roll call vote, please.
Jared Ricky,
Yes.
Mark Cole,
Yes.
Burnell Neville,
Yes.
and Euless Simeon.
Yes. It's been moved, seconded, and unanimously voted for by quorum of the commission. And so we'll go into executive session. Everybody knows what that means. I won't repeat about books and binders and whatever left in the commission. back to order and entertain a motion to come back into public session.
I'll move.
It's moved and seconded. Take a roll call vote, please.
Jared Ricky,
Yes.
Mark Cole,
Yes.
Burnell Neville,
Yes.
Eunice Simeon.
Yes.
Should I say Monty? I
What's-
can't ask for Monty's vote, correct? Because he wasn't here initially.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't vote to go out, go into executive session. I do want the record to reflect, however, that Commissioner Montalego has joined the meeting and did participate in the evaluation of Executive Director Hanrout. Okay, now that we're back into public session, I will ask for a motion to approve the performance evaluation of the Executive Director effective July 15, 2020. In fact, I'll move to approve it, effective July 15, 2023.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Just generally want to comment that it's a tough job that you have to do, Mr. Hanneman. And in our humble opinion, you give above and beyond to try to do the best you can, sometimes under tough circumstances, and it is well appreciated by the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, the announced time on the agenda for the next item on the agenda is the appeal hearing. It was announced for 10 o'clock.
Correct.
And so we will be at recess until then.
Did you want me to give a brief director's report? Or
Sorry.
Oh, director's
Oh,
report.
just knock that
Yeah,
out?
well, yeah, go ahead. Before we break, you can go ahead and do the.
Right, it's a brief director's report, and I just wanted to touch base while we had a moment, Mr. Chairman. Behind tab number 8 is the commission expenditures. The first chart on the expenditures is actually the fiscal year 2023 closeout. If you look on the back of that, you will see that we closed out our year with just at 2% remaining in our budget. So we spent all roughly 98% of our appropriation for last fiscal year. Are there any commissioner questions regarding last year's numbers? The next item would be the commission expenditures for the current fiscal year we're just getting started. So that looks pretty good right now. I did want to mention that our new website has launched. In the middle of July, we put out launched a brand new website. It replaces the website that had been in effect for 20 plus years, that format. It's much more dynamic, and I think everyone will really appreciate the look of it, especially as new recruits are coming to look to get information on becoming a cadet.
The previous one was underwhelming.
It was very, yes, it was. But we worked with the Office of Technology Services, an outside vendor, and we have something that I think we can be proud of. And then the other item on my report was just to note that the September regular business meeting will begin on Thursday, September 4th at 9 a.m. We'll have an appeal hearing.
We do not have a hearing in September. We have an oral argument. It looks like on the agenda, I don't know if everyone received the same thing. It looks like a hearing, but that's actually oral argument.
Okay.
So if the commission wanted to start later, they could.
We'll be in touch on the September time.
Well, and I know for me, it's easy. I'm here in Baton Rouge, but I know some of the people travel. So 10 o'clock, if we don't have a reason to start earlier, probably a good idea.
And one more item, the nominees from Loyola University to replace Mr. Commissioner Puri have been received and are with the governor for his consideration. And so we should have an update by the September meeting on our replacement for Mr. Commissioner Puri. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll be adjourned until 10 o'clock. You've been demoted to computer operator.
Then. Okay. You're all operational. Focus now. Yes.
Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Next item on the agenda, on the business items, is item number 7 in the matter of Russell Graham, Department of Public Safety and Corrections, Office of State Police, docket number 22-264-S. Mary Ann White, representing Mr. Graham, Gail Holland, and Tunde. Help me out, Tunde. What he said. Represents the Office of State Police. We are here for a public hearing. Are the parties ready?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Gonna
I'm
let
gonna
out-
go ahead and I'm gonna call the names of those who've been subpoenaed. And if you just kind of raise your right hand and when I do, and keep it up, because at the end, we're gonna swear everyone in one fell swoop. Beginning with Trooper Joseph Drago, Sergeant Scott Davis, Sergeant Georgiana Kibido, Lieutenant Sammy Robinson, Trooper Leanne Hodges, Trooper Roy Jones, Sergeant Corey Borcherding. He is appearing via Zoom at a designated hour. Captain J.B. Slayton, Elaine Camarosano, Kevin S. Blake II. Is he here?
He's on his way.
Okay,
He's on his way. The last time I talked to him, he was in Alexandria, Louisiana. He was driving. I talked to him this morning.
okay. When he arrives, let me know so that if I've already sworn everyone in, I'll know that that person has not been sworn
Yes.
in. Okay.
I talked to him.
Colonel Lamar Davis, Major David McClendon, Trooper Eileen Eichenauer, Trooper David Baudouin, Trooper Quentin Anderson, Trooper Alquanto Carradine. I'm sorry about that. Captain Patrick Jackson, and Trooper Broderick Griffin. So if everyone would raise their right arm and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God in these proceedings today? You you can consider that a continuing oath when you're up to testify, and I won't have to re-swear you in, just to let you know. Now, next, we're going to issue what is called an order of sequestration. And that means you will have to leave the room and you're not allowed to stream or view the live proceeding of this matter while you are out there waiting. You're not to discuss anything about the facts of this case with anyone other than the counsel in this case or someone on the commission. And that order will remain in effect until a decision has been made in the case. So with that said, I guess we really don't want you hanging outside these doors, but to go in that bigger area and you'll show them, Miss Debbie, right? She'll show you where to go. And then when your name is called, someone will bring you in. Thank you. Yes. Oh, Mr. Blake.
That's it.
There you go.
Yes, he does work there.
Okay.
This is,
I talked to him.
for the record, let me find your name on here. Mr. Blake, what I've already instructed everyone, I had everyone check in, raise their right arm and swear. And so if you would do that, I'm gonna swear you in, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God throughout these proceedings that you're called.
Yes.
And then I issued what is called an order of sequestration, which means you have to leave the room while these proceedings are going on. You're not allowed to live stream it or watch it or anything like that. You're not allowed to discuss the facts of this case with anyone other than the lawyers in this matter or the members of the commission until a decision has been rendered.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're excused to go out.
Unless we don't want you here. Except for. So. Every witness is sequestered.
Wait, hang on, I'm about to make one more statement and then not any witness that sits at the table does not have to be sequestered. So Colonel Davis, with some of the others. Yes, Okay. And Sergeant Kibido, or you,
Yeah, she's a witness.
I know, but she's a witness,
Yes.
right? So she'll have to leave too.
And then this-
Debbie.
And Ms. White, you explained to Mr. Borcherding that he is not to view the matter live as we discussed.
Yes, I did.
So as a statement on the record, Ms. White has instructed the witness, Sergeant Corey Borcherding, not to view the hearing while it is ongoing before he appears via Zoom.
That's correct.
Okay. Ready to get started?
Uh,
Call your first witness?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can we do some housekeeping before we get started? We have some stipulations that we would like to enter into the record. I know we already have some stipulation that we had prior before. And then, but we do have additional stipulations.
And Mr. Hammershon, we did not introduce your prior ones because the hearing didn't really get started. So you might want to introduce everything
Oh,
today.
Good. I just I needed clarification
Yes.
because we have had some stipulation to make everybody life much easier and streamline the hearing.
And you have our permission to direct procedural questions to our legal advisor.
Thank you.
Instead of to
Thank you,
to
Mr.
us
Chairman.
directly.
This is not correct. We have for sure.
Yeah.
For stipulation that she's not in the record. We have a copy.
Oh, okay. I thought you had a copy.
No, I have it, but I'm looking for I don't have the original 1 and 2.
You mean the first one?
I gave you
First,
1 and
okay.
2.
I have a copy with holes in it. I have another one coming, but this one has holes in it right now.
No. I have it, Lenore. It's just that exhibit 1 and 2 is actually a copy, but exhibit 3, 4, 5, and 6.
So are these the stipulations all in, we're gonna label this joint exhibit 1. Is that
We
what you
have-
all would like?
yeah, We have 2 sets. We have joint stipulations, which is what we had filed in July.
Okay, and you have that again today to
Yes, that's
produce?
one with the holes in
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
And then we have another set of stipulations that we were able to agree upon yesterday. And that's
That's nice.
called second set of stipulations.
Okay, so would you like them to be labeled joint exhibits 1 and 2 or 1? However you want to do it.
We need, I think, separate them.
Separate them. Okay, so we'll have joint exhibit 1 will be the older set of stipulations that have the holes in the top and it's called joint stipulations. Okay, and the second set is called second set of joint stipulations, and we will call this joint exhibit 2. Does the commission want the stipulations read out loud so that you have, yes? Okay, so if you would like, divide up how you would like to do it, but go ahead and read, beginning with joint exhibit 1, the joint stipulations into the record. And then we'll begin the second set after that.
You have the original set? So-
I'm assuming there aren't enough copies to pass.
Do you have?
All I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's,
That's all I have. So we're gonna have to get those back from you. I'm sorry.
Do we want to stop and make a copy of this first? Yeah,
I think I do have it.
we'll stop and make copies.
The ones from July 19th is in a book. So
I think I do have it.
Okay, that's in the book under,
July 19th. That's. it's under-
which tab?
under,
Under his case.
I know, I'm looking, hang on.
Hmm.
See that? That's the original. Oh. And I'm referring. I do
It's
have
on
it.
Russell Graham and then look for the stipulation. It has- that's it.
We're just thinking about getting more copies.
Right here.
Thank you.
July 19th, but that's in the book, right there.
It's behind which number?
It's behind number 7.
Okay, so
The one that said joint stipulation, the one for July 19th.
So you have joint exhibit 1 in your books, commissioners, but we don't have the second set.
Let's get copies of those.
Okay,
And if we get copies,
just of the second set?
just a second
Okay.
set. Yes,
Here.
ma'am.
This is the second set?
Yeah.
Debbie, look for original 1 and 2. Look for original 1 and 2 for the ones you copied before.
So since we'll be provided copies, it won't be necessary
To read the
to
first
read
one.
them
Okay,
into
so
the-
our chairman has suggested that we do not need you to read into the record since we have copies and we're having more copies made.
Thank you.
So we'd just pause a minute while we get the second set of copies made and then we'll resume.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Okay?
Chairman, while we are waiting for the copies, may I also bring to our attention that the appellee exhibit 4, 5, 6, and 7 and 8 are identical to the stipulation of the same exhibit. So we don't want to duplicate
In the
our
second
exhibit in the
set.
second set.
I'm sorry. So say that again?
The appellee's exhibits 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Appellee exhibit
Hmm.
4, which is the Laudermill letter dated June 13, 2022, from Colonel Lamar Davis to Russell Graham. Exhibit 5, the signed receipt from Lieutenant Graham dated June 13, acknowledging the receipt of the Laudermill letter. Exhibit 6, the final letter of 40-hour suspension dated July 29, 2022, from Colonel Lamar Davis to Lieutenant Russell Graham. Exhibit 7, signed receipt from Lieutenant Graham dated July 29, 2022, acknowledging receipt of the final letter from Colonel Lamar Davis, as well as Exhibit 8, which is the Louisiana State Police Procedural Order 901, conduct unbecoming. Those are the same as the joint stipulation.
As everything that's attached to the joint stipulation, it's all inclusive?
Yes.
Okay.
And without any objection, can we introduce those into the evidence?
If they're the same, there's no objection to that.
Right, there's no,
Except Ms. White.
objection. They're already entered, I
Right.
think, with the
They
stipulation.
would already-
so-
Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to make sure.
Just when if you're going to discuss them as your exhibit as opposed to joint exhibit.
Yeah.
Two, then let us know
Yeah, I'll let you
that
know.
we're looking at the same thing when it
Yeah, because
happens.
we figured this out last night and my number is already written
You
out.
already numbered all your exhibits.
Yeah, and
I-
it's gonna be
okay.
so difficult for me to go back and try to figure it out in my head.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. It's not allowing me to use it. It's gonna be difficult for me to be thinking. This is, the thought said that. I'm not read this. He sent me this morning. I've not read this one. It is. Right.
okay if we just get started with some preliminary stuff? Y'all okay if we just start with some of the preliminary stuff while we wait for those stipulations? Okay, we'll go ahead and get started with, while we're waiting for the stipulations, we'll just take them in when they get here.
Ready to call your first witness, Mr. Anna Michelle?
Yes, you know, if I can get the, a little bit of understanding. I will make a very few opening statement and then I'll call my first witness.
Sure. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Commissioner of this Louisiana State Police. Again, my name is Tony Animasha. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I represent the Office of the Louisiana State Police in the matter of the appeal of Lieutenant Russell Graham. Mr. Graham, the appellant here, is a high-ranking state police officer within the Louisiana State Police. He is also an executive officer, EXO, which is a leadership position. Lieutenant Graham serves an important role within the agency, and I've heard the same thing I have in my note: to whom much is given, much is required. We expect our state police officers, especially those who are in leadership position, to act accordingly. The main issue to be decided in this case is very simple. It's only one issue that you have to decide, not two, not three. And the question is whether on February 16, 2022, the conduct of Lieutenant Graham with the former cadet, Mr. Blake, violated the Louisiana State Police Policy Code of Conduct unbecoming an officer, as defined by the policy, which we submit at the end of this proceeding, that he violated that policy. The facts and the evidence of this case, we show and support our position that on February 16, 2022, Lieutenant Graham's actions against Mr. Kevin Blake violated LSP policy, the code of conduct, by engaging in conduct unbecoming an officer. This policy, by definition, stated that a commissioned officer, just like Lieutenant Graham, shall conduct himself at all times. That is a key word. It's mandatory. Shall. This is not may. This is not ought to. The policy stated that a commissioned officer shall conduct himself at all times, both on and off duty, in such a manner to reflect most favorably on himself as well as the department. The policy also gives us the definition that conduct unbecoming is the conduct which brings the department into disrepute. I took a little bit time to look at our word disrepute. In other words, it's something that causes embarrassment, something that brings dishonor, something that does not bring honor to the department. A conduct which reflects or discredit upon the officer as a member of the department. Also, it's a conduct that impairs the operation or the efficiency of the department or the officer of the state. The conduct unbecoming is also defined that it is a conduct that detrimentally affects the morale of the department personnel. The evidence will show, Honorable Commissioner, that on Wednesday, February 16, 2022, Lieutenant Graham, along with several staff members, including Sergeant Corey Boshedin, Sergeant Scott Davis, Trooper Jordan Garrett, Lieutenant Sammy Robinson, Trooper Joseph Drago, they participated in Cadet 100 physical training in what is called the Academy Pool Tank. I call it a swimming pool, but I was corrected, it's called the pool tank. During these pool exercises, the training academy pool video surveillance captured the training experience. I want your eyes to be the judge. Let your eye be the judge. My grandmother taught me, seeing is believing. The undisputed video surveillance captured Lieutenant Graham push and pull Mr. Blake on multiple times throughout the training section. The video recording of that training exercises, we clearly support our position that the conduct of Lieutenant Graham was unbecoming. Also, we're going to introduce into evidence Lieutenant Graham's own admission in his own incident report, and I quote, indicated on page 2 of his incident report that on at least 3 occasions, I pushed him away from me and told him to continue swimming towards the edge of the pool. As you continue to read that incident report from Lieutenant Graham, he also admitted, I reached up and grabbed him by the throat and immediately released his grip. Honorable Commissioner, there are several cadets that witnessed this incident. They will testify to their own observation that Lieutenant Graham's actions were inappropriate and it was detrimental to their own morale. You will also hear from former Cadet Blakes how that affected him personally, how he experiences with Lieutenant Graham, how he was pushed, how he was pulled, how he was grabbed in the throat. You will also hear from Major David McLeodin, our first witness in this case, how he requested an administrative investigation by IA to conduct this. Lastly, but not the least, you will hear from Colonel Lamar Davis, the superintendent of the state police, that will tell you how, why, and what decision did he make against Lieutenant Graham, suspending him for 40 hours. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Commissioner, our evidence will support that Lieutenant Russell Graham on February 16, 2022, violated the LSP Procedural Order 901 Code of Conduct on becoming an officer. And we believe that at the end of this proceeding, we pray that the 40-hour suspension that was given by the Superintendent of Police, Colonel Lamar Davis, will be affirmed by this Honorable Commissioner. In that regard, if I may, I will call our first witness.
I'd like to allow Ms. White an opportunity to speak as well.
Sure.
Thank you. I'd like the opportunity, and I'll be fairly brief. My name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham in this matter. And as counsel said, Lieutenant Graham was the XO, the executive officer of the training academy on February 16th, 2022. And he has 23 years of experience working under Louisiana State Police. He has 14 years experience in training at the training academy. He had a full-time position at the training academy for 2 years before this incident, and he received glowing evaluations during this time. He has no prior counseling or discipline in his 22 years working for the state police prior to the incident. You're going to hear evidence and testimony about an interaction that Lieutenant Graham had with a cadet in Cadet Class 100, Cadet Kevin Blake, during week 11 of the training academy. I want you to keep in mind these things. Lieutenant Graham was not acting alone. He was not interacting with Cadet Kevin Blake alone. There were multiple instructors in the pool in the area at the time of the incident. Lieutenant Graham was playing the role of an instructor in the training academy. He is preparing a cadet for the pressures and rigors of the job of being a Louisiana State Trooper. No one present that day told Lieutenant Graham that he was out of line, that he was inappropriate, or that he needed to disengage. No one present that day stepped in to tap Lieutenant Graham out. Cadet Blake was not injured, and he never made a complaint about his interactions with Lieutenant Graham. During his interview with Internal Affairs, Cadet Blake could not even recall if he was in the pool with Lieutenant Graham on that day. Lastly, I want you to remember that there were no guidelines, policies, or directives for instructors in the training academy that would prohibit any physical contact with a cadet. Despite these things, an investigation was initiated against Lieutenant Graham. 37 people were interviewed by Internal Affairs over an incident that occurred over just a few minutes in time. At the beginning of those interviews, the investigators informed the interviewees that they were investigating a use of force or excessive force incident. That is not the conduct that was sustained here. The conclusion that was sustained was conduct unbecoming an officer. The Internal Affairs report also did not provide accurate details of all the interviews that were conducted. And we will point those out to you throughout the course of this hearing. The investigators asked all the interviewers or the interviewees their opinions of Lieutenant Graham's conduct. They asked opinions because there's no policy or directive that they could point to show that there was a violation. The suspicion letter, the final letter that Lieutenant Graham received, contains opinions and summaries of only those who were interviewed that gave a negative opinion of their reaction to the interaction between Cadet Blake and Lieutenant Graham. Lieutenant Graham now has a blemish on his perfect record. He was doing his job that day. He was instructing the cadets and preparing them for the rigors of the life as a Louisiana State Trooper. He was preparing them to be able to save someone drowning. He was preparing for them to be prepared for whatever they were going to be involved in when they became troopers. Louisiana State Police failed to provide any directives. There was no one that intervened during the incident, and Lieutenant Graham is now paying the cost for that. So we'd like you to consider the evidence that we present today, and we'd ask that you rescind the punishment and that Lieutenant Graham be made whole, that he receive his 40 hours back, and that he not have any blemish or mark on his record. Thank you.
Ready to call your first witness?
Still call Major David McLean to the stand, please. David McLean. Stay right here.
Just remind you that you're on the right.
Give us your full name, Major.
I'm sorry, do it.
Give us your full name.
David McClendon,
What's your work address?
280 East Airport Drive, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70806.
What agency do you work for?
I work for Louisiana State Police,
And how long have you worked for that department?
over 27 years.
What was your rank or position in 2022?
I was a major over half of the support command.
Tell me, what are your duties and responsibility as the rank command in 2022?
So I was over the crime lab, all of the criminal justice information services, such as your criminal history repository, APHIS, sex offender registry, as well as the training command.
What is your current position?
I'm still in that role.
On February 16, 2022, did you become aware of any incident?
I think it was February 17th when I was made aware that Cadet Blake had resigned from the academy.
Who told you that?
Captain J.B. Slayton, he's the training academy commander at the time, sent an email to the entire senior staff and myself notifying us of such.
Then what happened next?
The following Monday, I received an email from Captain Slayton as well. It included 2 incident reports. One was from Lieutenant Graham, the other from Cadet Blake. There was also two other attachments in there related to a resignation form, which is a standard form anytime a cadet leaves, as well as a recommendation for termination for Cadet Blake.
Who wrote the recommendation for termination for Mr. Blake?
I believe it's Sergeant Borshading. I wrote it and it was issued to Captain Slayton.
Was that ever processed?
I'm sorry, do what?
Was the recommendation ever processed?
No, it was not. He had resigned prior to that.
Major, we have both now.
Yeah.
And you say that is part one, you identify this.
Yes, sir. That's an email that I sent or a document I prepared for myself to my supervisor, Lieutenant Colonel Chris Eskew.
If you turn to that,
I'm sorry, what I have is not an email.
It's a document that was
I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you
it's
said
an
email.
attachment.
I'm sorry. It was a memo that I prepared and emailed to Colonel Eskew.
You tell us, what do you learn when you receive those incident reports?
Are you referring to the ones from Lieutenant Graham and Cadet
Yes.
Blake? I received them on Monday, the February 21st.
What do you learn from those reports?
In the incident report from Cadet Blake and Lieutenant Graham, there was reference to a incident in the pool, the swimming pool, the morning of Wednesday, February 16th. In that, Cadet Blake mentioned that Lieutenant Graham had pushed and pulled him, and at one point actually put his hand up around his throat while they were in the pool.
What do you do when you receive that information?
Once I received that, I reached out to Captain Slayton, who was the commander of the academy. Asked him if he had any additional information and if any other staff members were present to try to get some context with it. I told him if any other staff members were present that they needed to write an incident report on what had occurred, if they had witnessed anything.
And what did you receive from Captain James Slayton? What did he tell you?
The following day, he sent me 4 incident reports, one from Trooper Jordan Garrett, one from Lieutenant Sammy Robinson, one from Sergeant Joey Sims, and one from Sergeant Corey Borshading.
What did you do after when you received this Blake recommendation of termination, Blake resignation, Mr. Graham incident report, Blake incident report, and this 4 that you just itemized? What do you do?
At that point, like I said, I tried to look into it a little further. I looked to see if there was any video surveillance of the pool area on that day in question, which there was. I was able to retrieve that and viewed the incident in question.
Who viewed the video footage with you?
Later, at some point that following day, I had Captain Slayton come over and view it. He had not seen it either. And we watched the video together.
I'm going to show you the video that is marked Appellee Exhibit 9. I want to see if you can identify it.
Jason, is there a way to lower the lights without completely getting it dark in here?
The only way the video really is visible is we can lower the lights on that side. But it's still better complete darkness, but
Well,
That- that's-
we
that's
want to
what-
see it, so let's do what we got to do to see it.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman. Let's see.
Good. Is that a video that you saw?
One moment, Debbie.
I didn't turn it up.
I'll let Miss Debbie control that. With the microphone, not sure if this has sound, but we'll prep it to do so.
Is that a video surveillance that you saw?
Over here too.
Oh, I can see this better.
You can see
Yeah.
this better.
Yes, sir.
Can you lower the other screen, Miss Debbie?
This one?
That way we'll have Mr. Burns, you might just need to sit up a little bit.
The other screen around here.
There we go.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
Okay.
It's okay. I would like to, we only have one copy. I would like to introduce Exhibit 9 into, we're not going to play this right now. I just want you to identify if that's the video surveillance that you saw.
Yes, sir.
All right, can we turn on the light? Good.
Any objections, Ms. White?
Yeah, I'm gonna object because all I see is a pool. I don't think
Play.
the foundation's been laid.
just did.
This is the incident in question or the timestamp for the incident in question.
Do you recognize this Exhibit 9?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's the training academy swimming pool.
How did you download this video surveillance of the training pool?
I have access to the cameras at the training academy grounds, and I was able to pull up that particular camera on that particular day and time and view it.
Have you viewed this video?
Well, if I could see the date and time on it, but if that is the one that we saw previously, yes.
Okay.
It does reference February 16th, 2022, and that would have been the day in question where the incident occurred.
I would like to introduce Exhibit 9 to record.
No objection.
No objection? Exhibit 9 is admitted.
You testified that you saw this video. And what is your main concern when you saw this video?
When reading the two incident reports and looking at the video, there was probably, I'm guessing, a dozen times that Lieutenant Graham pushed or pulled Cadet Blake, some a little more forcefully than others. So that's definitely a concern anytime you have an employee touching another employee, especially in a forceful manner.
Do you consider the cadets to be an employee?
Yes.
What do you learn from Lieutenant Graham incident report?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
What
it,
do
please?
you learn from Lieutenant Graham incident report?
Lieutenant Graham acknowledged at one point that he had reached up and momentarily or briefly grabbed Cadet Blake by the throat, and that was after after Cadet Blake had grabbed him and was about to pull him under, whether it was intentional or unintentional, I don't know.
Can we just play a portion of this 648? You make it bigger, Molly. Does that video clip matches what you just described?
Yes, sir, that was the incident I was referring to.
Lights. Let there be lights. Again, what was your reaction when you saw that footage?
Well, I was putting,
Objection. Objecting to the question about reaction. I think it's cause for speculation.
I could rephrase. Do you have any concern when you saw the video?
I think, again, anytime you have an employee touch another employee, there's a level of concern. In full context of Lieutenant Graham's statement, I couldn't see whether Cadet Blake had a hold to him and had grabbed him or not.
Could you tell us what are some other reasons for your concern?
Well, like I said, the primary concern is probably about at least a dozen times that I saw that he pushed or pulled Cadet Blake. It appeared that they were treading water at the time, and I just thought that was unnecessary.
Do you request an investigation?
I did, yes, sir.
From whom?
Requested to my supervisor that Internal Affairs investigate the matter.
And who is that?
Lieutenant Colonel Chris Eskew.
You indicated at the beginning of your testimony that you are over the training. Was there any guidance or directions from you guys at the training facility concerning physical contacts between a trainer and a cadet?
Objection, we already have a stipulation that there were none.
Repeat the question again.
My question to you, Major, is that what was the guidance between a cadet and a trainer regarding physical contact?
And Ms. White, you're saying that you've already stipulated to
Yeah.
that issue. Could you point to the stipulation?
Yes, I can. Second set of joint stipulations at the bottom of the page. I can read it aloud if you would like.
Yeah.
There were no written instructions or policies in place prior to or on the date of the incident on February 16th, 2022 regarding physical interactions between instructors and cadets.
I don't have this. Are y'all seeing that?
Yeah, down at the bottom of the page, but it refers to written policies.
Okay, I'm good.
Was there any other policy? Sorry,
Same objection.
was there any policy at
So
all?
you've already stipulated that there were no written instructions or policies. Now, whether that's referring only to written policies, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't say either in this stipulation. So is the question whether there were any policies that were not written?
Yes. That's the question.
That's the question.
Yes.
We'll let you ask that question.
Was there any policy that were not written?
There was no policy specific to instructors and cadets now.
Was Lieutenant Graham still involved in training after you received this information?
Objection.
Yes.
Objection, because I didn't quite understand the question. I don't know what you mean by receive what information.
After
Repeat the question, Mr. Anamashon.
Major McLean, after you received this incident report, what did you tell Captain Slating regarding Lieutenant Graham?
Told him since Internal Affairs was going to be investigating the matter, that he didn't need to be involved in any cadet training.
I'm going to show you Appellate Exhibit 3. Can you identify this?
Yes, sir. That's an incident report that I completed to Lieutenant Colonel Chris Eskew.
In this report, what was your recommendation again?
Again, that he was not to have any involvement with in training of cadets.
I would like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 1 as well as Exhibit 3.
Any objections?
And exhibit 1 is, I'm sorry, the February 24th, 2022 memo.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. No objections.
So admitted,
Thank you.
or have you labeled them?
Yes. It's at the bottom.
Okay. Just want to make sure that I don't end
Yeah.
up with a pile of papers that we can't
It's at the
identify.
bottom. Thank you.
Okay.
I tender the witness.
Major McClendon, my name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham in this matter. I have just a few questions for you. As far as the instructions that you just spoke about, with Lieutenant Graham not being involved in any cadet training, wasn't that instruction also to other executive officers at the training academy? Other lieutenants, excuse me. Didn't you also instruct other lieutenants that they should not be involved in the day-to-day training of cadets after February 16th, 2022?
I had a conversation with Captain Slayton and we spoke about lieutenants in general or senior sergeants that were present during training, that there needed to be someone at a higher level looking across the board to make sure for safety concerns and make sure something doesn't get out of hand. So the intent was troopers and sergeants that are should be conducting the training. Neither your senior sergeants or lieutenants, whoever's present, should be distant from that and just monitoring what's going on in case something were to happen and they need to step in or, just prevent anything from happening.
Okay, and that was an instruction that you did not give prior to February 16th, 2022?
I don't know if Captain Slayton and I had also spoke about it then, but on that, the memo you're talking about was, I reiterated and made sure that we were all on the same page on that. I can't tell you if he related that or not.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not Captain Slayton held a meeting with the lieutenants to discuss that?
Captain Slayton told me that he met with the lieutenants to discuss that, yes, after we had spoke.
Now, you were not present at the pool area of the training academy on February 16th, 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you review the entire video of the entire session for the day of February 16th, 2022?
When I first retrieved it, yes, because I didn't know at what time that incident had occurred. So I actually watched the whole thing.
All right. And did you agree with the punishment that Lieutenant Graham received, the 40-hour suspension?
I was included as part of the disciplinary review committee, and I had a voice like anybody else that was on that committee. And I respect the colonel's decision on that as the appointing authority. He has the ultimate say on it.
In your personal opinion, do you think that it was too harsh?
That was not my recommendation, but again, Colonel has to take a lot of different things into account, and I defer to his experience and his position.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Major.
I have some questions. Any other commissioners have any questions? Now, earlier you testified you couldn't tell if Cadet Blake had grabbed Lieutenant Graham. Do you recall when you said that?
Yes, sir.
What would have been the relevance to you of whether Cadet Blake had grabbed him or not?
So Lieutenant Graham referenced that in his incident report that they were both treading water. And, or I think it was both of them acknowledged that. I could definitely see if someone were to grab you and you tread water to pull you underwater. I mean, you're going to break the grasp in some form if necessary, take some type of action. I think that's also commonly taught at lifeguard training and stuff like that is, you don't want to both drown. So you got to break the grasp of that person so he doesn't pull you under.
So you were not able to make that determination from reviewing?
I could not view what was going on underneath the water. No, sir.
Would it have been your thought if in fact he had been grabbed, that would have been an appropriate response from Lieutenant Graham?
Solely on that one particular, at that incident?
Yes.
I think it would have, yes, sir. Yeah, I could understand it.
Now, you discussed this issue of lieutenants and senior sergeants being more removed from the direct hands-on training. And that was so, if I understood you correctly, please tell me if I didn't, that was so that they would be less physically involved and could be seeing the whole scene and intervene if necessary. Is that?
Yes, sir.
So that instruction to Lieutenant Graham and to the other senior persons in the training was not because you had made a determination that there was inappropriate action in this particular case.
I was wanting to prevent any future occurrences or any type of future incident. Yes, sir.
But had you made a determination in your mind as to whether there was inappropriate action in this case?
I had concerns on the number of times he pushed and pulled Cadet Blake. So that was a definite concern initially I didn't speak to him, Lieutenant Graham, directly in questioning on that. So.
But that decision was made about asking the lieutenants and senior sergeants to step back based on more of a procedural issue than something directly related to any conclusions you made in this case.
Correct. And from past experience of incidents at the training academy. Yes, sir.
Now, you said you watched the entire video because you didn't know where in the process these alleged acts took place, correct?
Yes, sir.
The little short segment that we watched, and I don't think we have a statement on the record as to what minutes on the video we were actually watching, but the little short segment that we watched, that ended up being the pertinent incident that we're talking about here today?
That's part of it. There was about an 8 or 10 minute span where Lieutenant Graham and Cadet Blake were together, and at various points during that 8-10 minutes, there was times where he pushed and pulled on him at various points. So that was also included.
Okay, so we didn't see the whole
No, sir.
interaction.
No,
right?
sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Is this witness free to go, or do you all want him to be on standby?
I don't need anything further.
I don't have anything further yet, Mr. Chairman.
So you are free to go then.
We called Sergeant Georgiana, Kibido Sonia. Thank you. What they are coming, you wanted to give each one, or you have enough copies? I have enough copies
Of what?
of the exhibit that I put into the evidence.
You have enough to pass around to all?
Yes.
Yeah, let's, by all means.
That's one.
So that's exhibit 1 and 2?
Exhibit 1 and 3.
Oh, 1 and 3, that's right.
1 and 3. You pass it down for me? 1 and 3, 1 and 3, 1 and 3. You just pass it around. Yes, she does. Don't walk around.
One.
Legal.
Yeah, hit me up already, huh? I said, y'all hit me up already.
Did you want to get, you want me to ask for the breakdown? That's one more.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, can we take like 5 minutes break?
2 minutes.
He said 2 minutes.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I didn't get it. Sergeant, give us your full name.
Georgiana Lynn Kibido Saunier,
Give us your work address.
7919 Independence Boulevard, 70806,
What agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police,
How long have you worked for Louisiana State Police?
approximately 12 and a half years.
What division were you assigned on February 16, 2022?
At that time, I was recently promoted to sergeant at crisis response. However, I was tasked with additional responsibilities in internal affairs to conduct an administrative investigation.
Tell me what, tell me your duties and responsibility as a state police officer in February 16, 2022.
As it relates to crisis response, that's in the Emergency Operations Center, overseeing and assisting with critical incidents related to storms, natural disasters, or man-made. As it related to internal affairs, it was to do investigations related to potential policy violations according to DPS and state police policy and procedures.
How long have you been doing that?
Doing which one, sir?
Policy violations.
I was temporarily assigned to internal affairs prior to my promotion and had done administrative investigations in particular for approximately 9 months.
What is your current position?
Currently, I am the case sergeant in internal affairs. I was reassigned to that position in April. Someone took we swapped. Someone came to crisis response and I went back to internal affairs as the case sergeant.
I need to bring your attention to an incident that happened on February 16, 2022. Are you familiar with that incident?
Yes, sir.
Tell us, did you conduct any investigations in that incident?
Yes, sir.
Did you conduct the investigation by yourself?
No, sir.
Who partnered with you to conduct the investigation?
There were several other internal affairs investigators that partnered or assisted in that investigation, which included former Trooper Donnie Guitro, Trooper First Class Tony Washington, Master Trooper Kevin Ducote, and Sergeant Sharma, Karan Sharma.
During the course of your investigation, what supporting document did you review?
During the course of the investigation, we received several documents from the training academy. Initially, we had received incident reports that were written by the training academy staff. We also received during the course of the investigation a standards operating procedure, cadet manual, some other appendixes, which I can't really recall the names of those at this time, some email exchanges between Lieutenant Colonel Chris Eskew, Major David McClendon, and Captain Slayton.
During the course of your investigation, did you conduct interviews?
Yes, sir.
How many of interviews did you conduct approximately?
I know that we conducted more than 35. I know of that 23 cadet interviews.
What is the effect of these interviews on the operations of the department?
So the purpose of the
Objection. I'm going to object. She's the foundation for her being able to answer that question has not been laid.
I will rephrase. During this investigation, you said you conducted how many investigations?
interviews or investigations?
Interviews.
We conducted more than 35 interviews during the course of the investigation.
Where did you conduct the interviews?
Most of the interviews were conducted at internal affairs at State Police headquarters. Some of them were conducted over at JESIC, the Joint Emergency Staff Training Center in Zachary, because the cadets were engaged in some type of training at that facility. And in order to accommodate them, we did have to go there.
What was the effect of those interviews on those cadets?
Objection, calls for speculation.
How did you conduct those interviews?
We conducted those interviews by providing each of the witnesses and or Lieutenant Graham, because he was the subject in the investigation. We provided them with notification letters advising them that it was an administrative investigation, that they were either the target and or a witness in those investigations. When we conducted those interviews, like I previously stated, we either met them at Internal Affairs or at Gestic. We introduced ourselves, provided them with an initial informative statement of some sort to let them know why we were conducting that interview, and provided them with an opportunity to give us their knowledge or perspective on what they saw in particular on February 16th, because they were present in training that day.
What happened after you finished those recorded interviews?
So once you complete an interview, you will put together a brief synopsis of some of the facts or some of the information you gathered during those interviews, statements and things of that nature.
As part of your investigation, what other material did you review?
In addition to that, we were actually provided with surveillance video footage from the training academy pool area wherein the particular incident that was alleged took place.
How much of this video did you look at?
So I looked at video from February 16th, 2022 for the entirety of the pool training session with the cadets, between instructors and cadets on that particular day. In addition to a brief video on February 17th. In addition to that, I also saw video that the production manager for the training academy, Colton Vickers, had acquired.
Mr. Chairman, this is the moment that we're going to play the surveillance video. It's going to be a while. It's about 10 to 15 minutes long. And after that, I will come back and ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Is that okay? Yeah, I don't give them. She's going to come back and explain. Okay. Light?
Pause for 1 second. Ms. White, what time is the Zoom call?
At 11:30.
11:30. Okay, so just keep an eye on that. At 11:30, we're gonna pause this testimony, have the Zoom, and then we can resume.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Before you resume your questions, the people that we saw in the upper left-hand corner of the video just before it stopped, they went back in the pool, were those the two individuals?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the one in red was Lieutenant,
That was Lieutenant Russell Graham. Yes, sir.
okay, and the one with the gray shirt was,
Was Mr. Kevin Blake.
okay, thank you.
Yes. Did you show this video to Lieutenant Graham?
Yes, sir.
What was it? What was his reaction?
So during his interview, we went through what occurred on that particular day, and then we allowed him to view the video and add any other information that he wanted to at that time. Lieutenant Graham asserted that during his interaction with Kevin Blake in the pool, that he was trying to get Mr. Blake to perform like the other cadets had done, and to get him to complete the physical activity just as the other cadets had also completed. Because Mr. Blake was in the video seen to be closer to the shallow end, and Mr. Blake could touch, Lieutenant Graham's purpose was to get him where he could not touch the bottom of the pool in order to make him swim and not utilize the bottom of the pool for any type of support. That was the purpose of his interaction, is what he told us. And then he told us that during his interaction that Mr. Blake tried to grab on him, and that he was not able to touch the bottom of the pool. And although a good swimmer, he still believed that he could be pushed underwater, things of that nature. Which is why he asserted that he reached up and grabbed Mr. Blake by the neck to force Mr. Blake to release his grasp on him. And this was after Lieutenant Graham stated that he had actually tried to push Mr. Blake away from him.
Were there any other officer present at the pool area?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me what are their names?
So during physical training, Trooper Jordan Garrett, which he is now Sergeant Garrett, Lieutenant Sammy Robinson, Trooper Joseph Drago, Lieutenant Scott Davis, I would have to see the video to recall each of their names by face.
Okay. Can we, I know, Ms. Dene. Could you rewind? I really want you to be able to tell us who was in the pool.
Yes, sir.
Back to 6:38.
Who is in the pool with,
They won't stand up and go closer.
Yes, ma'am. If that is it okay if I stand up and to be able to get closer to the video?
Yes.
So in this particular angle, up on the seated area is Sergeant Garrett. Further. This would be Lieutenant Scott Davis. Trooper Trey Grenier. That's Lieutenant Graham. That's Lieutenant Scott Davis that you just put the cursor over. That is Lieutenant Russell Graham in the red shirt and Mr. Blake.
How deep is the water where they are right now?
So you can see by the video, they have markers on the sides of the pool. And I believe that one states 5 feet.
How deep does it go?
To 15 feet
Down on
approximately.
the other end or?
Deep end on the left or right?
Show them what a deep end is.
Yes, sir. So to the left of the screen would be the deep end, to the right of the screen would be the shallow end. There is a drop off, a sharp drop off between the shallow end and the deep end.
What's
the
the
pool.
next marker say on the left-hand side of the ladder?
Uh,
On the right-hand side says 5 feet, correct?
Yes, and the 15 feet.
Oh, so it's a pretty quick drop off.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Give us a warning next time.
Great.
As a result of your investigation, did you write any report?
Yes, sir. There were several supplemental reports or narratives related to interviews or documents reviewed, and then a case report that provided the synopsis of the interviews, the initial information, the documents reviewed, the information that we obtained through those means.
During the course of your interview, tell us why you use the word use of force investigation.
Yes, sir. So upon receiving the initial information, like I stated earlier, it was the incident reports that were written by the training academy staff. In Lieutenant Graham's incident report, he states that while conducting physical training with Mr. Blake, that Mr. Blake had grabbed a hold of him, that he couldn't release his grasp, that he could no longer touch the bottom of the pool, that he forcefully had to push Mr. Blake away, but was still unable to release his grasp. Therefore, he grabbed Mr. Blake by the neck and in order to make and applied pressure in order to get Mr. Blake to release the grasp. Now, it was based off of that information, it was that Lieutenant Graham believed that he could sustain some type of possible injury and that he was in some type of physical danger. Therefore, it was a use of force incident. He is using force to combat force on himself. That is what state police policy states. And it's the use of force policy, although that was not the targeted policy in the investigation per se, that was a policy we looked at, which addresses a chokehold. And under chokehold, it particularly states the deliberate application of pressure. And it gives you multiple examples of that, being the front of the neck and also the sides of the neck to restrict the airway in some sort of way.
Earlier on, you testified that you interviewed several cadets. Were these cadets able to identify Lieutenant Graham?
There were multiple cadets that were able to identify Lieutenant Graham. There were, I believe, 8 cadets that actually saw some type of physical interaction or push by Lieutenant Graham on Mr. Blake at some point in time during the physical exercises.
Based upon your gathering of information from your interview, what was your conclusion?
Based off of the interviews and the video surveillance, what we determined was that although Lieutenant Graham may have perceived at that moment that or stated that there was some threat and that is why he used the application of the pressure to the throat, ultimately, if you watch the surveillance video, Lieutenant Graham placed himself in the position on multiple times to be in very close proximity to Cadet Blake. Therefore, that is officer-induced jeopardy, which is more typically used in criminal investigations which is where a great amount of my experience comes from. However, it's still applicable in this case, wherein he placed himself in jeopardy, and therefore he had to use the application of the force because he felt like he was being threatened in order to stop the force being used against him.
I don't want to interrupt, Mr. Chairman. By my watch, it's 11:30, but do you want me to continue?
Ms. White? Should we stop now? for
Sergeant
those-
Borcherding is in the waiting room,
Okay,
muted waiting room, so I can message him or.
well, I mean, this was the amount of time you had based on his schedule in California. Is that correct? So you want to start now? Is that,
How much longer do you have, do you think?
I still got about like 10 to 15 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes?
Okay. If you don't mind, I'd like to go ahead and get Sergeant Borcherding because we do have limited time with him.
I'm unable, it's fine with me.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll ask you to step back outside.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
You're just on pause for now.
Yes,
We're gonna
ma'am.
have another witness and then we'll bring you back in.
Understood.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Is he ready?
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Sergeant Borcherding, this is Mary Ann White. I'm not sure if you can see me, but I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham in this matter, and I have some questions for you today. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Can you just please tell the commissioners what your position is and where are you employed?
I am Sergeant Corey Borcherding. I'm the Louisiana State Police Cadet Class Coordinator at the Training Academy.
Okay. Tell me what are your duties as cadet class coordinator?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I handle the day-to-day planning and logistics of the Training Academy of the basic cadet class.
Okay. And how long have you been in that position?
3 years, sir.
Okay. And were you cadet class coordinator for class 100?
I was.
Okay. And can you tell me when that class went through training academy?
I'm sorry, when that class started?
Yes. When did it start and when did it finish? Do you remember the dates?
I don't have the exact dates in front of me. It was in 2022, but I don't
Okay.
remember the start and end dates off the top of my head.
Okay. Thank you. That's fine. And how many years have you been employed with Louisiana State Police?
I've been with Louisiana State Police for 15 years.
Okay. And how long have you served at the training academy?
I just passed 5 years at the Training Academy.
Okay. Thank you. How many cadet classes have you been involved with at the training academy?
At the Training Academy, as a full-time staff member, I've been involved with 4, or I believe 102 might have been my 5th class since I've been on staff, but I've been involved with every class in some form or fashion going back to class 92.
Okay, thank you. Can you just briefly describe to the commissioners what is the role of the training academy as it relates to cadets?
As it relates to cadets, our goal or objective is to produced basically trained troopers capable of entering to the next phase of field training with the ultimate goal of becoming solo capable patrol troopers.
Okay. And can you tell us how do the instructors achieve these goals?
So the goals of basically training them are that we need to ensure that they are physically, mentally, and even emotionally capable of handling the rigors of the duties of a Louisiana State Trooper, to be able to go out and effectively do their job in a safe, efficient manner for both themselves and for the public that we serve.
Okay, thank you. And what sort of techniques have you seen in the past that instructors have used when trying to assist cadets or in trying to motivate cadets to push to push past the goals or achieve goals during the training academy?
So every cadet is the same as every person. They come with their own things that motivate them. Some people are internally motivated, some people are externally motivated. Some of the skills that we use in the past and use that are still effective are, those that are no different than youth sports. And, sometimes you have to get loud and, kind of motivate them externally to, keep pushing themselves, even when they've given up on themselves. As a staff, we know where their boundaries lie or where they should lie, and we have ways of seeing those things, and you can continue to push them and not allow them just to quit, which is the natural human attribute, is when things get hard to stop doing those.
Okay, and during this, do the instructors ever add stress to the situation as a way?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Okay, I will rephrase. Let me ask this: are you familiar with Lieutenant Russell Graham?
I am.
How long have you known him?
I have known Lieutenant Graham since I was a cadet. He served as what we called duty officers at the time for my cadet class in 2008.
Okay. Have there been any situations you're aware of where any cadets have requested to work with Lieutenant Graham in the pool during training?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
So historically, we have, or over the last couple of years, we started to try to give the cadets that were non-swimmers or weak swimmers the opportunity to improve their skills, and we would bring them down outside of the normal PT workout and give them time. And I know that Trooper Jones had worked with Lieutenant Graham and other staff members on his ability to swim, and by the end of his academy, he went from what I would categorize as a true non-swimmer to a swimmer. He expressed at different times that he had taken his children to swimming lessons, and they had went to a public swimming pool. So that was a huge accomplishment for him, and that was something that I know Trooper Jones was proud of, and I was proud that the training academy and Lieutenant Graham specifically were able to make that happen for him.
Okay. And which cadet class was Trooper Jones in?
He was in class 100.
Are you familiar with Kevin Blake?
I am.
And which class was he involved in?
Class 100.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Kevin Blake during training?
Yes, I observed him on a daily basis and was involved closely with all of the issues that had arisen during his training. He had been counseled several times on his performance, And I was the one that actually processed him when he resigned his position as a cadet.
Okay. Did did you how are you aware that he was counseled several times?
I verbally had counseled him personally several times. I saw other staff members counsel him, and then also I had formally in writing counseled him multiple times throughout the training academy for different violations of policy and conduct.
Okay. And as cadet class coordinator, is that your role to provide that counseling?
Correct. As the cadet class coordinator, I do serve as the cadets first line supervisor from a commission side. So any formal counselings or recommendations start at my level.
Can you, because we're on Zoom, I don't have the ability to share documents with you, but can you recall what sort of issues that Cadet Blake had that required counseling?
Objection, your objection, relevancy.
I'm gonna let that in. Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Okay. If I recall correctly, all of Mr. Blake's counseling is related to his physical performance and his effort during physical training. There was multiple times where the effort or lack thereof was evident and not only affected his performance, but the performance of the entire class, to the point that training had to be adapted around him, or he had to be removed from the training so that the rest of the class could continue on with what was the prescribed training that day.
Okay. Can you give us tell us, did you see these sorts of performance? Did this occur over the entirety of the training academy or just at various times? Can you give us an idea of that, please?
It was a pretty standard, regular occurrence, that almost a daily occurrence would have warranted a written counseling for his performance. There were days that we actually had to take him and put him on the treadmill where we could get a pulse just to show him that his pulse was still low for even the normal human range, while he's in the middle of the workout. So it was almost a daily occurrence that he was counseled on his performance.
Okay. And you aware of any barriers or impediments to his physical performance?
None that were brought to my attention, and I had spoke to him several times during the counseling sessions as to what needed to be done, and Mr. Blake always indicated that he felt or believed that he was giving 100% effort.
Okay. You know how many times, do you recall how many times you or someone else had to check that Blake's heart rate or do any of the other things you just spoke about?
How many times was that done? I don't recall. That wasn't a very regular thing. That was more of one of those items where we were trying to motivate him by showing him that, his heart rate wasn't even in a state that would cause him to be out of breath or to be winded, that people going up a flight of stairs would be higher. So the actual checking of his heart rate wasn't done on a regular basis. That was one of those attempts to find a motivator to get him to put out a little more effort.
Okay. As far as pool physical training with Cadet Blake, what was your, you observed him during pool PT training, correct?
Correct.
And what, was Cadet Blake able to swim?
Mr. Blake was a person who was able to swim. He would not be what I would categorize as a non-swimmer. I would say he was a weaker swimmer, but he had the physical capabilities and the skills necessary to be able to actually swim and keep himself safe in the water.
During pool physical training, what are the cadets wearing during the time? Can you explain to us what they are wearing?
So the cadets during the workout and along with the staff, some of the staff at times, they'll be wearing their regular PT uniform, their shorts and shirts under a set of military style BDUs. The top and bottom, so it's long pants and a long sleeve shirt, but that has been historically worn, and on most days, at least one staff member is dressed in the same attire doing the workout with them.
Okay, and all cadets are required to swim in this attire?
They are. They're required to be in the water in that attire. Obviously, the non-swimmers are further to the shallower end, but they're still in the water with those on, and it becomes part of the process. And as the academy progresses, we start to incorporate those items of uniforms into the workout after they've taken them off.
Okay. Do you recall pool physical training on February 16th, 2022?
I do.
Can you do you recall Cadet Blake's performance that day?
Yes, it was substandard, and on that day we had entered the pool as we had always done. Normally what will happen is the cadets will enter the pool, they'll tread water at the beginning, and then they will move to each side of the pool and they'll begin to swim back and forth, exit the pool, do certain exercises, and do multiple repetitions of that. During the treading of the water, they're expected to tread water and not touch the sides of the pool, not touch the bottom of the pool, and not touch each other. Mr. Blake continually moved over to the side of the pool and would grab the side of the pool. I told him that he had to tread water. That was part of the exercise. We got past the initial treading of water, and at some point during the swimming portion, Mr. Blake was falling so far behind that it was actually interfering with the other cadets in the class ability to swim. If everybody's supposed to be swimming in one direction, he is so far behind that he is swimming essentially upstream as to the direction of everybody else's swimming. It became a situation where he was impeding their ability to safely and adequately do the workout, and I elected to remove him, after several attempts to motivate him and get him to keep up with his classmates. We moved him to a portion of the pool that was away from the other cadets that would keep him from interfering.
Okay, at that point, when you decided to move Cadet Blake to a different area, was he still wearing his BDUs?
I believe so, but I would be remiss if I said with 100% certainty if he still had them on. But I would believe he did, because it was still early in the workout.
Okay, and is that a point of the workout where you would assume all cadets had their BDUs on?
Yes, if one had them on, they all had them on. They took them off as a group.
Okay, and can you tell me what does BDU stand for?
BDU, it's called several different things depending on your military branch. BDU stands for Battle Dress Uniform, but it also is Army Combat Uniform. Marines call them camouflage uniforms. They're essentially the utility uniform worn by members of the military. They're just a durable fabric that are able to uphold, and they're very similar to what our Class B uniform in Louisiana State Police has been in the past.
Okay. You testified earlier that in pool physical training, one of the goals is that you don't want the cadets to touch the sides of the pool or the bottom of the pool. Can you explain why that is so?
That is to ensure that they're actually working. One of the benefits of the pool workout in and of itself is that it eliminates the ability for people to take shortcuts, take unnecessary breaks. There are times where they touch the side of the pool and they do break, and obviously the non-swimmers are in shallow enough water where if they stand up, they can touch the bottom. But touching the side and touching the bottom when you're supposed to be swimming or treading water is just a way of resting, and it's counterproductive to the exercise that's being instructed at that time.
Okay. How do you communicate to the cadets that they're not to touch the sides of the pool or the bottom of the pool?
They are told specifically, don't touch the sides or get off the side of the wall. Don't touch the bottom, keep swimming.
And if a cadet were to do that, were to touch the sides of the pool or the bottom of the pool, how do you view that?
That is a violation of an order. They're told to not touch it, and it would be, corrected on the spot. Hey, stop touching the wall. Keep swimming. Don't touch the bottom.
Okay. So you testified that Cadet Blake was moved away from the group he started with. Where did you move him?
So he was moved to what would essentially be the middle of the pool lengthwise. Our pool starts at 4 feet, and then the deep end is 15 feet. So there is a section that's kind of a transit grade on the bottom of the pool. So most of the non-swimmers are on that shallow end, and the rest are further down. So there's a little bit of an area in that transition where the pool is 6, 7, 8 feet deep, where we don't really have any cadets swimming. There's a ladder on each side right there, so it's a kind of a natural barrier. And I moved him to that point where the water would still be deep enough that he would not be able to touch the bottom, but he would be able to swim unimpeded for himself, but also unimpeded to the rest of the class.
Did you instruct him not to touch the bottom of the pool or the sides of the pool at that time?
Correct. His instructions were to enter the pool and swim across. And at several times when he would move towards the shallow end or to the ramp where he could kind of bob down and touch the bottom, he was verbally told multiple times to not touch the bottom and not touch the sides of the pool, unless touching the side of the pool probably wasn't one of the instructions because he was swimming across. But he was at one point was told swim across and turn around without touching the side and come back. And he continually tried to work his way to touching the bottom, or when he was near the walls, if he was told not to touch it, he would still want to reach out and take those breaks.
Okay. Was your entire focus on Cadet Blake during this training session, or did you have focus on others as well?
I still was observing the rest. Cadet Blake had became kind of my primary focus as the rest of the staff was dealing with the other group, the rest of the class. But obviously I was not 100% solely focused on him only. I was still, visually checking the rest of the class to ensure that, one, it was a safe training environment, but two, that everybody was doing what they were supposed to be doing.
Okay, did you see Lieutenant Graham on this day at the pool on on February 16th, 2023?
I did.
Did you see him work with Blake at all on this day?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what
On that day, primarily where I remember Lieutenant Graham specifically was after I had moved Cadet Blake to that middle section that we were just speaking about. Lieutenant Graham was actually in the water and swimming alongside of him to ensure that he was doing what he was supposed to be doing, giving him motivation to keep going, that he can do it. And Cadet Blake had a history of, he would swim with his eyes closed and swim kind of wildly at times. So he was continually moving towards that shallower end, and Lieutenant Graham was directing him, to stay in the straight line that would keep him in the depth of water that we wanted him in.
Okay. Did you see any physical contact between Lieutenant Graham and Cadet Blake?
Yes, at one point, Cadet Blake was swimming towards the shallow end again with his eyes closed, and Lieutenant Graham kind of turned him, just put his hand out for Blake to bump into. And it appeared to me that it was an attempt to get him to swim the right direction. And then Cadet Blake had made comments off and on that he wanted to quit, that he was, wanted to stop. And he grabbed onto Lieutenant Graham. Lieutenant Graham had pushed him away. Now, at this point, both are still in deep enough water where neither one can touch the bottom and still have their head out of the water. So I saw Lieutenant Graham push Blake away, and that happened on one or two occasions. And then Mr. Blake was, calling out that he wanted to quit. Please help me. I quit. And at that point, I remember telling Mr. Blake to get out of the pool, that if he intended to quit the academy, then, we would move on to that portion. And that went back and forth of him wanting to quit. And then when he would be presented with the opportunity to resign his position, if that's what he intended to do, he would go back that he didn't want to quit. And so we'd have the conversation, albeit short conversation, that if he's not going to quit the academy, if he's not resigning, then he needs to fully commit to doing what is requested of him. And that was the extent of the contact that I saw between Lieutenant Graham and Mr. Blake. And at no time did it seem anything other than, Mr. Blake grabbing on to Lieutenant Graham and him just trying to create distance between the two.
Okay, so in your opinion, did you feel that the interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Cadet Blake was appropriate?
Objection, lady.
Sustained.
What was your impression of the interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Kevin Blake, as far as from Lieutenant Graham's actions?
I had no issue with the contact. It was not a punitive action. It was not an abusive action. It was a directive and self-protection, as Lieutenant Graham was also in the water. And it was not actions that I felt, if I had been in the same situation in water that I couldn't touch the bottom and another person grabbed onto me, that I would have taken by pushing him or her away.
Did you perceive that Cadet Blake was in any danger?
No, none whatsoever.
Did it appear that he was panicking in any way, Cadet Blake?
No, it was Cadet Blake's actions were very consistent with other actions I had seen from him and in him throughout the academy. It was not a panic-stricken or inability to, you know, that he feared for his personal safety at the time.
Okay, what did you do at the conclusion? Let me ask you this first. Do you recall how long did that pool physical training session last that day?
Each day the pool, well, PT starts at 5:30, the cadets come down and they're done before 7. So the pool usually takes a little while to get them through the normal morning workout, get them out of their shoes and get them into the pool. And then we have to get them out a few minutes earlier so they can dry off and stack up their uniforms, get their shoes back on to get ready to go to breakfast.
Are you lifeguard trained, Sergeant Borcherding?
I am.
Do you recall giving your interview with Internal Affairs with respect to this incident?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall discussing with the investigator what your opinions are as far as when it's appropriate to put hands on a cadet?
I remember speaking about it. I don't remember my comments exactly.
Okay. Well, just share with the commissioners what you remember that you stated.
I'm have to object. I think we already stipulated, concerning there's no policy concerning whether training between.
She's not asking about a policy. She's asking him to remember what he said he saw.
You may answer the question.
I would, again, I don't recall my exact words, but to me, it would be appropriate to put your hands on a cadet if it is for the safety of the cadet or of the staff member. There are times that, cadets will find themselves in positions where the immediate nature requires you to put your hands on them to physically direct them to where they're supposed to be going versus being able to stop them and verbally explain where you need them to go.
Okay. At the conclusion of pool training on February 16th, 2022, do you recall what you did after that?
At the conclusion of training on the 16th,
Yes.
I believe I did possibly a counseling on Mr. Blake, but I don't recall anything else out of the ordinary.
Okay. Did you make a recommendation for termination of Cadet Blake?
Yes, correct. That was, yes, that later that day we did start the process of formally documenting everything and bringing all that together. And I did draft the letter. It wasn't immediately following, but it was that same day, later in the day of the recommendation for termination for Mr. Blake based on, his poor performance and his actions throughout the academy, not specific to that one incident or that one day.
And who did that recommendation go to?
So each recommendation for termination that I submit, I will submit it to the operations lieutenant, who at that point was Lieutenant Jackson, now Captain Jackson, and then it would go through the training academy commander, through the command inspector over training, the major, and through the lieutenant colonel and up the chain of command, ultimately to the superintendent's office for action or decision on.
Okay. Did you make Cadet Blake aware that you were recommending him for termination?
I did indicate to him that he was being recommended for termination. And as a practice, when I write those letters and the unfortunate times that those come up, that I make those recommendations, I make the cadet aware that it is being done. I also make them fully aware that I have no control over the decisions that are made. I am merely making recommendations based on my observations and my beliefs of their ability to do the job. So I make no belief in their mind that a decision has been made. And I tell them specifically that up until the point that the superintendent makes a decision, they will be continuing to train just as the rest of their class is.
Do you recall, when did you tell Cadet Blake you were recommending him for termination?
I don't recall exactly when I told him.
Okay. Did Cadet Blake ultimately leave the training academy?
So the following day, when we got to PT, Mr. Blake and I had a conversation. He agreed that he had not done the workout from the previous day. He had not done the work that his classmates had done, and that he was behind his classmates when it came to the level of work. We went back to complete the workout, and shortly thereafter, Mr. Blake refused to train and indicated that he was wanting to resign his position in the Louisiana State Police Training Academy, and did so.
Okay. One more question about the counselings that you testified about with respect to Cadet Blake. Do you, sitting here today, could you tell me how many written counselings you recall giving to Cadet Blake?
Objection relevancy.
Couldn't tell you the exact number.
Okay. Okay, I don't have anything further for this witness at this time, so I'll tender the witness.
Mr. Adam
Yes. Proceed. Sergeant Bushady, you indicated, can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes,
You
I hear you.
You indicated during your testimony that one of your primary duty is the safety of the cadet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So a chokehold on a cadet in a pool is not guiding the cadet.
Objection.
This is cross.
Objection, it's assuming facts that are not in evidence with the use of the
He just said he chokehold.
It's okay, you can ask the question.
Okay. Is chokehold on a cadet the same as guiding the cadet in the water pool?
Well, no, a chokehold is not, but don't know where that is at. But yes, if you're gonna, and I guess we would need a definition of a chokehold. I don't know exactly what you're referring to.
Did you have opportunity to look at the video?
The only time I watched the video was when you brought me to the legal office and showed me a video.
Did you agree with me, sir, that there's a video surveillance in the pool area?
Yes, I agree that there was video surveillance.
And did you agree with me, sir, that the video surveillance accurately captured the events of February 16, 2022?
I will agree with you that the video captured the events. I will not necessarily agree. I believe we may differ on some of the facts that the video shows, but I agree that the video did capture the event.
You indicated in your testimony that the performance of Kevin Blake affected the entire class. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's correct.
You also indicated in your testimony that you remove Cadet Blake from the training, usually on a daily basis. Is that correct?
Several occasions, yes.
What are the other recourse for a trainer when a cadet does not perform?
What other recourses for a trainer? We have to find ways for them, but ultimately, if they refuse to perform or are unable to perform, then the ultimate recourse is to recommend them for removal from the training. You know, we use that as a last resort, and we hope that we can find the skills to motivate that cadet to do the actions that are required of them.
Is there any training value for repeated pulling and pushing in the pool?
Is there any value for a cadet? It broke up. Could you repeat the question, please?
Is there any training value when a cadet is being pulled and pushed in the pool repeatedly?
Pulled and pushed by whom?
By the trainer.
There could be if that was part of the training of evolution.
What was the value of pulling and pushing on Cadet Blake in the middle of the pool?
Cadet Blake was never pulled or pushed on other than when he physically grabbed onto Lieutenant Graham, or when he was being guided because he was swimming blindly in the direction that he wasn't supposed to swim in.
But you did indicate to me that you agree that the video surveillance is accurate, correct?
No, I agree that there was video surveillance of the incident. I think you and I may differ on what that video shows.
You have removed Kevin Blake from the pool walkout.
I moved him. I didn't remove him from the workout. I moved him to allow him to do the workout in a different area that would unimpede the rest of his classmates.
Would that be the best practice?
In that particular instance, yes.
So let me ask you one more time. So there is no training value in pushing him to the deep end of the pool. Is that correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm going to overrule that.
So there is no training value when Lieutenant Graham pushed Cadet Blake to the deep end of the pool.
When Lieutenant Graham guided Cadet Blake to swim in a straight line in the depth of water that he was instructed to swim in, yes, there is training value. By allowing him to go into shallow water where he can touch the bottom, he loses the training value of actually swimming. He's standing in water, which is not physically exerting, which is different than swimming and not touching the bottom as instructed. There's also training value in following orders and completing the duties that are assigned.
What was the value of pushing Kevin Blake?
Objection, asked and answered.
What is the value of pushing Kevin Blake by Lieutenant Graham?
As I just answered, it requires him to swim in a straight line. So he's actually swimming a shorter distance to the other side of the pool versus the angle that he was swimming on blindly. But the training value is to keep him in the water where he cannot touch the bottom and rest. And he is physically exerting himself as is instructed versus resting, which is what he was instructed not to do.
You indicated earlier that you're a lifeguard, correct?
I recently allowed my certification to lapse as we had a emergency with one of the cadets during our recertification class. But at the time of this, I was a certified lifeguard.
During your testimony, during the direct, you indicated that as a lifeguard, you created distance between you and the cadet. Is that correct?
I don't believe I testified to that, but I testified that, yes, if someone is getting on you and you're in deep water, the best thing is to get away from that person, especially if you're not trying to effect a rescue.
Did you saw the interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Kevin Blake?
I did.
Did you intervene during
did
that
not.
incident? You indicated that it's for safety. Why didn't you intervene?
There was no safety violations occurring that needed intervention.
So grabbing someone by the throat is not a safety issue?
I didn't see Lieutenant Graham specifically grabbing anybody by the throat. That is a characterization that I think has come from you, that I didn't see that he grabbed him specifically by the throat. It's two people in water that they can't touch, and he pushed him away in the upper chest. Also, when you're treading water, the upper chest is about the most that's out of the water. So pushing someone away, there was no grabbing of the throat. There was no choking or continued motion that I saw.
Sergeant Boshedin, I know you didn't have the opportunity to look at the incident report of Lieutenant Graham, but I'm going to read what it stated in his incident report, and I want you to comment on that. In the incident report, and I quote from Lieutenant Graham, he said, "I reached up and grabbed him by the throat, and he immediately released his grip." That is the statement from Lieutenant Graham.
Okay.
So grabbing someone by the throat, let me go back to my question. Does that create a safety issue in the pool?
In and of itself, to affect the release and separation of the parties? No, not necessarily.
Isn't it true that you are not in the pool area at all times?
No, I'm not there 100% of the time. I have other duties. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but no, I'm not there 100% of the time.
That's all I have.
Ms. White?
Okay, I just have redirect. Sergeant Borcherding, did you testify that you saw Lieutenant Graham implement a chokehold on Cadet Blake?
I did not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Is this witness?
Any of the
Wait,
commissioners
commission
have-
questions?
Any commissioners have questions?
I do have one follow-up. I think you testified Crew Blake resigned on the 17th, which was the day after the event occurred. You started the process to recommend termination. Did that take place before the resignation or its resignation?
The process, the letter started before, and that's a fairly common practice that process of me drafting the letter and it working its way through the chain of command takes a certain level of time, and it did start before that, and then I guess for lack of a better term, it ended that process once Mr. Blake resigned, and that's been a historical situation that we've ran into where members have been recommended for termination, but if they resign before that process is completed, the termination process kind of stops wherever it's at in the chain of command.
Anybody else? Yeah, you started writing this recommendation for termination, correct? Before the resignation.
Correct.
Did you finish writing it before the resignation?
I believe so. Yes.
Now, I'm not going to use the term chokehold, but did you see Lieutenant Graham place his hands in the neck area on Mr. Blake?
It was the upper chest, neck area. Yes, they were, as I said, the upper chest and obviously there was some splashing going on, so it wasn't a clear unobstructed view, but it was in that general upper chest neck area, but it was not anything that I deemed to be a safety issue at that time.
And Lieutenant Graham indicated that at some point he placed his hands on Mr. Blake's neck. Are you aware of that?
I am now. I had been directly involved in what their incident report said. I took them. I may have read them as we forwarded them up the chain of command before this process initially started, but to say that I knew that for a 100% fact or had remembered that, but I do now know that, yes.
Okay, so you do remember it now?
Well, I remember I heard it today. I don't remember him specifically saying that or seeing that in his statement, but if it's in his incident report, then I'm sure I saw it at some point.
When you saw Lieutenant Graham place his hands in the neck area, upper chest, whatever area you saw, where in the pool were they?
They would have been almost the exact middle of the pool, length and width-wise.
What is the depth of the pool at that point?
7 to 8 feet.
Alrighty. And you said that Mr. Blake went back the next day to try to complete the exercise again. Is that
So,
what I?
Correct. The next day, before we started PT that morning, I verbally counseled Mr. Blake, and we spoke about how it is unfair to his classmates, and he agreed that it was unfair to his classmates that they have to do a level of work that he is not or was not doing. I asked him if he agreed that he had not completed the workout and done all the repetitions that his classmates had done the day before, and he agreed. We went back to the pool, and on the first or second swimming of the distance, he got out, stopped, and stated that he was going to resign from the training academy. But he totally agreed. Yes,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. You have something else you wanted to say?
No, sir.
At that time, had you already completed the write-up for the recommendation that he be terminated?
Correct. I believe so.
And you were going to turn that in regardless of whether he completed the process?
It had been, without looking back at my notes, I would say that had already been completed and submitted at least to my first line or to my immediate supervisor. So it had already started its way up the process.
Was Lieutenant Graham present on the second day when Mr. Blake was trying to, or at least went back to purport that he tried to complete the process?
No, he was not.
That's all I have.
Anyone else? Is this witness released by both parties for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I don't need him.
Yes.
That's correct? Okay. You are free to return to what you were doing in California, and you will not be called again for the rest of the day.
Thank you. And I will honor the sequestration and not watch anything else in the event that I'm needed to be called at a later date.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll take a recess until 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
go
Well,
release them for a short while or no?
we can begin.
Oh, okay.
Right, yeah.
I believe the last question I was asking you before we took a break, you were talking about if our cadets were able to identify Lieutenant Graham, and what was your response?
Yes, some of the cadets were able to identify Lieutenant Graham.
And what did you learn from those cadets?
So although the cadets did not see the entirety of the incident, they did see bits and pieces of it. And I believe it was 8 cadets that actually said that they saw a physical interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Mr. Blake, and saw Lieutenant Graham push Mr. Blake at some point in time.
Did you find any violation of the state police policy?
Yeah, so in reviewing the policies and taking in consideration the documents we had reviewed and the interviews that we had conducted along with the surveillance video footage, it was determined that conduct unbecoming of an officer would be most fitting because it encompassed all parts pretty much of what had occurred during this particular incident.
My final question, did you, during your investigation, you testified that you also interviewed Lieutenant Graham, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what, if any, did he tell you?
So as I had previously stated earlier, when I spoke with Lieutenant Graham, he asserted the reasoning for his interaction with Mr. Blake was to get him to perform the PT as the other cadets had done so. And that during this specific throat grab, there were many pushes and pulls in the entire video or during the entire incident. But in particular, the throat grab, he asserted that he was doing that because he was, he had no more footing on the pool and things like that. So that was some of the information that we gained during his interview with us. In addition to that, Lieutenant Graham admitted that the optics of that video did not look good. And so we understand, and you take into consideration an event that is occurring. And although use of force incidents are typically dealing with the public, are dealing with civilians, this was a training environment. And based off of his testimony or his interview, I apologize. And again, the video surveillance, it was determined that what we initially thought could possibly be some type of use of force policy violation, or some other type of violation, it was not. In fact, he was the aggressor, not Mr. Blake, because he placed himself in that position to have to use some type of force against Mr. Blake based off of their the pushing and pulling that had occurred.
I think that witness, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Sergeant Kibido Sanye. My name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham. I have some questions for you today.
Yes, ma'am.
So I understand your testimony this morning is that you had been conducting investigations for internal affairs for 9 months prior to February 16th, 2022. Is that correct?
That was the administrative investigation portion. However, of my 20 years of law enforcement, I've conducted investigations of various sorts, including administrative, criminal, and background investigations for approximately 15 years.
Okay. And can you tell me how many investigations you had conducted before February 16th, 2022?
In totality, I'm not certain, ma'am.
Okay. Could you give a range? Was it more than 10? More than 20?
Absolutely. And you're speaking about administrative investigations or criminal investigations and background?
All
Oh,
investigations.
I absolutely could not tell you a specific number. I was approximately 22, 23 years old, and I'm now 40. So off and on, I've conducted investigations.
Okay, could you tell me how many administrative investigations you had conducted before February 16th, 2022?
I couldn't even tell you that. I'm not really certain.
Okay. All right. Have you had as many, in all of your investigations you've conducted, have you had as many witnesses as you had for this one?
I have done some major investigations, including with state police. I do not know that they would have reached 35 interviews, but I would gauge that it would be, I could have done that fairly closely when you're talking about use of force incidents, officer involved shootings, homicide investigations that cross multi-jurisdictions involving a kidnapping. Yes, there's a multitude of interviews that are conducted, but I could not tell you if it equated to approximately 35.
Okay. And speaking of use of force, you testified earlier that you originally this investigation was a use of force investigation, correct?
No, the way that it's done is it is an administrative investigation regarding potential violations of DPS and or LSP policies. It was related to a use of force incident, which that initial information was gathered based off of Lieutenant Graham's incident report, along with other incident reports. But the specific policy of use of force, we look at all policies. It was a use of force incident.
Okay. The use of force policy for state police, is that that's a criminal policy?
It is a policy, which is a policy is a guide to what we live by. That is usually more restrictive than the law. It is absolutely a policy we do look at in administrative investigations. And for the purposes of this, it was considered. However, a criminal investigation can occur due to a use of force incident also.
Okay.
It just did not happen in this instance. And we do not do criminal investigations in internal affairs.
Okay, but my question is, LSP's use of force policy, is that not a criminal policy?
That is an administrative policy that is based off of best practices across the country, what the law says that law enforcement officers are allowed to do.
Okay. At what point in time during the investigation was the decision made that the violation would not be use of force, but that it would be, or that you would not be investigating a use of force incident, you would be investigating a policy violation of conduct unbecoming an officer?
I do not recall that there was a specific date wherein we were not going to, we always considered all policies that it could possibly fit. And again, this was what we thought to be a use of force incident, not restricting ourselves to the use of force policy. We have to look at all things based off of the circumstances that arise during the investigation. Again, I don't recall a specific date. I can only tell you that typically on a weekly basis, we meet and we discuss our cases with each other and with legal, but I can't recall an exact date for you that it was absolutely determined which policy we were absolutely going to go with. We look at all of them. It's not like we stay the course on one and then immediately change it. It's an ever evolving situation based off of the facts and information gathered.
When you began your interviews with all of these 35 plus witnesses, isn't it true that you started the interview by informing the witness that this was a use of force or potential use of force incident?
Well, I would introduce, during an interview, we introduce ourselves, We get them to speak about who they are, where they work at, what section, et cetera. And then we have to give them an idea of what we're there to speak about. Absolutely. And yes, I would state in several interviews, but I was not conducting them by myself. There were other people conducting them also, that it was related to a potential use of force incident. That is correct.
Okay. And you did not state that it was in reference to a potential conduct unbecoming an officer incident in any of the interviews. Is that accurate?
Correct, because conduct unbecoming of an officer is a policy. Use of force is also a policy, but this was a use of force incident, which there is a specific policy. But again, we evaluate all policies. That's why the notification letter says a administrative investigation regarding potential violations of DPS and or LSP policies. And then we give a brief description based off of the initial information that we receive. And we are bound by giving notification with a certain amount of time to, of course, the subject of the investigation. And then, of course, when we identify witnesses, we attempt to do that very early on. So based off the initial information is why we do that. And then when we're conducting our interviews, it's not until you have all evidence and all facts gathered and all information that you can put together a puzzle and say, as a totality, this is the policy that would be best suited for this particular violation.
So after interviewing more than 35 witnesses, reviewing documents, you were finally able to determine which policy Lieutenant Graham violated. Is that correct?
Yes. So again, use of force policy was looked at. Conduct unbecoming was looked at. Unsatisfactory performance was looked at. Conformance to laws was looked at. All of those policies were just some of the policies that were looked at based off of everything that occurred, based off of meeting, and you use your peers to because everybody has different investigative training and also have different knowledge. And again, I didn't conduct every single interview. There were interviews that I conducted myself with a teammate in the office. And then there were interviews that were conducted by 2 other investigators and not strictly by myself.
Okay. Did you draft, let me ask you this, we've talked about in your testimony, a report that you made, is that correct? You drafted a report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And I want to have you identify that report.
Okay.
So, I may approach the witness? Sure. I apologize, I don't have copies for all the conditions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is this the report that you drafted?
Based off of my initial observations, yes, ma'am.
You talked about earlier in your testimony this morning that there were supplemental reports. Can you tell me about supplemental reports you were talking about?
What occurs is when, in this case, there were, again, approximately 35 interviews that were done. Because these interviews were not done just strictly by myself, the other investigators would then provide a synopsis of information that they had gathered when they did their interview. It is best practices for the individual conducting the interview, provide not just notes, but something of substance, although it is not a transcript of the interview. And those are called supplements. So those assist with providing a accurate or the most accurate depiction of what those interviews, what information those interviews gave us. And so then that was the information that was gained during those interviews was then synopsized and placed into the report. The case is a totality of this report, which is synopsis of portions, along with interviews, supporting documentations. That is an entire case. So it's not just based off of this one report.
Okay. Now, you testified when you looked at this report that this was based off your initial observations. Is that correct?
Correct.
But at the end of the report on the last page, do you see where there's a finding of conduct unbecoming an officer sustained?
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess my question is, was there some observations that you or someone else had after you prepared this report?
Can you rephrase the question? I'm not certain what you're asking, ma'am.
What I'm trying to ask is, you said this report was prepared based on your initial observations. So was there something else that occurred after you prepared this report where you concluded that that there was a policy violation? Was there something else after your initial observations that we don't have in front of us right now?
No, ma'am. So I believe that there's a misunderstanding about the way that maybe administrative investigations go. The initial information received was based off of the emails that were exchanged between Lieutenant Colonel Eskew and Major McClendon. And then based off of we immediately received very early on in the investigation, the incident reports that were written by Lieutenant Graham and other training academy staff. They were required to write an incident report, not at the direction of internal affairs, however, at the direction of, I believe it was Captain Slayton. That was the initial information. Based off of the initial information, off of those reports, and the email exchange between Lieutenant Colonel Eskew is why we started with a potential use of force incident and looking at that policy and conformance to laws and conduct. And we looked at all of those. In the end, the best suited policy was conduct unbecoming, because this was a different situation based off, it was not while Lieutenant Graham was out in the public arena, however, at work, interacting with a civilian, because they're not commissioned personnel, but they are employees of the agency. We also looked at violence in the workplace. At the end, conduct unbecoming was the best suited policy related to the violations that Lieutenant Graham had committed.
Okay, so does this report that you have sitting in front of you detail all of the interviews you conducted, all of the documents you reviewed to come to that conclusion?
Again, the report is a synopsis of the investigation. The entirety of the case investigation includes the audio recordings, video recordings of interviews, the documents that we did review. So this is a synopsis and overview of the findings and the information gathered throughout the entire investigation. So it is not detailed.
Okay. Where does this report go? I see you sent it to Lieutenant Armand Douglas. Where does it go after that? Do you know?
So the review process that I can recall right now that would have occurred at that time, because the process is a little bit different now, was that you send it to a peer to review it. Somebody it could be of equal rank, or if if I was a trooper at the time and another trooper wasn't available, then I may ask one of the sergeants to review it. And that would not necessarily be the first line supervisor sergeant. It could be the background sergeant there. So it would have went to a peer review. So my peer and equivalent at that time would have been Sergeant Richard Buckland. He reviewed it. And then once he reviews it, sees grammatical errors or things that may need to be clarified, he'll send it back. And then it goes to Lieutenant Douglas, and he does the same process. And that could occur one time, two time. They're looking at making sure that there's questions, that questions are answered. I apologize. And that things are in chronological order. There's not any major grammatical errors. And then it comes back to the investigator to make those corrections or answer those questions. And then it's either submitted to the captain for review, or it could go for a second review with the lieutenant. It just depends on the investigation, and every investigation is different.
Okay. When it's finalized, does it go to some review board or to the superintendent for his review?
Correct. So once the report is completed, and there is a disciplinary review committee that is held, or with the disciplinary review board, copies of the overview of the investigation, which would be this report in front of me, would go to the command staff or those members on the board, our legal section, the person's supervisor, things of that nature. And every person could be different, because obviously your supervisor comes in or the captain of that section comes in. So it's not like a standard list of people it goes to, with the exception of the colonel would receive it, the chief of staff, and legal.
Okay. Did you make the decision that there was a policy violation in this case?
I suggested the policy violation of conduct unbecoming. At any point in time, the disciplinary review committee can state, even during the DRC, that they feel that another policy is most appropriate. So we suggest them. That does not mean that that is an absolute.
Okay. But you did sustain it. And when it says sustained on the last page, that's your
The
recommendation.
suggestion and recommendation based off of all of the internal affairs investigators and supervisors was that there should be a sustainment for conduct unbecoming. And that was our suggestion.
Okay. All right. And you said that you felt like that one was most fitting in this case. Can you state why you thought that was most fitting?
So conduct unbecoming was most fitting because Lieutenant Graham is definitely someone who has been around for many years in state police, and especially in the training academy. He is well respected. There's no doubt that he's a great instructor. I absolutely wholeheartedly believe that. However, when it came to this particular instance and his interaction with the cadet, with Mr. Blake in particular, those actions were not a true representation of what state police stands for. It was not, it does bring discredit upon our agency and our training practices. It does put us in a light wherein the public may see it. And that causes more problems for the agency as a whole. The practices that Lieutenant Graham said were common practices were not like a concurrent belief amongst all of his peers. And it was absolutely, it did not show favorably upon him nor the agency as a whole. We have a high standard. At that time, our academy was more paramilitary, and we are a paramilitary organization, but it was definitely a paramilitary environment. But I don't know when it has ever been appropriate to put your hands in that manner on a cadet unless you are training in a particular scenario in defensive tactics. And it is in a dangerous, and the aggravating circumstance in this was the fact that it was in a body of water. And that is not appropriate, and it does not reflect favorably upon us as an agency as a whole, nor on him.
Sergeant Kibido Sanye, you've never been an instructor at the training academy, have you?
I am an instructor for the training academy. Yes, ma'am.
Currently, how long have you been one?
I am currently a TASER instructor. I'm currently a LEADS instructor. And I have assisted in cadet training and cadet class training, in-service training for 5-6 years, maybe. I'm not really certain.
Okay. So you were 5 to 6 years. Which part? Because you gave me several.
Taser instructor has probably been my longest runner, which would be somewhere 5 to 6 years. The de-escalation leads instructor, I have been an instructor. I'm not really certain, less than 2 years probably. And I cannot really recall what other, if any, instructor certifications I currently possess, just slip of the mind, but I do know those too.
Okay. So as you spoke earlier, you testified earlier that essentially that the opinions formed by the interviewees during the investigation were different with respect to their view on what happened and the interaction. Is that correct?
So their perception of the incident was definitely different. Some saw bits and pieces of it, some saw none of it. Majority of the cadets, so 20, I think I said 23 of 24 cadets that were present that day were interviewed, and majority actually believed that what was occurring was a smoking session, so corrective physical activity. That was what they believed was occurring. However, and that's what the information they provided to me. But they did not see the entirety of the incident.
But you had opinions of high-level ranking officers that felt like that the interaction was in fact appropriate, correct?
So based off of what those instructors saw during their time in the pool, out of the pool, et cetera, was what their opinion was based on. However, unless you can show, and we were not able to show, nor prove that they watched the entire incident from beginning to end, you may look at one piece of it and that may seem appropriate because the intention Lieutenant Graham gave was that he was trying to get the cadet to perform the physical activity. So that may be a piece that they see where Lieutenant Graham is maybe pushing Cadet Blake back towards the deep end, and then they may turn away. But if you do not see all of it, your opinion is merely based on what you saw in a moment.
It might be helpful if you have an explanation, you answer the question first and then give us your explanation.
Okay.
Did you draft this report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, in drafting the report, did you refer back to the audio recordings of the interviews of the witnesses when you drafted their synopsis?
I'm pretty certain that I would have. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to direct you to page 18 of this report. And there, it's not numbered, so.
Okay.
I apologize. I did mean to mark it, and is yours marked, Sergeant Thibodeau?
No, ma'am. I believe it's 25 pages. So it starts with Lieutenant Graham explained it did not matter. Would that be page 18?
I'm getting there. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
That's correct. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Let me go to my copy really quick. All right. I'm trying to find where we are. It states Lieutenant Graham and Blake walked to the deep end. I'm going to try to find that real quick. I apologize. Okay, it's in the middle paragraph, the second paragraph, right in the middle of that paragraph. It starts with again, when they exited the water. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, when they exited the water, Cadet Blake said he would not quit. Lieutenant Graham told him they would continue training, walk to the deep end, and he pushed Cadet Blake into the water as to make sure he would not hit the side of the pool on his way in.
Yes, ma'am. I see that.
Okay. Now, do you recall, or isn't it true that Lieutenant Graham never admitted in his interview that he pushed Cadet Blake into the pool?
That's incorrect.
Okay, did you mark in the audio interview of the portion of that interview where Lieutenant Graham said that?
Somewhere around a little over 1 hour into his interview, Lieutenant Graham admits that he had pushed Blake into the pool, as he had done so with other cadets when either they hesitated to go into the pool or seemed tired, and then he would do that. Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay, well, I have the portion of the audio interview from that day, and I'd like to provide that right now. I have to switch up, sorry.
So is this at the spot where she just identified?
I'm good. Attorney White. Yeah, I believe it's somewhere around 104, maybe 108, somewhere along those lines, correct?
Would you please let us know the point at which you are starting playing? I think she said it was either 104 or 108.
You can start at 104.
Who's worried or that's. DTT, and I will put their comfort zone or push them out of their comfort zone. And that's not just at peak. You know, one of the things PT, they do that a lot. They arch when they're doing push-ups. And I will put a thumb in the middle of their back and push down. Not hard enough to cause, you know, spinal injuries, but hold enough to make it, it's very uncomfortable. And it makes it hard for you to do a push-up when you're already tired. So, you know, those kind of things, it's a regular thing. Firearms, we rough cadets up during firearms. You sat through the malfunction drill. Where we're causing automatic malfunction on your weapon, on your rifle.
Yeah.
Is that near the area you were talking about?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay,
coming
let's hear it.
thereafter.
Dropping your magazine out, we're shaking you, we're slapping you on your back, we're popping you in the back of the head.
Again, everything to make you uncomfortable, nothing would hurt you. Mobile field force, I would say that's probably the most physical between mobile field force and PTT, where you see mobile field force. I mean, if somebody starts what they do, they try to submarine, right? They're worried about the gas, so they're trying to slide behind another cadet, and so they can start putting a mask on early or something. And hundreds of times, me included, have grabbed a cadet and yanked them out of there, or bowl through the line, go running through a line that they've left a hole in, and when they try to come in, well, you're rolling them over.
Right.
So yeah, there's a whole lot of, I hate that word physicality, it's not a real word, but physical interaction with cadets.
But when it comes to physical training in itself, describe situations like that when it comes to physical training, besides why we're here.
Right.
Whether in the pool, well, especially if you've seen it or it's had to be done even on ground, not just in the pool.
So that pool example, this class alone, I've pushed several cadets off the edge. And I kind of mentioned it earlier, and I don't know, I went off on a tangent, but if this is the edge of the pool and the cadet who's worried or tired a little bit, they start just stepping off, and instead of stepping off into the water, they'll step and turn and just kind of fall into the water. Well, you're looking at about a 4-foot drop before their elbow can hit the edge of that concrete and crack. So there have been several times, and Cadet Jones in this academy is probably the one that I was the roughest, and y'all gonna investigate me for this, you might as well look at Cadet Jones, because he was freaking out about everything, right? So Cadet Jones would stand on the edge of the pool, and he would freak out if his head went underwater, even in the shallow. He could have his feet on the ground, he'd put his head underwater, he'd freak out. So what he was trying to do was step in, turn, and catch the side as he was falling, so he could keep his head above the water. It's extremely dangerous for his face, for his elbow. That's what I always think about, is a cracked elbow.
Yeah.
I saw that happen once in my life, and it's freaked me out.
He was talking about a broken finger even.
Yeah, but you imagine it from 4 feet up, a 180, 200-pound person comes down and cracks an elbow on that concrete edge. It's going to shatter, and then they're done. So Jones is probably my best example. There were several times where he would try to turn and fall in, and I would push him off to make sure that he wasn't anywhere near that edge. Now, for the most part, we have those conversations before that happens. And if I see somebody do it once, I go over there and get in their face and tell them, hey, you got to step off. You can't do that. So for me in the pool, that's a very common occurrence. I'm chunking people off, getting them away from that edge on a regular basis. And partly it freaks me out when I see them doing that, because I'm just waiting for them to hit their face.
Now, have you ever done that where you push them into the pool because there's a hesitation? It's kind of like, I'm scared of heights. And so if I ever go do anything where heights are involved, sometimes I'll tell whatever the person that's with me, participating with me, or the person like strapping you up in a harness. Just push me because I don't know if I can do it.
So no, I wouldn't do that if they're just not moving. I'll use Blake as my example. I can't tell you how many times I'm in his ear saying, get in the water, get in the water, get in the water. And typically, for whatever reason, for him, it was 4 times. You had to say something 4 times then for him to take action. Now, if there's the hesitation where he starts to, and he's at the edge and he's starting to go, but he ain't going too far, I'm going to help him. I'm going to get him away from that edge. But just because you're not getting in, I'm chunking you in. I might do that to like Sammy Robinson as a joke, but I wouldn't do that to that.
All right.
Okay, so I just played 104 through 850. Through 10850.
Is that the area where you said that was
Yes,
that?
sir.
Okay, let's take a short break. I want the lawyers to meet me in back here, please. Colonel.
Colonel.
Oh, sorry.
All right, let's proceed.
Okay. Sergeant Kibido Sanya, after listening to the audio recording of Russell Graham's interview from the Internal Affairs Investigation, wouldn't you agree with me that Lieutenant Graham did not state to you that he pushed Cadet Blake into the pool on February 16th, 2022?
He did not make that exact statement. Yes, I would concur with you.
Okay, thank you. Now, during Lieutenant Graham's interview, do you recall you actually telling a story of your training academy experience where one of the instructors pulled you out of a line and sent you to the gym for additional exercises?
Yeah, so in that particular incident, I believe I described one instance wherein an instructor took the mirror collar of my shirt because I was falling behind, and they didn't yank me. But yes, they did pull me out of formation. That would be correct.
Okay, and so this was an instance of physical contact during the training academy, correct?
It was yes, it was some type of physical contact, but not in this. It can't equate to this.
Okay, but my question was, this was an example where you experienced physical contact with an instructor during training academy, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And in order to accurately answer your question, I would have to say that it was not equivalent to this.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Yes, ma'am.
I have
Thank you
just
very
one
much.
question. What is smoking section mean?
Smoking session is corrective physical activity.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, because I was thinking somebody smoking something. All right, thank you.
Commissioners, any questions?
Commissioners?
No?
No, sir.
You do?
Yeah.
Commissioner Montalongo.
Imagine it's not typical to have an internal investigation within the training academy. So if I could pretty good handle an investigation after True or within BOI, but if I was to do something in training academy, I wouldn't be very familiar with it. Have you had any investigations within the training academy before?
This is the second training academy investigation related to some type of physical force, and I am very well aware of the first one.
What, how do you begin to investigate, something in the training academy like of this nature? And what did you do for this particular incident as far as starting your investigation?
So in any investigation, whether it's criminal or administrative, you would gather any supporting documents or evidence, and you would identify potential witnesses to an incident. You would then make a plan of action in the sense of determining who needs to be interviewed first and the logistical side of where interviews will be conducted and things like that. So it is similar to criminal investigations. However, it's related to administrative policies. So I look at administrative policies like criminal statutes, essentially. That's what, that's the way I identify. So I would have done the same thing like I just described about obtaining those documents, looking at that information. And then as the investigation goes along, it evolves, and you consider the totality of the circumstances when making, in this case, a suggestion or a recommendation on the policy or the findings of that policy.
So the first thing you would do is ascertain all the documentation or policies that would.
You would
potentially-
attempt to
How would you do that?
by making
Do it specifically for this.
for this particular investigation as it relates to this. We had already received the email exchange again between Lieutenant Colonel Eskew and Major McClendon. And then very early on, we received the incident reports that were written by Lieutenant Graham. I believe that what came after that was the reviews of Mr. Blake's performance throughout the academy, or up until that point at least. And you look at those things and any other supporting documentation. In this case, it would have been letters of counseling that Mr. Blake had received from Training Academy staff. We then requested the standard operating procedure and or any other living documents. And now that took some time to obtain in this investigation. So we are always, obviously, we're restricted to a timeline and a due date. And so we gather what we can as we go along. So it's not always on the front end.
But your request was immediate is for the SOPs and the things like that.
I can't remember the exact date, to be quite honest. I just don't remember. I just do recall that it didn't come immediately. And then now Lieutenant Colonel Larvadane had to make a secondary request for those documents.
So because it was a secondary request, the first initial was probably early on, I would say right away, probably same day as the investigation started.
I would not say that. The most important thing when an administrative investigation begins is notifying the subject of that investigation, but also identifying witnesses and providing them notification also, and then gathering initial information to see what else besides what you were told was coming in might be there for you to consider on which direction to go.
And you would say those things were done immediately.
Yes, sir.
Who investigates use of force incidents?
When it's a use of force, like a trooper out in the field,
Any use of force incident?
well, I believe that our policy or the practice is it's depending on what type of use of force incident, but we now have a force investigation unit.
You know when that started?
I couldn't tell you or lock down a date, sir.
Was this a use of force investigation?
This was a use of force incident based off of or it was believed to be a use of force incident based off of what Lieutenant Graham stated. But when it comes to criminal, if there were going to be criminal charges, that would have been done, or potential criminal charges that would likely have been done by CID and or FIU.
You mentioned earlier, officer induced jeopardy.
Mhm.
Can you explain that?
Officer induced jeopardy, it's more commonly known when it comes to criminal investigations. The Supreme Court has ruled that an officer, for example, just hypothetical, pursuit occurs between officer and subject. Subject stops, officer gets out, commands person to get out of the vehicle. He starts approaching the vehicle. Officer then passes the driver and or front passenger door, and he is in front of the vehicle, and the person then presses on the gas. Officer fires and asserts that based off of that person's actions of he was in fear that there was going to be some type of physical injury and or death, that he fired upon that vehicle. And the Supreme Court has ruled that an officer cannot place themselves in harm's way and then claim self-defense.
Is that what you would equate this incident to?
This, I wouldn't say it equates to that. It was extremely similar. Where they had interacted several times, where there was a pushing and pulling, where Lieutenant Graham placed himself in close proximity to Mr. Blake. And because of his actions, he says that Mr. Blake grabbed onto him and he tried to push Mr. Blake away forcefully. He was unable to do so. Therefore, he grabbed Mr. Blake by the throat and applied pressure.
Was it unreasonable for him to be in such close proximity in the pool?
I believe that if someone is in danger, yes, life-saving measures. I believe by what's shown in the video, there were only a couple of other instructors that had placed themselves at one moment or another in close proximity. If you review the surveillance video, I believe that there were more than or approximately 30 pushes and pulls by Lieutenant Graham. So that meant that it was more than one time that he would have done so. And I understand what he stated his purpose was. But an aggravating circumstance is that they're in a body of water.
Would you consider the cadet to be cheating, maybe by not, performing the same physical exercise as the rest of the class?
So that's absolutely a consideration. Being through the academy myself, you want everyone to work for it. It is hard. It's not for everybody. You don't want a sandbagger, which somebody who doesn't perform equally. However, in reviewing the surveillance video and speaking with Trooper Garrett, or now Sergeant Garrett, who was in charge of physical training that day, and who described what their physical training was that day, the video shows that Cadet Blake was actually required to perform more than the other cadets. Wherein the other cadets started in their BDUs or those tops and bottoms, and then they were allowed to take them off. Mr. Blake was not allowed to do so, and he actually performed more laps or swimming laps back and forth than the other cadets that day.
You referred to Lieutenant Graham as the aggressor today. Is that what you believe? He was the aggressor in this incident?
It absolutely evolved into that, wherein he became the aggressor because he continuously placed himself, and he was continuously the one to push and pull on Mr. Blake when there were when the corrective activity exercises do not include the pool. So and him as an academy instructor for many, many years, that is not a corrective activity. Like I said, most of the cadets opined that it was a smoking session, corrective physical activity. But this is not an activity that is on the approved list.
Is that reflected in your investigation or your investigative report?
Yes, sir, it is.
Terminology, aggressor, and
I don't know if I used that word.
what about officer induced jeopardy?
I don't know either. I would have to review the report.
And then in the report, would you also say that upon starting the investigation, would that be in the report when you started and what you did as to start this investigation?
So on the first page, it would tell you when we received notification or learned of it. It would tell you when we started the investigation. And then it tells you during the course of the investigation who we interviewed in chronological order. And then it gives you like an investigative finding. So an overview of things that we learned throughout the investigation. Is it a timeline that says like on this date that we perform this action? No, sir, it does not.
I don't have that, in front of me. Can you tell me those dates?
Which, sir?
The date that you just suggested.
So, on March 2nd is when the investigation began.
How did that begin?
So it went through wherein Major McClendon and Lieutenant Colonel Eskew spoke with one another, or emailed back and forth, and they both suggested or recommended that an administrative investigation be done.
That's fine. I think that answers that. You
Okay.
are stating that March 2nd, 2022 is when the
Yes, sir.
administrative investigation began.
Correct. Yes, sir. That is when we became aware of it.
That's when you became aware of it and started the investigation.
That is when we, like, when I say we, I apologize, internal affairs. Now, whether or not
When did the IA investigation begin?
March 2nd, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all.
Anybody else? Now, if it hadn't been for the grabbing around the neck,
Mhm.
if all the other things had occurred, would you
Yes, sir.
still have found conduct unbecoming?
Yes, sir.
When Lieutenant Graham grabbed him around the neck, do you know where in the pool they were?
If I recall correctly, they were somewhere near the drop off. I'm not really certain, somewhere near the shallow end, somewhere near the drop off in the pool, but I couldn't tell you exactly where.
You know which side of the drop off they were on? Were they
Um,
on the side where they could stand up, or were they on the side where?
So I
It was
believe
deeper
that
than-
Lieutenant Graham's kind of side back was facing the shallow end, and Cadet Blake would have been, they would have been facing chest to chest per se. You can see in the video wherein there is some like bobbing up and down, I guess you could say, like
Blake or Graham?
by both of them, I believe. It kind of, they move around a lot in the pool. And there's a good amount where you can see like, Lieutenant Graham or Lieutenant Graham's neck and above is above the water. And then you can see as if it is like somebody pushing off the bottom of the pool, like bumping, like kind of pushing their foot like off the bottom of the pool. That is happening in the video, like it's a bobbing. So that would indicate to me that they can touch the bottom of the pool
Without going under?
without going under. That's correct.
Go ahead.
Couldn't the bobbing be caused from treading water?
The only way that, all I can tell you is based off of the way that I know how to tread water. I could not do it while pushing and or pulling on somebody.
And could you tell whether or not Mr. Blake had grabbed Lieutenant?
You couldn't definitively see.
He could have, might not have.
He could have, might not have. Mr. Blake even said, I don't remember doing it. I don't want to say I didn't do it because he didn't want to be untruthful. Lieutenant Graham says that he did grab him somewhere in the chest area or on the shirt or something of that nature is what he stated. He said that he went underwater and that was part of feeling as, though he had to create some distance from Mr. Blake, which also led him to grabbing Mr. Blake to release his grasp off of him.
So the only definitive evidence you had was that Blake had grabbed him.
No, I did not have definitive evidence that Mr. Blake had grabbed Lieutenant
Well,
Graham.
The only direct evidence you had was the testimony of Lieutenant Graham that he had been grabbed, and you had the testimony of Cadet Blake that he didn't know one way or the other, right?
Mr. Blake said that he did not believe he had done so,
Okay, but he wasn't sure.
but he was not sure. There would.
All right, that's all I have.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Will this witness be needed?
Yes,
Sorry,
yes.
yes, okay.
But you're calling, this is your case. You're gonna call her later
Cool.
before you rest? I'm sorry.
What are you saying?
I was just asking, you're gonna call her later?
No. Well, I may need you for rebuttal, but just, yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
That's
sir.
what, that was my point.
Okay.
rebuttal.
that's,
So we're gonna keep the witness here. You're not released.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Okay.
Okay,
It may be that they can make arrangements where you can be at your office or something and call you back if necessary. but-
okay.
As long as we know that it's not going to delay things.
Yeah, as long as
Yeah,
there's.
I
no
understand.
delay.
and I just wanted, I wanted to make sure I introduce, the report as,
Okay.
as appellants exhibit 1. And then the portion of the audio interview that we listened to as appellants exhibit 2. And I guess I need to discuss with y'all how we will actually physically introduce that.
Okay.
Maybe on the next break.
Okay. So the audio is 2 and
Yes.
1 is the report. Do you have a copy of the
But,
report?
I mean, you do now have the testimony that she said it was not said on the audio. So, I mean, it's your call. It's your case. You handle how you want to, but you have the testimony at this point.
Right.
Copy of the report.
That's what I'm asking. Is there a copy to give to us?
This one?
Yes, if
Okay.
you don't mind giving that.
And I'll mark exhibit 1 on it.
Okay, thank you.
See,
That's it. Okay, thank you.
Blake.
It's witness.
Yes, we call Kevin Blake. He traveled all the way from Shreveport, so trying to get him out.
Did you go?
Yeah,
They-
she's
You're
gonna
getting
go.
it. Okay, okay.
I told Sergeant, you know. With the video shows otherwise.
That's why I sent him a call.
I just want to remind you that he's under it.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you tell us your full name?
Kevin Blake. The
Uh,
second,
Where's your current location? Where do you live?
Shreveport, Louisiana.
Did you ever attend the Louisiana State Police Academy?
Yes, sir.
When did you attend the Louisiana Academy, Police Training Academy?
I believe it was December 2021,
What class did you enroll in at the training academy?
class 100.
Do you recall what troop selected you to attend the training academy?
Troop G.
Tell us when you arrive at the LSP Academy, how do you describe your physical preparedness for the training?
Physically, I wasn't in best of shape starting out.
I want to bring your attention to the physical training on a weekly basis at the training academy. How often do you all schedule physical training exercises?
Every day, Monday through Friday.
Do you have a set schedule on Wednesdays?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Typically, it was in the training pool.
I need to bring your attention to the incident that happened on February 26, 2022 at the training academy. February 16, 2022, between you and Lieutenant Graham. Did you participate in the pool physical training exercise on that day?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what happened on that day?
Yeah. So, I mean, we're in the training pool and I was in the deep end. They typically would separate us in two groups. You know, you have the deep end and then the non-swimmers on the shallow end. And I was on the deep end, and I was struggling to swim. So they moved me to, I think it was around like the 6 foot range. And at some point during that time, Lieutenant Graham had got in the water with me, and you know, I was struggling to do. I was swimming, supposed to be swimming back and forth, and I was struggling to do that. And at a point, he started to pull me from putting my foot down, because I was trying to like where I was close. It was like the 6 foot, but it was close to like the 5 foot to where I could put my foot down, and he kept pulling me to where I couldn't and getting in front of me. And, you know, I asked him several times to stop doing that, to stop, you know, to please get out of my way, because I was panicking. I'm not a strong swimmer at all. And, you know, basically I was scared in that moment. And, I mean, if you could imagine someone struggling to swim, typically, you know, they're going to kind of, I mean, I was moving my arms about. And I guess at a point I made contact with him, and he put his hand around my neck and squeezed. And I told him I couldn't breathe, and you know, he was choking me. And he released me, and he splashed water and was like, you know, don't touch me. And I told him, like, I mean, I wasn't trying to touch you, but I mean, I've asked you several times to move from in front of me. You know, while I was struggling to swim.
How tall are you, sir?
5'11".
Did Lieutenant Graham push you while you were trying to exit the pool?
Honestly, I do not remember. But I know it was contact. I mean, he was I feel like he was out of control. I mean, he just the whole time, I mean, he just was, you know, screaming, telling me to quit, and you know, saying it'll stop if I quit, and you know, doing different things like that. And I mean, touched me inappropriately. So I mean, I wouldn't doubt it.
As a result of this incident, did you write any reports?
Yes, sir.
We already have Exhibit 1, page 12 or 20. You tell us what that is.
You want me to read it?
Could you tell us, can you identify what that is? What is that?
Oh, it's the incident report that I typed up. I sent it to Sergeant Borcherding.
As a result of this incident, how did you feel during the pool exercise training with Lieutenant Graham?
Say it again.
How did you feel during the pool exercise training with Lieutenant Graham?
I mean, when it happened, I mean, really like I said, I really feel like he was just out of control. I feel like this was something beyond training. I feel like it wasn't training. And it really made me start to question, you know, why am I even here? Because like, I don't agree with things happening like that. I get training, I get vigorous training. I mean, I understand that stuff, but when you cross a line, I feel like it doesn't reflect good on the department, and it really made me start to question me wanting to join the organization. It made me question why would other troopers be present and you know, and not address this issue that's currently happening. And I don't know, it really shook me. I mean, I was you know, in the moment I was scared, and I admitted that to them, Sergeant Borcherding and him, because they wanted me to get back in the pool. And I mean, I told them I wasn't getting back in the pool. And, you know, because I'm like, well, if you would, you know, sit there while someone is inappropriately touching someone that's struggling to swim, you know, what else could possibly happen? And, you know, it just made me question a lot of things, like, what is, you know, is this what state police stand for? Is this what, you know, what is allowed because even if I was to finish, like, I'm not going to stand for stuff that happened like this if it's, you know, happening in front of me. So just made me question a lot of different things.
Did you successfully complete your training at the police academy?
No, sir.
Tell us what happened.
They want to say it was the 17th. I resigned.
I'm showing you exhibit 1 from page 6 through page 9. You identify.
Yes, this is the resignation, I guess, interview packet or.
What was the reason you gave during your exit interview for resigning?
I don't remember what honestly, I don't remember
Take a look at it.
where does it say? I don't see. It just says voluntary.
It's a hearing.
I mean, it just says voluntary resignation. I don't.
How does this experience with the training at the police academy impact your life?
I mean, it impacted it by, I mean, this is something that I mean, I honestly don't, I think about the academy, the time at the academy, that incident really almost daily. And I mean, immediately following me leaving the academy affected me in the sense of, I ended up having to fight for the custody of getting my daughter back because, you know, me making the decision to go to the academy, it affected me that way. My oldest daughter, mother, for that reason, she just decided since I was going down there that she was going to try to take custody. So that stuff affected me because, like, you know, I went through that and, you know, didn't, you know, complete it. And it's just like, what was all that for? Then me having to fight for that immediately following that, it was just, you know, it's pretty ridiculous. But I don't know, man. It really made me like question a lot of things, and it was a very negative experience for sure.
I'm going to play you a little clip of your interactions with Lieutenant Graham, and I will follow up with a question. So you got to look at it at the back. Go to 651. Going too fast. 650. Yeah, it play now. Right, light, please. In Lieutenant Graham's incident report, did you grab his left hand and shed and try to pull him into the pool, into the water?
No, sir.
You saw the video, right?
Yes, sir.
Was Lieutenant Graham created a space between you and himself?
Was he creating space? No, sir.
Objection, I'm not sure which point in time, so I'm gonna object to the question.
Can you be more specific?
During the time that you just saw on this video, what did you tell Lieutenant Graham? Did you tell him anything?
You said at what point?
Yes, at this point, yes.
At which point?
At the point when he was grabbing you, what did you tell him?
When he grabbed me, I told him to let me go because he was choking me.
And what did he tell you?
He he let go and he said that I had touched him. He was like, he splashed water at me and was like, well, don't touch me, as if like he was responding to me or something.
That's all I have.
Mr. Blake, my name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham. I just have a few questions for you. I wanted to, do you recall speaking with investigators and internal affairs about this incident?
Yes, it was like over a Zoom meeting, I believe.
Okay. And do you recall at the beginning of that interview stating that you could not recall whether Lieutenant Graham was in the pool with you that day?
No, I do not remember saying that because I know he was in the pool with me.
Okay, so
I think I might have said I probably couldn't remember his name, but I do know who was in the pool with me that day. I never questioned that.
Okay, all right. How often had you interacted with Lieutenant Graham before February 16th, 2022?
I mean, it was several different occasions during PT for sure.
Okay, do you remember when your interview with IA was?
I don't. I mean, it was at some point after that, after the 17.
Okay, but you
I
don't.
think it was probably like maybe a month or so after that, maybe. I don't know exactly.
Okay. You testified that you're about Lieutenant Graham in your interactions, and that Lieutenant Graham was yelling and you felt like that was a negative thing. Is that correct? Am I characterizing your testimony correctly?
Yes, the way he was yelling, like just screaming for me to quit. He was basically like yelling, telling me to quit in order for his what I would consider bad actions to stop, which was him grabbing me and getting in front of me from moving to a shallower end of the pool.
Okay, but that's your perceptions of why he was saying to quit. He didn't make those statements, correct?
No, he did make those statements. He literally said, quit, say you quit, say you quit. That's what he said. Yes.
Okay, right. But that's all he said was quit.
Yes, he said, well, quit, say you quit.
Now, there were other instructors in the same area at that time, correct?
Yes.
Were those instructors yelling?
I mean, I don't know if they were or not. At the point of the video, it was my main focus was him because that's who was closest to me.
Okay.
This White, how much longer are you going to be?
Just about 5-10 minutes.
Because I need to take about a 1 minute,
Okay.
a 1 minute break. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
We ready? to
Yes, ma'am.
proceed? Okay. Okay, Mr. Blake, you testified earlier that during this interaction with Lieutenant Graham, that your feet were touching the bottom of the pool. Now, wasn't it a directive that during pool PT training, especially at least particularly at this time, that you were not supposed to touch the bottom of the pool?
Yeah, I said that I was trying to get to the shower. So it touched the ground. But yes, I mean, they moved me to the 6 foot. So I mean, obviously I'm not 6 feet, so I can't touch the bottom.
Okay, but I think my question was,
But no, I mean,
was
yes,
it,
for some, I mean, some people were allowed to be where they were able to touch the feet, but I mean, I guess I wasn't one of the ones that allowed to do that.
okay. You also testified, used the word inappropriately when you said Lieutenant Graham touched me inappropriately, and I just want you to clarify what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, pulling me, not someone, but pulling me back from, going to the shower and while I'm struggling to swim, I consider that inappropriate. And obviously, I mean, he put his hand on my neck.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Now, prior to this occurrence on February 16th, 2022, you had received 6 written counselings, had you not?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to,
Well, I say, yeah, I don't know the exact.
okay, well, I'll show them to you and you can verify if you received these.
This is what it was married. This is something that was stipulated. She's saying we.
If you'll take a look at those documents I just put in front of you and let me know if you received all of those.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is one of our stipulations, is it not?
I don't think so.
I believe so.
Find which stipulation if you think it is.
I don't remember seeing it, but it could be.
We're gonna update the batteries in that microphone real quick.
Yeah. We did not stipulate to these exhibits, but we stipulated that he did receive 6 counselings,
Yeah,
but it wasn't
I
the
mean-
subject matter.
I'm just trying to move all along. Because
Right, he's right. If there was a stipulation that there were 6 counselings, then I
I'm
think
just-
that's sufficient.
because I don't want the chairman to be upset against me again.
Okay,
I'm already-
Unless the commission feels otherwise.
I mean, we already stipulated
I
that.
think they stipulated to it.
Yeah.
I mean, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I was just trying to introduce
Not
it for the
upset with you.
subject, the subjects upon which the counseling occurred.
Ask him about the subject if you believe you need to ask.
Okay. The counselings that you received, were they all based upon your performance during physical training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you, and I believe you spoke about this with Mr. Anima Shah. Did I say that right?
That's close enough.
You
Better
completed,
than I say it.
you completed an exit interview upon your exit from Louisiana State Police, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you have that in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'd just like to turn to, if you'll turn to page 2 of that. What's the first page of the exit interview? It's page 2 of the actual exhibit. The reasons you wish to resign from the LSP cadet class, you indicated yes for poor physical performance. Do you see that there? I'm on page 2 of the doc.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so you indicated poor physical performance as one of the reasons to resign. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes, ma'am. I see
Okay.
it checked here, yes.
All right, and you did not check the box on the next.
I didn't check any of these boxes personally. Sergeant Borcher needs to check these boxes.
Oh, okay, all right. So during the interview, were you asked these questions?
I do not remember, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So you don't recall being asked if you were injured?
I remember being I don't remember the questions or the answers I gave. But I mean, I do remember he did ask me questions, but it was almost 2 years ago.
Is this your signature on the last page?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you review this before signing?
I mean, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know if he showed it to me or not. I mean, at that point, I was ready to go.
Okay, is this your handwriting on the last page?
Are you asking me, is that my signature again or?
No. Above it, there's some handwriting. I was asking if that's.
No,
your-
ma'am. Sergeant Boyce needs to fill this out.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, were you aware before you submitted your resignation that Sergeant Borcherding was recommending you for termination?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
No further question.
I got a couple real quick. How tall are you? I'm sorry.
5'11".
5'11"?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when you were in high school and all, did you play any sports like football, basketball?
It's baseball, sir.
Baseball? Okay. You never had a coach get in your face and yell at you or anything like that?
Yes, sir.
I was just asking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
A follow up on the form itself, the exit interview form, the handwriting that you were questioned about. On question number 9 and 10, there are some writings, and you indicated that was completed by Sergeant.
Yes, I mean, it's my answers, but he's the one that wrote it.
There's your signature, correct?
Yes, sir.
Microphones.
Mike is now.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
That it? Okay. Is this witness free to go?
Yes, thank you so much.
All right. Yes, sir.
We have the exit interview. Is that
It's
have that
already,
as an exhibit?
It's in exhibit 1 attached to their exhibit.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We call Trooper Eileen as the last name.
Okay.
Can you go home, guys? Can you go home?
Oh, you didn't go to-
Yes.
Thank you. We'll make this very quick.
Take whatever time you need to present your case.
Oh, no, we got this. Good afternoon,
Remind you that you're still on the road.
Yes, thank you.
good afternoon, Trooper Elaine. You give us your full name, please.
Eileen Jeanette Eichenauer,
What's your work address?
7901 Independence Boulevard,
What agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police,
What's your current title at LSP?
trooper,
How long have you been a state trooper?
a little over a year.
When did you begin your cadet training at the LSP?
I started in Cadet Class 100 on December 5th of 2021.
Okay, and you successfully completed the cadet?
Yes, sir.
Good. Could you tell us, do you remember former cadet Kevin Blake?
I do, yes.
What do you know about Mr. Blake?
Mr. Blake did not complete the academy with us. He made it about halfway through. He struggled during the academy. He had some challenges. Overall, a great person, just not the most successful cadet.
Can you tell us what your set schedule of training in the Cadet Academy?
We trained every day, 5 days a week. We started every morning with physical training, and then we'd move on to about 8 hours of classroom or practical training.
Was there any set schedule on every Wednesday?
Every Wednesday, we swam in the pool.
Could you describe for us your pool training exercise?
Our pool training was pretty much the same every time. We split whatever group was there in half. Half the cadets on one side of the pool, the other half of the cadets on the other. And it was a lot of either ins and outs of the water, swimming across to switch sides, back and forth in repetition.
I'd like to bring your attention to the incident that happened on February the 16th, 2022 at the training academy. Did you participate in the pool exercise on that day?
Yes, I was there.
Did you have opportunity to see Kevin Blake on that day?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what you saw.
Kevin Blake wasn't the strongest swimmer. He struggled a lot during any pool exercise, no matter how difficult it was set that day. That day in particular, he was getting a lot of attention because he was struggling a lot with what we were doing with swimming across. So he was singled out. He wasn't participating in our, back and forth, our back and forth repetitions because he was struggling so much.
Did you see any interaction between Kevin Blake and Lieutenant Graham?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw.
So at the end of the pool session, we all got out of the pool except for Kevin Blake. He stayed in the pool and was surrounded by 3 staff members, one of which being Lieutenant Graham. And they were kind of circled around him, preventing him from leaving or getting out of the pool. They just had a circle around him.
Could you tell us what area of the swimming pool were they surrounding him?
Sorry?
What area of the pool was it?
He was in, I wouldn't call it the shallow end or the deep end. He was somewhere in the middle, but it's a sloping area. I'm not sure exactly what depth it was.
Did you hear Kevin Blake said anything?
I heard him say, help and please, and things along those lines. Like, let me out.
Did you hear Lieutenant Graham say anything?
I did not.
Did other cadets witness this interaction between Kevin Blake and Lieutenant Graham?
I'm not sure if they did. In this moment when this was going on, we were facing the front of the pool towards the shallow end, and we were all looking straight ahead. That was our instruction.
So what did you observe when you looked at the
I observed Kevin Blake looking like he was in distress. He was in obvious distress with the 3 staff members around him, kind of preventing his movement, whether he was supposed to stay in the pool, whether he was trying to get out. I'm not sure exactly what the direction he was given, but it was one cadet with 3 staff members around him while the rest of us were outstanding. I didn't like it. It did make me feel uncomfortable seeing that. There's a certain level of conduct, I guess, for lack of a better word, we expected to be treated as, or expected to see as cadets, and to see that it was very out of character for those 3 staff members. So it was like kind of an uneasy feeling, like something's going on that doesn't feel right. This isn't right. This is different.
Do you know Lieutenant Graham?
I do.
How did you know him?
He was the XO at the training academy. He had some interaction with us. I've always held him in high respect, high regard.
You saw the interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Kevin Blake.
Yes.
How does that make?
It was out of character. It was out of character. I've always known and still know Lieutenant Graham to be a man of very high morals, and I respect him greatly. And it was unusual to see that, because I know that's not who he is.
Hi, my name is Marianne White, and I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham in this matter. I have just a few questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
First question is, who were the other instructors that you saw during the interaction?
I saw Greg Marchand, and I'm not quite sure off the top of my head who else I saw. There was a lot of staff members that day.
Okay, all right. And you said that your instructions were to look straight ahead.
Yes.
Where were you located in the pool area at this time?
So I was standing on the side of the pool. I don't know how if I call it the left or the right side, but it was the side of the pool that's along where the door is. And we were facing the door. And this was happening about a 90-degree angle to my left. So I was facing ahead, but I was watching with my eyes, breaking the rules, because it was so unique. I was like, this is different. So I paid attention because I thought maybe this might be relevant later. I thought maybe it was going to come up again.
Okay. And were you on the shallow end of the pool or on the deeper end of the pool?
During the pool exercises or in that moment?
In that moment.
So we were on the edge of the pool, like we were standing on the edge. We had finished the pool workout for the day and we'd gotten our towels and we're standing there waiting for the instructions to leave the pool area. So we're all just standing back to back in a line, just standing there waiting.
But on the shallow end of the edge or the deep end?
I was in the middle. So again, if we think of the pool, like there's the deep end and then it ramps up into the shallow end. If I was in the pool, I would have been on the ramp where it's kind of like that graded area. So I wasn't shallow, it wasn't deep, somewhere between 5 and 7 feet, maybe. That's just a guesstimate. But I was like almost very solidly in the middle.
Okay. And you kept your head forward, but you turned your eyes.
I did.
Okay. And were you able to determine who exactly was yelling and what that specific person was saying?
Not what any staff member was saying. I could tell the cadet. I knew Kevin Blake had stayed in the pool. They kept him in the pool or he stayed. And I could hear him yelling because he was the loudest voice. If the staff members were telling him anything, it wasn't audible to me. I could only hear him because he was making some noise.
Okay. Before that moment when, earlier during the pool PT session that day, was there other yelling? Were there other instructors yelling at various cadets?
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah, the pool sessions tend to be very chaotic. There's yelling anyway, just because there's so much noise. Everyone's splashing, jumping in the pool, kicking, moving their hands. So there's yelling naturally in that area just to be heard over what we probably had 25 cadets in the pool at one time. Then we make a considerable noise. And because the walls are tile, it echoes.
Okay. And would you agree that throughout the training academy, Cadet Blake, his physical performance was low, on the low end?
I would agree.
That's all I have.
I just have one question. What makes you feel that when you look, that's not relevant later?
So prior to my career with state police, I was a paralegal and I spent 6 months of that doing federal employment law, working with the Bureau of Prisons. And just seeing enough of that, as I was reading through those cases, kind of had an idea of when something might come up later and it might not have been relevant. And then that memory would have just gone away. But it piqued my interest. Like this might be relevant later. So that's why I watched.
Commissioners? Okay.
Sure. Let's take about a 2-minute break.
Well, is the witness released with this break? I mean, you're saying.
We
that-
don't have any
okay,
questions.
Yes.
I don't have
Do
any.
you have any? Okay, you can leave then.
You can leave.
Okay, thank you.
I can fit in this.
Just want to remind you that you remain under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't need the colonel. Can we proceed without him or?
That's why I pointed out.
Uh.
I didn't answer you. I pointed out.
Oh, okay.
I didn't answer you.
Make it her fault, huh?
I didn't say yeah or nay. I just
All right. The recess is over. You may proceed.
afternoon, how are you? Sir?
Good, how are you?
Please give us your full name,
David Baudouin,
give us your work address.
121 East Pont de Mouton,
What agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police,
What's your current title?
trooper,
How long have you been a state trooper?
about a year and a half.
Were you part of the cadet class of 100?
Yes,
Do you remember former cadet Kevin Blake?
yes.
What is your opinion of him?
He's a very positive guy. He liked to put his best effort forward and overall good guy.
Do you remember what's your particular exercise during cadet training?
Yes.
Tell us what they are.
Every morning was PT. Usually some kind of CrossFit style workout. Wednesdays were typically pool sessions, and Fridays may consist of like a motivational run or something.
Can you describe for us what a pool session would be like?
It's very rigorous. A lot of in and out of the pool, burpees, swimming back and forth. Stuff like that. It was a very rigorous workout.
I'd like to bring your attention to the incident that happened on February 16, 2022 at the training academy. Did you participate in pool exercise on that day?
Yes,
Did you have opportunity to see Kevin Blake while he was in the pool?
yes.
Tell us what you observed.
I remember him being in the pool. After we had all got out, he was still in the pool. He was asking to get out of the pool, but they made him remain in the pool. Eventually he stated he was going to quit, so they let him out of the pool. And then when he got out, he said, "No, I'm not going to quit," and tried to go back in line with us. And then he was brought back into the pool.
Where were you located? Are you in the pool or outside?
I was outside of the pool this time. I was pretty much like Blake was right off to my left.
I would like to play you a video if you can identify where you are.
Yes.
Just one quick clip. That's about a minute or two.
Okay.
It's gonna be on this side.
Oh. Is that the same video over there? Okay.
You got it. Bye.
I'm pretty easy to see if you see my tattoos. I'm probably where by the 6 foot where it's cutting off.
David stepped out.
She stepped out.
I think it's some additional batteries for the wireless microphones, so they're all failing.
All the way to the left.
All the way to
Keep
the left.
going, all the way to the left. There you go.
Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to give the commission an idea where you are located. While you were standing there, what did you hear?
Blake was asking to get out. Another trooper in the pool was pretty much mocking him. Then I heard, I think he lunged at Lieutenant Graham. Graham told him to get off of him. And then they kept saying, you need to quit. And he finally said, I'm gonna quit, and got out the pool, and he was back in the pool.
Who said you didn't?
Sergeant Borshading.
I'm sorry, who?
Sergeant Borshading.
What was your reactions when what you saw between Kevin Blake and Lieutenant Graham?
I was pretty surprised. I know the academy is a rigorous setting, and we expect that. It was kind of demotivating a little bit, just because we thought that it went a little too far with keeping them in the pool for that long. So
That's all I have.
Well, I
Wait,
think.
coming.
YouTube, we need to transmit.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Marion White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham, and I just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
So, isn't it true that it was not uncommon for cadets to be kept behind during physical training, whether it was full training or any other training?
yes,
Okay. And also, I wanted to ask you, there were other instructors besides Lieutenant Graham during the interaction with Cadet Blake that were also involved in that exercise, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we saw a video earlier, and I saw that those were cadets that we were looking at that were out of the pool and were drying off. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it seemed like there was a lot of movement. They were walking, they were moving to a different location. Was that what you were doing during the interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Cadet Blake? Were y'all moving to a different location?
We were on that wall. We were drying off, and we were waiting to get released back into the hallway. So we were stationary. We were drying off, but we were stationary on that wall.
All right. And so was it common for Cadet Blake to take longer than others to finish his physical exercises?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Commissioners?
Questions? Did you have an impression that he had not finished his exercises yet?
Yes. To elaborate, he usually fell behind in physical activities, so he was usually the last one to finish. On that particular day, I can't really recollect if he was done or not, but it wouldn't be uncommon.
That he would not be.
Correct.
That it?
No, I, who was mocking him when he was in the pool?
Lieutenant, I'm sorry if I forget his name, Robinson?
It was not this lieutenant.
No, sir.
Okay. And it was Sergeant
Borshading?
Borshading who was telling him he needs to quit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you hear Lieutenant Graham telling him that?
Not that I recall.
Thank you.
You said he lunged at Lieutenant Graham?
Yes, sir.
You said Blake was a best effort forward kind of guy.
Yes, sir.
Was that in physical fitness?
He put his best effort into physical fitness, even though he may have fallen behind most of the other cadets.
The academy staff recommended termination prior to or on the day of this incident. Would you disagree? Would you say that he would be a good trooper today based on on what you saw
Yes, sir.
throughout the academy?
Yes, sir.
And he did lunge at Lieutenant Graham.
May I elaborate on that?
Yes or no?
Yes.
If you need to explain, go ahead and explain.
In open water diving, if any of y'all have ever experienced it, one of the things you learn is when someone's panicking and drowning, they're going to lunge at the first thing they see that is afloat.
Do you think he was drowning?
I think he thought he was drowning or going to. And that's why I think he lunged at Lieutenant Graham.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Since you're a diver and I'm advanced open water safety
Okay.
diver, aren't you also taught to physically get that person away from you, swoop around the back and physically gain control of them?
Yes, sir.
And what's affectionately known as a chokehold
Yes, sir.
nowadays? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
May I redirect?
Related to what we
you
asked.
said, yes. How will you classify yourself as a swimmer?
Moderate to advanced.
I can't hear you.
Moderate to advanced.
So you know how to swim?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It was a little bit outside of what we asked, but go ahead. All right, we're done.
All right, that's all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
May we release this witness for the rest of the day?
I don't need to.
Anthony, Quentin Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, he's
yes.
released? Okay, you're released.
That's what he said. Yes. Yeah, but even.
Next one.
Yeah. And that's what. One of the people was saying. Almost done. Yeah. Where you come from? Where you come through the secret door? Yeah.
Nobody's ever used that door.
I told you it's a character.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Anderson, how are you, sir?
Doing well.
Could you please state your full name for us?
Quentin Anderson.
Give us your work address.
Just 121 East Pont de Mouton, Lafayette, Louisiana, 70503.
What agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police.
What's your current title?
Trooper.
How long have you been a state trooper?
Since December 2021.
Did you ever attended the Louisiana State Police Training Academy?
Yes.
Did you complete it?
Yes.
Tell us your physical training exercise on a weekly basis.
Every morning at 5 p.m. and 5 a.m. We did PT.
Was there any specific activities you all did on every Wednesday?
Yes, it was a pool day every Wednesday.
You describe for us how does the pool day look like?
The pool day looked like strong swimmers swam while the weaker swimmers did exercises in the pool.
How will you classify yourself?
As a weak swimmer.
Do you remember Cadet Kevin Blakes?
Yes.
Tell us what you remember about him.
As in general?
During the physical exercises.
Okay, so Kevin struggled with physical exercises. Yeah.
I'd like to bring your attention to the incident that happened on February 16, 2022 at the training academy. Did you participate in the pool exercise that day?
Yes.
Did you have any opportunity to see Kevin Blake while he was in the pool?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw.
Okay, so that morning, the instructors were on Kevin pretty hard from the jump that day. And at one point, he left the pool and they brought him back and they threw him in the pool. And he was in the middle of the pool flailing around while the rest of us were drying off. And he was asking for help, but they kind of told him to get back. And they just wanted him to finish. And like I said, he reached out and he got his hand smacked away.
Did you hear Kevin Blake said anything?
Yes, he was asking, he was asking to help. He was asking for help. And he was just asking, he was basically struggling, asking for help.
Do you remember any instructor around him?
Yes.
Who are they?
Lieutenant Graham, Lieutenant Robertson, and I think Sergeant Marchand.
Did you hear Lieutenant Graham said anything to Kevin Blake?
I heard Lieutenant Graham say, "Don't touch me," when he smacked Kevin hands away.
What else did you see the interaction between Kevin Blake and Lieutenant Graham?
So that when Blake was brought back to the pool, he had Blake by the shirt collar, and he like kind of nudged him back in the pool. And then in the middle of the pool, when Blake was reaching out for help, he kind of reached toward Lieutenant Graham, and Lieutenant Graham kind of like nudged his hand away.
How do you feel about what you saw?
I thought it was unnecessary and it shouldn't have happened.
Attended a witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham and I have a few questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Trooper Anderson. I want to ask you, you just testified, and I want to make sure I understand your testimony. You talked about witnessing Lieutenant Graham have his hand on Cadet Blake's collar.
Okay.
Was that in the pool or out?
That was outside the pool. Like I said, Blake had left the pool at one point and then he came back, and Lieutenant Graham had him by the shirt collar, and he kind of, I don't know if he like nudged him or what, but he had Blake by the pool, and that's when Blake re-entered the pool.
At what point in time did Blake leave the pool?
While we were still exercising.
And when you say leave the pool, do you mean he got physically out of the pool, or did he leave the pool area?
He was out the pool area and then he came back in.
And you were still in the pool area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you considered Blake to be someone who could swim, correct?
He was like a mid swimmer. He wasn't strong and he wasn't the weakest.
Okay, but he could swim.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And isn't it true that that Cadet Blake struggled with all of the physical workouts?
Absolutely.
And isn't it true that Cadet Blake got tired before everyone else did during all of the physical workouts?
Absolutely.
I don't have anything else.
No questions.
Okay. At one point, you said they threw him in the pool. Who is the day that you were referring to?
Okay, so like I said, Lieutenant Graham had Kevin by the collar, and I don't know if he pushed him or nudged him or whatever, but he had him and he walked him back to the pool, and that's when Blake re-entered the pool.
Because I noticed later you started using the word nudge. So when you use the word through and you
Right.
use the word nudge, you're talking about the same incident.
Yes.
And you're not sure whether it was actually throwing him in or just
like
encouraging him in a nudging way to get into the pool.
Right. I don't know if he threw him or nudged him in the pool, but I know he walked him back to the pool by the shirt collar, and then that's when Blake re-entered the pool.
Okay. Now, you also made reference to the trainers wanted him to finish, him being Blake. What did you mean when you said that?
So that like I said, that morning from the start, it started early that morning. Instructor was riding him about just working harder, or guess it was, I don't know if like they were riding him. I'm gonna say it like that. They were being tough on Blake from the beginning that morning, just about exercising and doing the workouts.
Was that the first time you ever noticed them
Oh
being
no,
rough?
no, that's not the first time.
Particularly on Cadet Blake?
No, it was often.
Did you have the impression that Cadet Blake had not finished the exercises yet?
I mean, he was struggling with the exercises, so it was obvious, yes, sir.
And what part of the pool was he in when he went back into the pool in this?
Towards the middle.
Do you know if it was deeper than 6 feet?
It might have been right at 6 feet, probably towards the middle, so it'd have been right at 6 or 7 feet.
All right, that's all I have.
Was the nudge in the pool before or after you heard Lieutenant Graham say, "Don't touch me"?
That was before, like I said, that part was towards the end when we were walking around drying off, is when Blake was in the pool by himself. And he was reaching out for help and he said, "Don't touch me," and yeah.
We call Broderick Griffin.
Yes, sir.
I'm through.
Wait, are you,
He's done.
you're done? Okay.
Yes. Broderick,
So you're released for the.
Yes.
rest of the day. Thank you.
All right.
Broderick Griffin.
Show him the right door.
He's a character.
Please use your microphone.
Yes, sir.
You always complain about me. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Just hold it.
The character. I like it. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he said it. Oh. Yes, ma'am. Whoa. Everybody's coming through a different door. Everybody's coming through a different door.
That's when.
Keep us on our toes.
That's when they're supposed to use actually. Use this door.
These people coming through.
Go, push it up.
Push it up.
Oh, no, yeah. Big guy. I've held people, I've held people in contempt for moving the furniture around.
All righty. Good afternoon, Trooper. How are you, sir?
Good, and you?
Could you please tell us your full name?
Broderick James Griffin.
Could you tell us your work address?
121 East Pont de Mouton in Lafayette.
What agency do you work for?
Sir?
What agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police.
What is your current title?
Trooper.
How long have you been a state trooper?
About a year and a half.
Were you a member of Cadet Class 100?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us your physical training exercise on a weekly basis?
Monday and Tuesday were body weight based, running, stuff like that. Wednesday was pool days. And Thursday and Friday were body weight as well.
Could you tell us what a pool day looks like?
Typically we would go down to the pool room in our BDUs, which are like a long sleeve pants and shirt, push-ups, sit-ups, swimming, treading water, stuff like that.
You know Mr. Kevin Blake?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
He was a cadet.
I'd like to bring your attention to the incident that took place on February 16, 2022 at the LSP Training Academy. Did you participate in the pool exercise on that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you have opportunity to see Kevin Blake?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what you observed on those days?
Like
at the pool.
At the pool?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a typical pool day. Doing push-ups, sit-ups, swimming, treading water. And I remember getting out of the pool once it was over, line up against the wall, which we always did to dry off. And Blake was still in the pool. Bunch of screaming. And I remember seeing Lieutenant Graham's back to me, like his back was to me from where I was. And I remember seeing like shoulders, and I just heard Blake screaming help and stuff like that.
Tell us what interaction you saw between Kevin Blake and Lieutenant Graham.
Asked and answered.
What was your reaction to the interaction between Kevin Blake and Lieutenant Graham?
That it wasn't cool. It wasn't right.
Tell us why you believe it wasn't cool, it wasn't right.
Because from my vantage point, it looked like they got physical. So I didn't agree with that. I didn't think it should have gotten physical.
How does that affect you?
Like personally,
Yes.
I mean, it didn't happen to me. I mean, kind of morale, but it didn't really happen to me.
I can hear you.
As for like morale, I mean, I guess it made me down, but it didn't really affect me that much.
Then I the witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham. I have a few questions for you. You just testified and you said they got physical. You were talking about both Lieutenant Graham and Cadet Blake?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when this was occurring, were you in that straight line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell me where you were in the pool area? Were you closer to the deep end of the pool or the shallow?
Probably like in the middle, more towards the shallow.
Okay. And were you instructed to keep facing forward?
Yes, ma'am. We always were.
Okay. And so was your face directed forward at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And there were other instructors still in the pool, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Wouldn't you characterize Blake's physical performance in the academy as lazy?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said essentially you saw Lieutenant Graham's, his back was to you at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't really see exactly what was going on, just as you called it, they got physical?
Yes, ma'am. It was more so like a shoulder movement.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
Any questions?
Rest.
Yes.
May this witness
Yes.
be released.
Geraldine. I'll come to Geraldine. Is he out there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, next.
Y'all table back. I was only talking about the contempt.
Each one, they give the thing went too long. I think, but. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Fine, how about yourself?
Can you give us your full name?
Alquanto Carradine,
Give us your work address.
trooper with Louisiana State Police, 2600 North Causeway Boulevard in Mandeville,
What agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police.
What is your current title at LSP?
Trooper.
How long have you been a trooper?
A year and 8 months. No.
Okay, did you participate in the cadet training 100?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us your physical training on a weekly basis?
We did a lot of CrossFit style workouts, of course, running push-ups. Wednesdays was pool days. And yeah, that's.
Can you tell us what a typical pool day looked like?
A lot of swimming, of course, in and outs, push-ups, squats, flutter kicks, things of that nature.
Do you remember former cadet Kevin Blake?
Yes, sir.
Tell us your opinion of him.
Blake he was a good guy. Struggled in the beginning with the physical portion of the academy, but he began to seemingly get better and progress well as the academy went on.
I'd like to bring your attention to the incident that happened on February the 16th, 2022 at the LSP Training Academy. Did you participate in the pool physical training on that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you have opportunity to see Kevin Blake while he was in the pool?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you saw.
Blake was kind of doing his own workouts had his own workouts going on with the instructors. He was getting smoked and disciplined, I guess you could say. And yeah, he wasn't doing what we were doing at the time.
Could you, this is the second time I'm hearing it. Can you tell us what the smoke means?
Just extra reps, I guess you could say. He was just doing more continuous reps during his workouts.
Do you tell us, did you see any interaction between Kevin Blake and Lieutenant Graham?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you saw.
Lieutenant Graham was giving him instructions during the smoke, to continue to get in, get out, things of that nature. And at one point, it was him and Cadet Blake, and Cadet Blake was getting a little fatigued, and I guess he went towards Lieutenant Graham, went for Lieutenant Graham, and Lieutenant Graham shoved him back away from him. And yeah.
What did you say you saw Lieutenant Graham did?
Shoved him away from him because Blake was coming towards him, I guess because he was very fatigued, and Lieutenant Graham shoved him back.
How does that make you feel?
I mean, I feel like Blake was at his breaking point, I guess you could say. He's real tired, real fatigued, and being in the water would have anybody, fearful or whatever. So, I mean, in my opinion, I guess it could have stopped.
Attend the witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham in this matter. So you would consider Cadet Blake to be a swimmer. He had the ability to swim, correct?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am. He was a swimmer.
Okay. And on the morning in question in full PT, was he happy to be at pool PT, or would you say he was kind of groaning and moaning and not happy to be there?
I mean, everyone kind of, I don't know anyone that was very happy to be at pool PT, but
what was Cadet Blake's normal reaction to physical performance? Would he complain and groan and moan about it?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. Was he doing it that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now you've used the term smoke, so I'm going to use that term as well since you've defined it. Other cadets during your training got smoked as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And wouldn't you agree with me that Cadet Blake got smoked, or he didn't get smoked any more than anyone else?
Somewhat. I think it was the added factor of the water that changed it.
Okay, on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And is that your opinion that it was the added factor of the water, or is that something that someone told you?
No, ma'am, that's my opinion. No one told me that.
Okay. When you saw the interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Cadet Blake, what were you doing at that time?
I don't know the exact activity I was doing, but I was considered a non-swimmer because I couldn't tread water. So I know at one point we were doing lunges. I know at one point we were doing in and outs. So.
Okay. And okay, so that day, were you in the shallow end then?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We were at the deeper end.
All right. Do you think you were still in the pool during this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you outside the pool, drying off, lining up?
We did do that at one point, but during the actual incident of what was been alleged, I believe that we were drying off or had dried off and were about to leave.
Okay. And so you were closer to the deep end. You're out of the pool, but closer to the deep end?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
said? All right. That's all the questions I have.
Any questions?
Witness free to leave.
Yes.
Free to go. Thank you.
Yes, and we call Captain Patrick Jackson. Two more. You're gonna need to see the video. Need to see the video. Okay. One more, please. Okay.
I found the original signature. For one of your exhibits.
Is he gone? Is he outside?
Okay,
Is Captain Jackson outside?
okay, and so that's on just the cover page. All right, I'll trade you.
Proceed, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Captain. How are you, sir?
Fine, sir. How are you?
And thank you. Could you please give us your full name?
Patrick Van Jackson,
Give us your work address.
7901 Independence Boulevard, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
What agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police,
What's your current title?
Captain Training Academy,
What was your title in February 16, 2022?
Operations Lieutenant, Training Academy.
So how long have you been the operational training academy?
Operating there or the Operations Lieutenant?
Operating as a lieutenant.
Ooh, I think I held that position for about 2 years, maybe, if that.
What's your current duties and assignment?
Currently to supervise the people who do the, we'll say the supervision, development, implementation, and evaluation of training programs.
When did you attain that position?
The rank of captain was attained about a year ago, sir.
Okay. What was your duties and responsibility as the operational lieutenant in 2022?
Same, once again, it was to supervise, develop, implement, and evaluate training programs such as in-service firearms, defensive tactics, and driving.
What's your role on a daily basis at the training academy?
Currently,
Yes, sir.
I'm the training academy captain, so I answer questions, send emails, and fix what needs to be fixed.
Did you have any involvement with the cadet training of class 100?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us what your involvement was.
I was the operations lieutenant, so in charge of the supervisors who handle the day-to-day activities as far as training with cadets.
I'd like to bring your attention to the incident of February 16, 2022 at a training academy. Do you remember former Cadet Blake?
Cadet Blake, yes.
Is it correct to say that you are not physically present on February 16, 2022?
Absolutely correct.
Say it again.
Correct.
How do you become aware of what took place when you were not there?
I heard whisperings in the hallway of event that may have taken place. And after I heard it about the third time, I went over to talk to Cadet Blake about the incident.
Were you interviewed also by IA?
Yes, I was.
During your interview, did you have any opportunity to view the video surveillance footage?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who showed you those video footage?
It was Sergeant Kibido and Trooper Washington, I believe.
How much of those videos did you see?
Probably about 6-7 minutes of video.
What was your reactions after you saw the video?
I was a little shocked, very surprised, and a little disheartened, I guess.
Can you tell us why you were shocked and a little surprised?
Shocked because the incident took place in our house. Surprised because it went all the way through, and disheartened because we had to now deal with it.
As an operational lieutenant, what was the best practice of handling a cadet that refuses to perform during the swimming exercise?
So that's a tough one. I don't think we had a operational order in place. It was just to continue to train the cadet until they actually showed improvement. It's hard to put your finger on. So we get people with certain talents and they're capable of doing certain things. And strangely enough, some of these people come in thinking they're really, really good at certain things. And that's a good thing as long as they're doing those certain things. However, when they're not doing those certain things, they kind of develop a mentality that they don't have to put in the extra work to do the things that are hard. So we have to try to encourage them to move forward, move along, to try to improve that person overall. And I believe we got caught up trying to improve someone this time who had made a conscious decision that he wasn't going to push himself anymore.
Did you have opportunity to review Lieutenant Graham incident report?
I believe I did review a portion of it.
Tell us what you review in the portion of Lieutenant Graham incident report.
Highlighted portion saying that Cadet Blake pushed his head under the water during the training exercise or something like that.
What was your reaction to those statements?
Well, I didn't see that happen. I watched the video with Internal Affairs and I watched it again with you. I didn't see any heads go underwater.
What was, as the operational lieutenant training as the operational lieutenant at that time in 2022, what was the best practice of training at the Louisiana State Police Academy at that time?
So the manual was actually still being developed. It's hard to say what the pool operations were, but the goal was for each cadet to complete whatever the given workout was at the time.
Did you know Lieutenant Graham?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Worked with him for quite a few years.
How many years did you work with him?
Easy now, that whole memory thing. So I'll say a couple. I did work with him in firearms and through training, so a couple of years.
Being able to work with him a couple of years, what is your interactions with him?
We worked hand in hand. He was the XO, I was the operations lieutenant. So day-to-day operations, dealing with cadets, dealing with issues as they come up. We worked side by side.
Another witness.
My name is Marianne White. and
Hi,
I
Marianne
represent-
White.
Hi, I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham, and I just have a few questions for you. So were you able during cadet class 100 prior to February 16th, 2022, observe Cadet Blake during pool PT training?
Yes.
Okay. Was it typical that you were there during pool PT?
Mm, So if I was there, I usually stand on the outside of the pool just to observe for a little while. And then I'd move back into the war room. The class was sometimes split, so yes.
And according to your observations, did you consider Blake to be a person who could swim?
Yes.
Now, as far as the training academy goes and the instructors and the role of the instructors, would you agree with me that what one of the roles is to push the cadets until they're comfortable with being uncomfortable?
To encourage them to do their absolute best. Yes, ma'am, I would.
Okay. And if a cadet is not completing the exercises that everyone else that day are completing, is the cadet expected to stay and to complete that training?
It depends on what the training is. So I'll go a little bit more in depth with that. You're only going to get so much juice out of an orange when you squeeze it. With Cadet Blake in particular, there was the ability to conduct every exercise that was put in front of him. The desire was lacking. So it was frustrating for the instructors, and we know that we're going to come across people, human beings, who frustrate us during the training process. And the goal is usually to rotate another instructor into the position when you start to get frustrated, so that you don't stay frustrated and you have to deal with that person. So yes, we want to encourage them to do their best, but at some point when we realize they have nothing left to give in their mind and they've made a decision that they won't do anymore, then it's time to have a different conversation with them. And that conversation sometimes leads them to decide to walk away from the agency.
Now, you testified that you were able to view about, you said 6 to 8 minutes, you
Yes.
believe, of the video?
I think
Okay.
so.
And in what you viewed, you saw other instructors, you saw Lieutenant Graham, but other instructors in the area as well, correct?
Sure did.
Okay. You testified that you were, I think you said the word disappointed. You may have used a different word, but your reaction to the video was disappointed. And you said one of the reasons was because it went all the way through. And I wanted to ask you to expand upon that. What do you mean by that?
Well, at some point, I felt like someone should have done something to stop it, clearly. And that was me watching the video that was shot from an angle of a camera that was 10 feet off the ground. This morning, however, I went to the pool because last night I didn't sleep, and sometimes that happens. And I got a couple of people who were not involved in this incident to get into the pool with me. And from inside of the pool, from their perspective, it didn't look like anything was going on. No matter how much we shoved, no matter how much we pushed, unless hands broke over to the top of the water, you couldn't really tell what was going on. So I was less frustrated at that point. And then I got up on the edge of the pool and I watched, and you could see a little bit more. You could see that when someone was shoved, the other person would move back just a little bit because they were in water, somewhat floating, and you could see a little bit more. However, when I climbed up the ladder to about the 9th rung and got a view from the camera where I could see over the top, totally different perspective, you could see everything that was going on in the water. That helped me because, once again, I couldn't understand why my guys weren't stopping this incident because it was going too far. Russell's professional, but he was frustrated on that day, and it happens. And it's usually my goal to tap someone out when they get frustrated. I failed him that day. I wasn't there, but he was frustrated because we knew that Blake had the ability and we wanted to keep him going. But he, like I said, he'd made a decision that he wasn't going any further. So yes, I was frustrated when I saw it initially. This morning, seeing it from different perspectives, it gave me a little bit of peace of mind because I don't think the guys really saw exactly what was going on the entire time.
Isn't there someone who sits on a lifeguard stand during?
Yes, there is. Before I end that though, that person is looking at everything that's occurring in a pool. He's not focused on that particular event. He's responsible for everyone he or she is responsible for everyone who's in the water. So for him to stop and look at one person for more than 10 seconds simply means he's doing it wrong.
Okay. You testified that Lieutenant Graham was frustrated, and you weren't there that day. And so how did Lieutenant Graham tell you he was frustrated?
That's your guy. You sure you want to ask that question?
Go ahead and answer the question.
Answer it.
Outstanding. I sure will. Thank you, ma'am. I will. Yes, he did.
All right.
And his words were, I needed you the other day.
Okay. Okay. All right. And one last question, when you viewed the video, didn't you let the investigator know that what you could see of Cadet Blake's swimming ability in the video was actually good, that he was actually swimming pretty well?
Yes, he was. He was capable.
That's all I have.
Yes, ma'am.
You have any redirect? Commissioners have any questions? I've just got one or two questions for you. At some point you said it gets to the point that you have to have a different conversation. You remember when you said that?
Yes, I do.
Is that different conversation either, do you want to finish this or do you want to quit?
It's something like that, sir. I usually have a conversation that my guys aren't privy to. And it deals with simply the mentality that we have to maintain in a professional law enforcement society. So if you're going to go out and do your best to save people who need to be saved in an emergency situation, you're going to have to push way past your area of comfort. Either you're willing to do that or you're not. So we can get you to that point where we know that you need to push yourself more, and then you make the decision whether you're going to push yourself more or you're not. And if you're not, you might make a better diesel truck driver. I'm not sure what it is, but this profession is probably not for you. And that's how my conversation usually goes. So.
But the appropriate conversation would be, if you're not willing to push, then you need to quit.
That's the short version.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
This witness released for the day? You were.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Colonel.
Why not do that? Oh, you gotta push the table too? Oh.
No, Colonel, not you. Maybe.
Good afternoon, Colonel. Could you please give us your full name,
Lamar Anthony Davis,
your work address, sir?
7919 Independence Boulevard, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70806.
What agency do you work for?
Louisiana State Police.
Tell us what's your title or position?
Deputy Secretary, Department of Public Safety Services, Superintendent of Louisiana State Police.
Just give us a brief of your duties and assignment.
Provide safety to the citizens of Louisiana and visitors through enforcement, training, regulation, and education.
I'd like to bring your attention to the incident that took place on February 16, 2022 at the LSP Training Academy between former Cadet Blakes and Lieutenant Graham. How do you become aware of this incident?
It was reported to me through the chain of command, whereby they advised that an incident took place between Lieutenant Graham and a cadet, Cadet Blake at the time, at which point a recommendation was made and requested to initiate an administrative investigation. Upon receiving that information, initially, I did a cursory review of that initial information, and I authorized an administrative investigation be conducted.
What was the result of the administrative investigation?
Lieutenant Graham was sustained on conduct unbecoming, at which point I administered along with the DRC, which is the Disciplinary Review Committee panel, administered discipline, 40-hour suspension.
Did you inform him of your intent to suspend him for 40 hours?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Finney, we already introduced all these exhibits into, this is the appellee exhibit 4, which is almost the same thing as the joint exhibit 1.
You're introducing the same exhibit as joint exhibit?
I'm just asking, you told me to, if I'm gonna.
Oh, you were just gonna let me know it's
That's-
already been introduced
what
as
you
joint
told me.
exhibit 1. Gotcha.
All right. So this exhibit is already in evidence.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. What did you consider in making your decision about Lieutenant Graham?
Well, whenever we make these decisions regarding discipline, there's a host of things that we take a look at. We look at the evidence that's been presented, obviously, the investigation. We look at the circumstance, the incident. We look at prior discipline of the individual, prior discipline of that similar type action. Tenure, time, and experience of the affected trooper, in this case, Lieutenant Graham, among some other things.
What other evidence did you consider? Did you see any other videos?
Definitely, as part of the evidence, I saw the video. Yes.
I'm sure that you are in the commission room. You saw some of the video as well.
Yes.
Did you saw a little clip or a complete surveillance video?
I saw portions of it. The portions that started off where there are no specific incidents, I did not look at that in its entirety. However, on multiple occasions, I viewed those incidents in question.
What did you conclude after you saw those videos?
Well, I concluded that Lieutenant Graham did conduct himself in a manner that was unbecoming. Based upon what I saw, Lieutenant Graham conducted himself in a manner that, one, exceeded the point of training value. 2, he conducted himself in a manner that caused the agency to be looked upon in a certain manner. It impacted morale, as you've already heard from the cadets, as well as potential staff or staff. But, he also conducted himself in a manner that's less reflective of who he is. I've known Lieutenant Graham for many years through the military as well as through state police in multiple capacities. So I know of his capability. I also know of his high moral standard. However, in this particular incident, he did not conduct himself in that manner.
What action did you took as a result of when you make your decision?
Well, again, in consideration of the Disciplinary Review Committee, Internal Affairs came in, they presented their case. Upon looking at it, I looked at several factors. On the high end, we looked at whether or not a battery took place. We have to look at all avenues. And again, looking at all of the other things inclusive of his history, his discipline and lack thereof, I decided not to go in that manner. I looked at the totality of circumstances with regards to what occurred with then Cadet Blake. And I settled on, again, conduct unbecoming. And that's where we sustained him on that particular policy violation.
Did you sign the suspension, the final letter?
Yes, sir.
And your decision was what? To suspend him for what?
40 hours.
Okay. You stand by that same decision as we stand?
I do. Unlike most, I have the unique experience to have, one, trained in the State Police Academy twice and completed twice at the Basic State Police Academy as well as the Trooper Academy. I have served as a defensive tactics instructor. I have served as a training and leadership instructor for the agency. And, you know, when I look at all of that, and again, not just through that lens, but through other lenses and the lens of knowing Lieutenant Graham, I have to consider not only the individual incident. You know, when we consider discipline, we have to also consider the impact to the individuals that's involved, also the impact to the culture and the agency. And the thing that was disturbing to me was, one, we had already gone through an incident prior to that put us in a similar position. So everyone should have known this is not something that we're going to tolerate. It's not something that we should conduct ourselves in that manner. And I think that was very frustrating. So that's why I settled on, again, 40 hours.
Another witness.
Colonel Davis, as I'm sure you're aware, you've been sitting in this whole time. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham. My name is Marion White. I have a few questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you review any of the audio recordings of the witness interviews as part of your decision making?
Yes, ma'am, I reviewed some of them.
Okay, do you remember which ones you reviewed?
Not at this moment. I review quite a bit of audios and such, but not at this moment.
Okay. And you said you watched the video surveillance footage of the incident, the pool incident?
Yes, the multiple incidents, not just the grabbing of the neck area, but also the repeated pushing, and that also played a part in my decision making.
Okay, but you didn't watch the entire morning workout from beginning to end?
No, ma'am.
And was there any, did you watch what we have viewed today where there's no audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree with me that the suspension letter that you issued to Lieutenant Russell Graham includes a synopsis of some of the witness interviews, but not all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and would you agree with me that that some of the witnesses that did have more favorable or positive opinions of Lieutenant Graham and his interactions were not included in the suspension letter?
Not in the suspension letter. However, it was communicated during the briefing from Internal Affairs.
Okay. For example, Sergeant Borcherding, do you have or you don't have it in front of you? I want to show you the suspension letter.
Yeah.
Reading that letter. You'll turn to that, and that's at the bottom. The last paragraph, it begins to talk about Sergeant Borcherding. In that paragraph, would you agree with me that it doesn't make any statement about, or that Sergeant Borcherding felt like your actions were not inappropriate? I mean, Lieutenant Graham's actions were not inappropriate?
Based upon this paragraph, that would be correct.
Okay, and I can point you to the IA report on page 15 where Sergeant Borcherding is quoted as saying that he felt like Lieutenant Graham's actions were not inappropriate if you would like for me to. Or if y'all want to stipulate that that's what it says.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Narrow. There's a narrow. There's narrow and narrow. Yes.
Is that yes, there's a stipulation?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's fine.
Okay, and also I want to look at with you in the suspension letter in reference to Captain Slayton. And that is on page 4. If you'll look at that, that's the second to last paragraph on page 4.
I thought we already stipulated to that.
To Slayton,
Yes. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me double check.
Clayton, you stipulated to.
Thank you.
Number 11.
I mean,
On the first
the first one, the first stipulation. The first one.
Okay, sorry.
All right.
I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So going back to the opinions, you would agree with me, would you not, that out of the 30, I believe it's 37, it was testified, it was over 35 witnesses, that the opinions on the interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Cadet Blake varied between some of the witnesses felt like it was appropriate and some of the witnesses felt like it was inappropriate. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so what I want to know is why were it appears that the favorable opinions were not considered in the decision to suspend Lieutenant Graham.
Speculation.
I think she's asking the question. Well, ask it as a question.
Okay,
Okay.
were those favorable opinions not considered in the decision?
All of them were considered. And again, as I mentioned before, when we look at discipline, we look at all of the facts, all of the evidence, and all of the information that's being presented. You know, when you look at whether it be workplace violence, battery, and all those other things that we considered, we looked at the totality of circumstance, and that was part of that totality. And that's why I did not go as high as I could have or with discipline. So that was considered. Yes, ma'am.
And just prior to this incident, had you not selected Lieutenant Graham to attend an FBI National Academy?
Objection relevancy.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Did you review Lieutenant Graham's personnel file in making the decision to suspend him for 40 hours?
I consulted with internal affairs regarding this personnel file. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you review his performance evaluations?
Not his performance evaluations. However, I did consult with his chain of command who provided summary of his performance.
Okay. And did you consider that there were no written guidelines in place with respect to cadet instructor interactions?
Yes, ma'am. That's always a part of my consideration as far as enhancing our agency, our training, and every aspect of it. So yes, ma'am, that was considered, that we did not have anything specific. But when you look at our job, there are multiple areas of our job that does not have a specific policy for everything that we do. There is a expectation based upon training and capability for us to perform our duties in a professional manner. And that's what we consider as well. We consider, as I mentioned before, his tenure, his training, his experience, his education, and things of that nature.
Did you consider progressive discipline instead of going straight into discipline, but counseling or a letter of reprimand?
Part of the incident that we consider is also egregiousness. And when we look at the level of egregiousness, when we're looking at multiple times of him placing his hands on a cadet, another employee, that was considered. So yes, ma'am, I did.
all I have.
I have a follow-up. Kind of, you use the word totality of circumstances. What is the best practice in a situation whereby a cadet is not performing in the pools?
Well, whether it be a cadet or anyone else, I have a standard, and it's coach, mentor, train, and retrain. And that's the way I push our leadership. I don't care who it is, because when we look at that situation, when we start to implement those types of behaviors in the academy, that manifests in our interactions in the public. And that's the problem. So if we're going to change the behavior with the interactions in the public, I mean, some of this is eerily similar to a situation that took place in the public where you have someone saying, please stop. And we're not. We cannot continue to afford to act in this way. Our communities nor our citizens expect us to act in this manner. So when we perpetuate that in the academy, then it manifests in our interactions in the public. And that's where safety and bad outcomes result. So again, when we look at totality of circumstance, those are all of the things we consider, and I have to consider as an agency head.
Do you consider Lieutenant Graham to be in a leadership position?
Yes, sir.
Do you consider him being in the rank of lieutenant to be a leadership position?
Yes, sir.
Do you consider Lieutenant Graham being an executive officer, XO, as you call it, in a leadership position?
Yes, sir.
Do you consider his role to be an important role within the agency?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
I do.
Commissioner Rique.
Colonel, how are you? I'll be quick because we are a full day here.
Sir.
Is it possible, I heard you use culture, and we all understand the culture is changing. The culture is changing everywhere, certainly in state police. And I commend you for the changes that you're making. And we sit up here and we talk about it every month with you and those kind of things. But, and I certainly haven't been through the State Police Academy. None of us have, other than Monty. But, I've talked to a lot of troopers in the however many years, 7 years I've been here. And you are a paramilitary organization. There is that drill sergeant type mentality. I've never been through it, but I can equate it to high school sports, when the coaches grab you by the face mask and when you're not doing what you're doing and dragging you around. When we were all growing up, that was pretty common. Now it's, unheard of. Is it possible lieutenants caught in a culture change where you're going from pushing cadets and, same thing, lifting weights, doing a bench press, you got 2 more in you, you're being lazy, come on, push it out. The same type of things on a long distance run, when they're walking instead of running, you want to quit, otherwise keep going. Is it possible that the culture's changing to where things that, again, and I'm not getting lost in the written policies. I don't understand how you have a written policy for everything, but the understanding of how the people train in the academy has to change because the culture's changing. And it just hasn't affected. It hadn't come down to everyone to understand that style of teaching. It's a question I've been sitting here thinking about since I started reading this, because things are changing, and I think we all recognize that. But
given what has occurred to our agency in the past 3+ years, we are now we're undergoing a DOJ investigation. I have a top to bottom assessment being conducted of our agency. So there is no doubt. On top of that, we had a similar incident prior to this incident, which resulted in cadets being physically harmed and having to go to the hospital. There is no mix-up as to how we're to conduct ourselves. And I made that clear to the academy staff upon taking this position. So there was no question about how we were going to conduct ourselves. And that's exactly why we're moving to an adult learning model at this particular time. I expect, and I will hold all of our personnel as they will hold me accountable for our actions. Okay. If they have questions, they are free to call, text, communicate with me, tell me what they like and don't like. But they are to perform themselves or perform their duties in a professional manner. And that there's no in between when it comes to that. Because of these things that we carry on the side of our hips, it changes the whole outcome of a potential situation. So we don't have the opportunities at times to say, oops, my bad. We have to change things rapidly. We have to be intentional and we have to be accountable. And that's what I expect of all of my people, as they expect of me.
Understand. But I guess back to my question, you correct me if I'm wrong, but you're pushing people both emotionally, mentally, and physically in the academy.
Yes, sir.
To breaking points to make sure, number one, you're weeding out people that can't mentally or emotionally or physically handle it. Is that a fair statement?
Not anymore.
That's what I'm saying. Not anymore. But let's say like when you went through, or some of these other people in the audience that are troopers went through, it was different then, correct?
It was
I'm not
different.
saying right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm saying it was different.
It was different then, but again, we're talking about cadet class 100, not cadet class 76.
Sure.
So things had already changed.
I guess
and
that's the
began to
heart of my
change.
question. When
Yes,
did
sir.
things start to change? Because that's where my question is. When things are changing, and I think you answered it to a stage where you said they understand what's expected out of you. What I'm just trying to make sure is, what's coming from the top to everybody at that academy that's training is not necessarily a written policy and procedure, but they understand we're not doing X, Y, and Z anymore. We're replacing that with A, B, and C.
I made that clear upon us having that academy class.
Okay. That was my question. I appreciate your answer.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions?
I'll pass on the questions I had.
Yes, it's really.
No.
Chair.
I can't leave.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna let you.
Mr. Chairman, the appellee rest.
Why do you have any witnesses?
I do, and we'll try to move along fast. I'm gonna,
You take, as with this, with the agency, present what you need to present. Nobody is trying to stop anyone from presenting what they need to present.
yeah. I
Okay.
understand. Okay, I called Trooper Leanne Hodges. Yes.
Or anything for them.
Yes, ma'am.
Afternoon, Trooper Hodges. My name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham, and I just have a few questions for you. Please go ahead and state your name and how you're employed.
Yes, ma'am. Leanne Hodges. I'm the Public Information Officer at Troop G, Louisiana State Police.
How long have you been employed?
Almost 2 years.
And which cadet class did you come through?
100.
Are you familiar with Kevin Blake?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with his physical performance during physical training?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just briefly describe his physical performance?
Yes, ma'am. In the very beginning of the academy, he struggled a lot and he had gotten better, but even during every PT session, like morning session and everything like that, he had always struggled to keep up.
Okay, all right. And were you present? Oh, let me ask you this. Were you familiar with Kevin Blake prior to the training academy?
Yes, ma'am.
How was that?
We would swim together at the YMCA with other cadets as well.
Okay. And what did you observe about his swimming capabilities?
That he could swim.
Okay. Were you present for pool physical training on February 16th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you observe any interactions between Lieutenant Graham and Kevin Blake?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me what you observed.
Yes, ma'am. We were lined up on the right side of the wall inside of the pool area. And Kevin and Lieutenant Graham were partially in the shallow end of the pool. And when I did look, Lieutenant Graham basically had a lapel grab on Kevin's clothing. And he was just holding him up out of the water.
Okay, all right. And is it fair to say that you informed the, let me ask you this first. Did you participate in a interview with Internal Affairs?
Yes,
for this
ma'am.
Investigation?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
all right. And did you tell the Internal Affairs investigators that you didn't see anything appropriate occurring between Lieutenant Graham and Kevin Blake?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And it didn't have any negative effect on you at all as a cadet?
No, ma'am, it did not.
And also, in your opinion, did you state that you felt like Cadet Blake should have been able to complete all of the workout for that day?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
In the direct.
Commissioners,
That's not,
No.
that's not in the.
this witness free to go.
Yes, I don't need this witness.
Thank you. Thank you.
that's not in the-
Okay, I call Trooper Roy Jones.
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 Oh, yeah. Got water. I'm just gonna add some more stuff to it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good, good.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Trooper Jones. My name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham in this matter. I have a few questions for you. Can you go ahead and state your name for the record, please?
Roy Jones,
And how are you employed?
Louisiana State Police,
Okay. And how long have you been with Louisiana State Police?
since 21,
Okay, which cadet class did you come in through?
100.
Are you familiar with Lieutenant Graham?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you have an occasion to train with Lieutenant Graham during full PT?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you describe your interactions with Lieutenant Graham?
I didn't have any bad interactions with him. He taught me how to swim. He worked with me late at night. Well, after training was over, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, did you ever witness an occasion where Lieutenant Graham was harsh with you or pushed you to do better and to do more?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And how did you feel when Lieutenant Graham would do that?
Motivated me and pushed me to do better, like every other employee with state police.
Okay. When you began your training in the academy, were you comfortable being in the pool?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you consider yourself to not be a swimmer at that
Yes, ma'am.
time? Okay. All right. Would you consider that, would you say that you were scared of the water?
Absolutely.
Okay. When you completed your time at the academy, were you able to swim?
Yes, ma'am.
And to what do you attribute that to?
Training with Lieutenant Graham and everybody else in the pool, some of the other staff members at the academy.
Okay. When you were training with Lieutenant Graham during the academy, did he ever push or pull you while you were in the pool?
So at one incident, I was going to the deep end and I had a panic, like somewhat like a panic attack because it was getting deep. And he grabbed me right here and was like, no, relax. You're not going to drown. And I was still freaking out. And he was like, just get out the water. So we went work on the other side of the pool.
Okay. Did you ever specifically ask to train with Lieutenant Graham for pool physical therapy?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, not
Sin-
physical therapy, physical training.
Yes, ma'am. After that incident,
Okay. And so, do you believe that your ability to swim helped you graduate from the academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to swim the length of the pool at the end of the training academy? Okay,
Lieutenant Graham, couple nights, like I said, we stayed after hours and we would work on treading water and going in the deep end. And I swam the whole length of the pool with him, just me and him in there.
when you were training with Lieutenant Graham in the pool, did he ever yell at you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how did you perceive that when he yelled at you?
Just everybody yelled at me at the academy. It was normal. I didn't take it personal.
Did any of the instructors ever appear to be angry when they were yelling at you during the academy?
Not like they treated us all the same, you ask me.
Okay. But when they're yelling, I mean, did they appear angry?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I have.
I have a few questions for you. You said you panic in the deep water and Lieutenant Graham asked you to get out of the water.
Whenever I panic, yes, sir.
He didn't grab you in the throat, did he?
If he grabbed, yeah, he grabbed my clothes right here at first.
Did he grab you in the throat area?
In
did
my
he?
throat? No, he grabbed me right here in the shirt.
That's all I have.
Any redirect? Commissioners? We have none.
Free to go, Mary Ann?
Yeah.
Could I ask one redirect?
You already said no, but go ahead. Is it related to what he asked?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
When I'm sorry, when Lieutenant Graham grabbed you, had you grabbed him originally, like first?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
All right.
He's free to go.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I call Elaine. Camarasano.
Who?
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, do you need to tell him?
Want to remind you that you're in name of it.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham. I just have some questions for you. Can you state your name and how you're employed, please?
Okay, Elaine Camrosano, and I'm a registered nurse with the Training Academy.
Thank you. How long have you been with the Training
A
Academy?
little over 6 years.
Okay, so tell me, what do you do as far as what are your daily duties or position duties?
I mainly work with the cadets when they're there to make sure they're safe, and if they get hurt, then I help them or get them to medical care or administer care.
Okay. As part of your duties, do you also assess cadets for physical performance as well as far as heart rate monitoring and things like that?
And yes, and for safety precautions too. Yes,
Okay, all right. Are you familiar with Kevin Blake?
yes.
Did you do any assessments on Kevin Blake?
Seems like that I did see him for some couple of injuries. I couldn't tell you exactly what.
All right. Did you do any monitoring of his heart rate during physical training?
I really don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Do you recall, let me ask this. While the cadets are training specifically during pool physical training, are you routinely present?
Yes.
In the pool area?
Yes,
Okay, and what is your role?
just to oversee and make sure that no one needs my attention medically.
Okay, and were you present on February 16, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and did you observe Kevin Blake that day?
I've served all the cadets, yes.
Okay, did you observe that Kevin Blake needed any sort of treatment or had any sort of injury that day?
I don't think he had an injury that day.
Did you observe an interaction between Cadet Blake and Lieutenant Graham that day?
I watched the workout that they had, and I know the interaction was with the workout as far as all the cadets.
Okay.
There wasn't anything that I noticed out of line.
Okay, so you didn't observe anything out of the ordinary that day?
No,
And were you present the entire session that day?
I was.
That's all the questions I have.
No question?
Commission? Questions? Witness free to go? You are free to go.
I'm gonna call Captain Slayton, JB Slayton.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham, and I have some questions for you today.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name and how you're employed?
Captain JB Slayton, employed with Louisiana State Police in the Gaming Enforcement Division.
Okay. How long have you been in that position?
14 months.
Okay, so in February of 2022, what position did you hold?
I was the captain and commander of the training academy.
Okay, and what are your duties as captain and commander of training academy?
Oversaw all of training for state police, to cadet training, in-service training, everything that falls under, to include Gestec facility, the 1,600 acre facility out in Zachary.
Okay, how long did you perform that role?
2 years.
Okay, and what did you do before that?
I was the captain commander of public affairs and recruiting.
Did that? Never mind. How long in total did you spend at the training academy?
2 years to the day.
Today, okay. And how many cadet classes would that be?
Just one.
Which one? Are you familiar with Kevin Blake, a cadet who came through training academy?
Yes, I am.
Did you have an opportunity to observe him during his physical training?
I did.
Can you provide your observations?
My observations were that on several occasions he would perform the training, but would do it usually on a basis where he was last on most things. And if you wanted to put an adjective to it or coin it, he was probably one of the lazier cadets within the academy.
Okay. right. Was this consistent throughout his time at the academy?
As far as physical training is, I would say yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the swimming goes during pool physical training, was Blake in the category of someone who could swim, or was he a non-swimmer? Do you know?
My recollection was at the beginning of the academy, we talked to the cadets, asked the cadets who was strong swimmer, who wasn't. And anybody that could swim was put in a certain category. And from my recollection, he was put in the category of people that could swim or were comfortable swimming.
Do you recall if you were present for pool physical training on February 16, 2022?
I was in the field house, which is the entire building where the pool is located. I was not overseeing the physical training that morning, so but as the commander, I was in and out of the pool area and in the gym area. So I was present, but not the entire time.
Okay. Did you witness any interactions between the instructors and Cadet Blake that day?
I did initially.
Okay, can you describe those for us?
Yeah, it kind of started with the pool workout and the different exercises that they were doing. Cadet Blake was showing signs of lack of effort type of things, and usually when that would occur, staff members would interact specifically with those cadets. And that's exactly what happened in this situation. There was some exercises where they were getting jumping in the pool, getting out of the pool, doing air squats and those type of things. And while other cadets were doing the exercises, Cadet Blake would fall behind. And he'd be getting out of the pool while others had already finished their air squats and whatnot, were jumping in. So some of the staff members specifically dealt with Cadet Blake while he was falling behind on his exercises.
Okay. And the exercise, what was the exercise that he was supposed to be doing?
From my recollection that day, there was treading water, getting in and out of the pool, jumping in, climbing out of the pool. I think air squats were part of it. I don't know for certain if push-ups were part of it, but that's routine type of exercise on the pool, in the pool area.
Okay. Was he supposed to be swimming at all from one edge to the other?
Yeah, I think they were swimming from the short end to the other short end of the pool, and they would get out on both ends of the pool, do the exercises and whatnot. So yeah, that was part of it, swimming across the short length of the pool.
Would you, in your role during Cadet Class 100's Training Academy, did you participate routinely or did you observe routinely the physical training portion?
So this was my first class, so I didn't want to be at every training session. I didn't want to be in a micromanage type of role, but I wanted to learn, observe, watch, also supervise. So without knowing an exact amount of time that I was present for training sessions, I would say I was probably there half of the time, maybe less.
Was this the first instance where you observed that Cadet Blake was having to kind of be singled out and moved off by himself to work with instructors?
No, it was not the first time.
Okay. Did you, were you present during the training that day when Cadet Blake was the only cadet in the pool?
I do not recall. I don't recall seeing him alone in the pool.
Did you give an interview or participate in an interview with Internal Affairs for this incident?
I did, yes.
Did you ever at any point in time see video surveillance footage of an interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Cadet Blake in the pool?
I did.
Okay. And, what was your opinion of that interaction that you viewed?
So my opinion of it was that the optics of it were not good. And it was optics that I felt that I was going to need to make some changes within the training academy, standard operating procedures, our SOPs, which we had updated a lot prior to the start of this academy. But that was one aspect of it. As far as the optics, I also felt that I needed to change some of the things that we did as far as a staff, as it relates to lieutenants being involved in training. I came in and I had a large staff of troopers and supervisors that had a lot of experience in training, which included Lieutenant Graham. He was in training previously before he was a lieutenant. Lieutenant Robinson was on staff. I know he was in training from the time he was a trooper and a sergeant. And they were, at this point, they were, I don't want to say routinely, but a lot of times they were involved in the training. And so after watching the video and hearing about the incident and getting incident reports, I felt that I was going to have to make some changes to our standard operating procedures to where we would eliminate any confusion between the troopers and the sergeants that run the day-to-day training. And also to, if a situation like this arises, I felt that there was something that we should put in place where if one instructor is too engaged with somebody for too long, that we need to have something in place where another instructor will take over for that individual, so that one interaction with one cadet doesn't last too long. So does that answer your question?
I believe so. Now, from a training standpoint, though, you didn't view anything that Lieutenant Graham was doing to be malicious or with any ill intent towards. Cadet Blake, did you?
Objection. Thank you.
Sorry. From a training standpoint, did you understand what Lieutenant Graham, what the interaction, did you understand why Lieutenant Graham was interacting with Cadet Blake in the manner he was?
I would say yes, I did. And I would say that was a routine thing that took place with several cadets throughout other training as well, specifically to this physical training. I will say that after watching the video and seeing the duration and whatnot, and the things that I mentioned a minute ago about things that I would want to change in the standard operating procedures, the duration of what took place was a concern for me as well. So I would say that I did understand where he was coming from and what the intent was that he was trying to do with Cadet Blake. But I felt that as the commander, with some changes that I would need to make would be the duration of his, because I feel that although intentions may be one thing, if you're not getting the response that you feel you need to get, then that's, something needs to change from that standpoint.
Did you, after the event, did you have a counseling or a meeting, I guess I should say, with Lieutenant Graham and the other lieutenants?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And at that point in time, what was the directive given to the lieutenants?
Am I allowed to look at my incident report that I have? This is my.
Go ahead, Ms. White.
Okay, we haven't introduced that into evidence.
Okay.
his incident
Well, this
report.
is mine. This isn't a signed copy that I.
We got it.
Okay. Can you ask your question again, please?
Okay, let me ask again. Let me try to remember. I'm sorry.
I think the question was, what did I go over in that meeting? with.
Yes, you had a meeting with the lieutenants, and what was discussed during that meeting?
So in that meeting, the main things that were discussed was what I had mentioned previously about some of the practices that I felt we needed to change moving forward with this cadet class verbally, but in future cadet classes, changing the standard operating procedures and whatnot, which was telling the lieutenants I felt that they needed to take a step back from training, although they have an extensive background in training and experience in training. I felt that the role of the lieutenants should be their lieutenant roles, and the training roles that they held as sergeants and troopers should be left to the current troopers and sergeants. So the main portion of that conversation was that our lieutenants need to do more of our lieutenant roles and only be involved in training if we were shorthanded and or requested to do so.
Prior to February 16, 2022, those topics had not been covered with the lieutenants. Is that correct?
That's correct. I would say yes. And to follow up on that question, this was my first academy class as the captain, and the staff that was in place had extensive experience, to include 3 of my 4 lieutenants had been in training from the time they were sergeants, troopers, and lieutenants. So I felt that utilizing their knowledge and experience was positive and something that I felt I wanted to do.
Now, did you serve as Lieutenant Graham's evaluating supervisor during your time at the training academy?
I did.
And do you recall if you evaluated him?
I did evaluate him.
Okay. And I want to show you that evaluation if I can. Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Well, it's our record. So that's the
Captain Slayton, does this look like the performance evaluation you gave for Lieutenant Graham?
Yes, it does.
And what rating did you give him?
The
I'm
rate,
going to object, Mr. Chairman, I don't see the relevance of PES.
Directed to
Oh,
Ms. Feeney.
Ms. Finney, I'm sorry.
Question is, was this evaluation before or after February 16th in terms of relevancy?
This was before.
I don't see the relevancy either.
Well,
Here.
This is saying that-
Did you provide any input the following year for Lieutenant Graham's evaluation?
I'd have to look at it and see, because we were transferred. I was transferred May 18th of 21, and the evaluation period is usually in August. So I would have to look at that one to see if I provided notes to Captain Jackson, who would have completed it. Actually, it would have been completed by his commander in fleet.
May I approach with the evaluation following the incident?
Yes.
Now, this evaluation is not one that you drafted, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you were no longer Lieutenant Graham's supervisor at the time of this, the deadline for this evaluation. Would you agree with me that it's signed? If you look on page 2, the evaluation session was signed by Lieutenant Graham on August 31st of 2022.
Yes,
But the year, the performance period was July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022.
that's
Is that
correct.
Okay, thank you. And if you look on the last page, I'm sorry, not the last page, second to last page, where it says documentations and comments.
I'm gonna have to make an objection to this document. This is not something that is related to his activities with the training academy. This is something that is related to a different area of the department.
I think she just established it was for the performance period, July 1, 21 through 6/30/2022.
But in the fleet section, it's not with the training.
So he has separate evaluations for different areas of employment.
No, Lieutenant Graham was employed, we haven't established, we don't have his testimony yet, but he was employed at least in the training academy through February 16th, 2022, because he was present there.
But it was transferred.
During the period of time that evaluation covers.
Yeah, this
That
period
evaluation.
covers that.
Yes.
Are you still thinking? I
Yeah,
mean, what's happening?
I don't think it's evaluation from the training academy. My objection still stands. You can make a ruling.
The relevance is it covers the period of time in question. It covers the incident. He was with the training academy as the XO, and yes, he was transferred at some point before this evaluation was conducted. And so it covers the period of time that we are here today discussing.
I'll let the question continue. And I mean, first of all, we're not even certain that this witness participated in this evaluation. So we're trying to just get to that point, are we not?
Correct.
Yeah.
I just have one question
Okay,
about the document. So I can proceed?
yes.
Okay. All right. Do you see in this document where it says on the second sentence of that page that says documentation and comments, it says, I spoke to his previous supervisor, Captain J.B. Slayton, who advised Lieutenant Graham's work was exceptional while assigned to the training academy.
Yes, I see that.
Did you provide that feedback to his supervisor?
In a verbal conversation with Captain Kilgore, we spoke about it, yes.
Okay.
And the way it sometimes works is sometimes previous supervisors, when it crosses over into sections during that time frame, it's kind of handled different. Sometimes the current commander will call the old commander or the old lieutenant and get the verbally some notes, or sometimes notes will be typed out and provided and attached to this. In this situation, it was a phone call and minimal verbiage that was put in here by Captain Kilgore.
Okay. Do you recall by chance when Lieutenant Graham was transferred out of the training academy?
I was transferred May 18th and he was transferred shortly before me. So either late April or early May.
All right, that's all I have for this witness.
I have something to follow up. You testified a few minutes ago that you have been in the training academy commander for 2 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Cadet class 100 is your first class,
That's correct.
and that was during the COVID, I believe.
I came in during COVID. So that was the first class after COVID.
So you have a limited interactions with the cadets, is that correct?
I think that's a fair statement.
Is it safe to say that you do not, on a daily basis, interject yourself into the daily operations of the training regime?
That's a fair statement, and that would be by design. But yes, sir, that's a fair statement.
So the way you become aware of situation awareness is when you talk to your assistants.
Yes, sir.
That would be like
My lieutenants.
your lieutenant,
Yes, sir.
even your sergeants, like Sergeant Corey Bushidin,
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Patrick Jackson, and
Even my troopers, but yes, sir.
okay, all right. You discussed a few minutes ago that Cadet Blake interaction with with Lieutenant Graham optics was not good. Is that your testimony?
I wouldn't say interaction, I would say observations. Yes,
Observation.
sir.
On February 16, 2022, you are not all the time present in the pool area, correct?
Correct.
In times on February 16, 2022, you did not see the struggle between Kevin Blake and Lieutenant Graham in the swimming pool, did you?
I did not.
In fact, the video surveillance does not indicate that you are in the pool area at that time.
That's correct.
Did you have opportunity? You have opportunity to look at the video surveillance.
I have, yes, sir.
Did you have opportunity to read Lieutenant Graham incident report?
Yes, I was the one that requested the incident report from Lieutenant Graham.
Tell us, what did you, when you read in his report, this statement, I reach up and grab him by the throat and immediately release his grip. Oh, how did you feel about that statement?
Well, I looked at it from the standpoint of was it a emotional, malicious interaction with a cadet? And I had conversations with Sergeant Borcherding and Lieutenant Jackson's. They're the ones that brought the incident to my attention, which is why I got incident reports from Cadet Blake and Lieutenant Graham, and then Corey Borcherding, Sergeant Borcherding sent it all to me as a package. And when he did, Cadet Blake had already resigned from the academy. So I put together what I had and I sent it up to Major McClendon to advise him of the situation that I knew thus far.
I'm going to show you this exhibit 2.
Yes, that's what I have in my folder.
You identify what that document is?
That is the incident report from me to Major David McClendon, that is dated 3/30/2022.
At the time when you wrote that report, was Lieutenant Graham still involved with training academy?
He is still executive officer at the training academy. Yes, sir.
What was the instruction given to you by Major McClendon at that time?
The reason that this incident report was requested and that I sent it to Major David McClendon was because on a subsequent day, Lieutenant Graham had assisted in a swimming exercise. And however, Major McClendon was made aware of it. He called me and I looked into the situation to figure out what transpired. And he requested that I do an incident report about it.
I would like to introduce this exhibit 2 into evidence.
I'm going to object. This is not included in the suspension letter. And so I don't think it should be made part of these proceedings.
If it's not in the suspension letter, it is beyond the scope of what should be admitted.
Right. We proceed.
Sustained.
Did you have a duty to provide a safe training environment?
Yes.
Did you feel the interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Kevin Blake went too long?
Like I stated earlier, I think after evaluating and seeing the video and the time frame, I felt that it was a situation that went too long as far as Lieutenant Graham one-on-one with Cadet Blake. I felt that there was something that we should change, or I should change within our standard operating procedures, where one trooper sergeant, one trainer doesn't interact with one cadet for too long. I felt in this situation, the one-on-one was too long. And I felt that with our staff members that were present and in the pool, that we should have a standard operating procedure where another trainer should step in with the intent to hopefully get the reaction that the other one can't get.
My last question to you, sir. As a result of this incident and you speaking with Major McClellan, were you ordered that Lieutenant Graham should have zero interaction with the cadet?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
As a result of this incident and the follow-up with Major McClellan, were you instructed that Lieutenant Graham should not have interaction with the cadet?
After the second incident in the pool that prompted this incident report, I did have a conversation with Lieutenant Graham and advised him to have zero contact with cadets.
That's what I have. Yes, that's what I have. Right in the report.
Can you redirect?
Just want to check it.
Wait, are we gonna have any redirect?
No, no redirect.
Commissioners, any questions? Is this witness free to go?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we need to take about a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Trooper Drago. My name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham in this matter, and I have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name and how you're employed?
Joseph Drago, Louisiana State Police Training Academy Firearms Unit.
Training Academy, what?
Firearms Unit,
Firearms, okay. And how long have you been in that position?
3.5 years in the firearms.
What position did you hold before then?
Troop L. Road trooper at Troop L.
Okay, all right. How long have you been a trooper?
5.5.
All right. So how many cadet classes have you participated in?
Four.
All right. Are you familiar with a cadet that came through named Kevin Blake?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to observe him during physical training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How often did you, for that cadet class, which was cadet 100, class 100, how often would you observe physical training in the pool specifically?
To give you an accurate count of how many times, I wouldn't be able to do that. But anytime that there was any type of training in the water tank, we would have to be there as certified lifeguards through Red Cross. So we would pretty much be at every one, whatever number that is, it would be pretty close to that. I'd say at least 90% of.
Okay. And so you had an opportunity to observe Cadet Blake during pool training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Pretty much any PT we would go to as a staff, being a lifeguard and CrossFit level 1 certified, we would pretty much run myself and several other troopers, Trooper Howard and so forth, would run the trainings.
And you stated you are lifeguard certified?
Yes, ma'am, through Red Cross.
When did you get that certification?
So 2-year certification, we just renewed in July, excuse me. So 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago.
Okay. Can you provide your observations of Cadet Blake during pool PT training while he was at the academy?
To limit it to that wouldn't be an accurate depiction. Just overall PT standards for Cadet Blake was.
Question she asked. you.
Sir.
Answer the question she asked you. If she
Oh,
needs
okay.
some more questions, she'll ask you more.
Yes, sir. As far as the PT in the pool, it was not adequate. You know, he wasn't training as much as the other cadets were training, I guess is the easiest way to say that.
Did you have an opportunity to observe his swimming capability?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your opinion of that?
He was capable swimmer.
Okay, all right. As far as physical training in other areas, what were your observations of Cadet Blake?
Again, he had the capability physically to do the training, but he just would not exert any energy during the trainings. So we put heart rate monitors and such on him at times, and they were below par as far as what your BPM should be for the amount of work that they should have been doing, should I say. And other cadets would be sitting in a pool of sweat and he wouldn't hardly have any perspiration on him at all.
Okay. At the times that you observed Cadet Blake not exerting the effort, like you said, was Cadet Blake excused from the workout or are able to do less of the workout than the other cadets?
Normally we would, if there was some type of formation to it, we would pull them out of that formation, put them to the side and try to do some type of remedial with them, whatever that may look like for whatever we were doing that day, in order to let the other cadets continue to train at a certain level. And then we would do something different with them.
Okay. Cadet Blake's physical performance, was it consistent throughout the academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall if you were engaged or involved in pool PT training on February 16, 2022?
Again, to give you the exact date, I would be lying to you, but more than likely, yes, ma'am. If that's the date in question, then yes.
Okay, that is the date in question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, can you just explain to the commissioners what you observed that day and your participation?
So the cadets were swimming back and forth, which is the width of the pool. During that, he fell behind. Cadet Blake fell behind several times. During that, he would hold on to the side of the wall and just would not exert any energy. Whenever he was told to continue to PT and continue to do it, he would say that he didn't want to do it anymore, and so on and so forth. And we told him, or several times people told him if he didn't want to do it anymore, he could get up and get out of the pool and resign or do whatever, but he had to participate as part of the training with the PT swim.
Okay. Do you recall if Cadet Blake remained in the pool after the others had gotten out that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was your understanding of the purpose of that?
For him to make up the reps that he didn't get during the normal PT session.
Okay, so he had not completed the reps that the other cadets had done?
Yes, ma'am. He had not.
Did you remain in the pool with Blake?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, why were you there?
As a lifeguard.
Who else was there?
Lieutenant Graham.
Anyone else?
Outside the pool, I'm not sure.
Did Blake do the exercises that he was instructed to do?
Yes and no.
Okay, can you explain?
So he would swim for a moment, but he kept going to the edge of the wall and grabbing the wall. And he would sit there for an extended period of time. We'd tell him to continue to swim, and he just would refuse the commands that were given to him to continue to swim.
Okay, and grabbing onto the side of the pool wall, was that allowed?
It was, but only when, so if you had to swim the width of the pool and come back, and you could stay there, because generally there were two groups going. So there'd be one group on one side, one group on the other. When that process is happening, one group stays against the wall while the other group swims back and forth. And then we let them go, just so they're not crossing each other in the middle of the pool, so we don't have to worry about any type of collisions.
Okay, but during this occurrence, I think you testified Cadet Blake was swimming alone.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay, so was he under a direction not to grab onto the edge of the pool?
Yes, ma'am.
What about, were there any other directives given to him as far as the swimming instruction went?
No, ma'am.
What about
Nothing.
touching the bottom of the pool?
I don't recall that.
Did you witness any physical interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Cadet Blake?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was your opinion of that interaction?
I believe at the time Cadet Blake was supposed to be treading water. He kept saying he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. Myself and Lieutenant Graham were in the pool. Lieutenant Graham was closer to him in proximity than I was. He kept saying he couldn't do it, and he kept telling me just continue to swim, continue to swim. We weren't at the deep end of the pool. We were more or less in a little bit over 6 foot of water. And he kept saying he couldn't do it. And then he reached out and started grabbing towards Lieutenant Graham, at which time I saw Lieutenant Graham kind of disengage from that, swim away, and then he was told to get out of the pool.
As far as from a training perspective, what is your opinion of how Lieutenant Graham handled that interaction?
It was in par with what they teach us. So if you have a drowning victim and you do a front approach on them, it's not preferred as a lifeguard to do a front approach. But if the victim is coming towards you, you have to do what you have to do in order not to be a victim yourself. So they teach you to dive under and try to come from behind them in order to get them from behind, so they're not drowning you and you can rescue them.
Okay,
But the first step of that would be to break contact with them.
okay. In this situation, did you perceive that Cadet Blake was drowning?
I didn't think he was drowning. I think he was more or less panicking for whatever reason.
As far as Cadet Blake's physical exertion at this point in time, were you of the opinion that he needed a break or was exhausted at this point?
That's hard for me to say. For what I watched the other cadets do, I would say no. But, each person has individual abilities. It'd be hard for me to say. I would honestly, in my opinion, I don't think he should have been as tired as he claimed to be.
I don't have any further questions.
Oh. Rodrigo, I ask a few questions for you, sir. You are a certified lifeguard, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a lifeguard, you have training on how to rescue someone in the water, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the qualities of a lifeguard is to act appropriately in an emergency situation in the pool. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
One of the qualities of a lifeguard is to act appropriately in an emergency situation in the pool. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And also one of the qualities of a lifeguard is to remain calm in an emergency situation.
Yes.
Cool. All right. During the pool exercises on February 16, 2022, you observed Cadet Blake struggling to complete the pool exercise, did you?
Yeah, I guess so, in his opinion.
You observe him stopping at the edge of the pool at each lap, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you observe Kevin Blake take an extended break at the edge of the pool?
Take a what break, sir?
Extended break.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you started swimming in front of Kevin Blake, correct?
Swimming in front of him? Yes, sir.
And then he followed your guide, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not pull him, did you?
Pull him?
Who?
Oh, no, sir.
You did not push him, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. I would like to play a very small portion of your interactions because I was able to identify you.
Okay.
I'm going to object. Lieutenant Drago's interactions with Cadet Blake are not part of the suspension letter and are not on part of the issue here today.
I think it's pertinent to the facts of what happened at that day, and it should be allowed. Overruled.
Yeah, this is. You got a little bit bigger. I want to see. If you see yourself, you identify who you are. Right, Blake. Is that you right here?
He's looking back.
Okay, he's looking at the other one.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't see that. I can't see that.
Right, so can you stand there?
I'm sorry.
Can you identify who you are in that
Tell him
video
he can
clip?
go to the
You
screen.
could go to the screen if you want to, because I wanted it to see. All right, keep playing. You can go. Stay. Really wanted to show.
At what time?
6:45.
Needs to go back.
Go back a little
Go
bit.
back to 6:45.
Go back just a little bit. Yeah, go back just a little bit.
No, back a little bit more.
Just a little bit. All right,
Yes,
good. Did you identify who you are on this? Okay.
you can play Molly.
See yourself. Else.
Push.
See right here, right? Yes. Okay. Please pay attention. Oh, the one I really, that's not the one I really.
Which is the one? It's a 645.
Yeah, I want to look for it. Keep playing.
You can't see.
I can't see.
Kinda like-
Oh, because I really wanted to see. Oh, what's their time? Did you identify, do you see yourself here?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still in the middle of the pool myself and Lieutenant Davis.
That was some time he was responding to you.
Don't do. Right there.
Yeah, that's it right here.
And what the number is?
Thank you.
Here.
Yeah, it is. That's you right here.
Yes, I believe that's.
Okay. So. All right. That's the you right here? Yes. All right. And that's Mr. Blake? Yes.
He's swimming toward it. He's
Thank
swimming
you.
toward it.
All right. My question to you before we. There's no audio, but in that clip, could you describe for us? Did you notice that Kevin Blake was responding to you while you were swimming in his front,
He was swimming back and I got in front of him.
but you never pull him, correct?
No, sir.
You never push him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point, you observe Lieutenant Graham interaction with Kevin Blake, correct? At what point did you leave the pool, the tank area?
I'm sorry.
At what point did you leave the tank area?
Leave the pool.
The pool area, at what point?
Oh,
did
I'm
you-
sorry, the pool area. Man, I apologize. I can't hardly hear. I'm not sure what time we left after cadet PT was over with.
But you did not see when there was a grabbing of the throat by Lieutenant Graham.
No, sir.
Okay. As a certified lifeguard, if that took place, what would be your reaction?
It would depend on the circumstances.
Is that the best practice for handling the cadet?
For what, sir?
I'm going to object to the question. I'm not sure if I understand the question or if the witness does. Can you rephrase?
Grabbing the throat of a cadet, is that the best practice?
So I don't think grabbing anybody's throat is the best practice at any time, but it depends on the circumstances. That's why I'm asking you, like, what is the question?
The question is grabbing the throat of a cadet in the pool, is that the best practice?
Under what I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I mean, if you can't answer the question based on how it is, then that's your answer, but.
Okay, I don't understand the question, sir. Sorry.
Does grabbing the throat of a cadet in the pool bring honor to the department?
I'm going to object to the question. There's no foundation for it.
Overruled, but. Ask your question.
Is grabbing the throat of a cadet bring honor to the department in the pool?
Can I ask for more context? Like-
Just if you could answer the question the way it is, if you can't, you can't.
Yeah, I can't answer that.
Do you see the interaction between you and Kevin Blake, correct?
Yes, sir.
Kevin Blake was trying to respond to you to swim, correct?
He was swimming. I mean, I wasn't I don't remember if I was talking to him and coaching him or what have you. I was just there to ensure that everything was safe.
But he was responding to you, correct?
I don't know if he was or he wasn't, sir. That's all I'm telling you is he was swimming. My job was to stay in front of him to make sure that he didn't get in any type of peril. So when you say responding verbally, non-verbally, I don't, you understand what I'm asking? I don't understand what you're asking me. We weren't communicating verbally with one another. So when you say he was responding to me, it may have been response as we were telling him to swim and he was swimming, then yes, the answer to that question is absolutely.
All right. That's fine. That's what I have. Yes.
I have one.
He said,
In the area where you were just showing the video where you and Cadet Blake were swimming, is it true that that is an area that was the deep end where both of you could not touch the bottom?
I'd have to see whether we are in relation to the ladder. If we want to,
Can we see it again?
Allow him to look one more time.
the 6 foot mark is right there in the bottom of the screen.
Is that,
Right there is the 6 foot mark.
can you press play? Is this, I'm trying to understand if this is what we just looked at.
It is.
Yeah, that's where
That's
we
what we just looked at.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So where we are, we're right at the 6 foot mark where it starts to, you can see at the top of the screen, it starts dropping from 5 to 6.
Yes, okay. And so can you touch the bottom of the 6 foot and keep your head up?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Questions?
That's free to go. Yes.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
I'd like to call Lieutenant Davis.
Everyone using just like a phone. You sit right here.
He's funny.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Davis. My name is Mary Ann White. I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham in this matter. And I'm going to have a few questions for you. Can you start with state your name and how you're employed?
Sure. I'm Lieutenant Scott Davis, training operations. Training.
How long have you been in that position?
How long have I been a lieutenant? I guess about a year and a half, maybe close to that. I've been at the training academy prior to that as the in-service coordinator. So
Okay, so how many total years at the training academy?
close enough.
All right, I want to ask you, are you familiar with a cadet that came through class 100 named Kevin Blake? Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe him during training? Did you have an opportunity? And when I say training, I mean the physical training part.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What are your roles, or what was your role for cadet class 100?
I was there the majority of the mornings for physical training, teaching defensive tactics and various other things, assisting
Okay. Did you assist in pool PT training?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember, what were your impressions of Cadet Blake's performance physically?
I think he often would stop prior to looking tired or physically exhausted and just kind of. I think with, I would notice that he often wasn't.
Okay, would this occur during just one section of physical training, or did this occur overall?
Overall.
Okay, was this consistent throughout his time at the academy?
Yes, ma'am.
The witness, please pull the microphone closer. Thanks.
All right, so as far as pool physical training goes, physical training across the board, would you say that there's yelling that takes place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What other tactics do you recall that the instructors do to help train the cadets?
And that's recently changed, but I guess, at the time, more physical training, one-on-one physical training and. I guess we have to do more.
Okay, all right. So let me ask this. Are you considered a use of force expert?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So I guess I've helped write policy, for the department or work with people on that. I've met with assistant U.S. attorneys and district attorneys over various communities. For a few years, I reviewed all of these reports.
Okay. Were you in attendance at pool PT on the morning of February 16, 2022? Did you observe an interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Kevin Blake?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you yourself have any interactions with Cadet Blake that day?
I remember being there in the pool. I don't know what context you mean. And yes, especially if the answer is after the pool, we talked at the back.
Okay, I mean specifically during the pool session.
Yes, I was there.
Okay, but you don't recall any interactions you had with Cadet Blake that day? Or just training with him, anything like that? Or assisting with training of him?
Yes, I mean, I was there, during that training.
Okay.
Just in what way?
I mean, do you recall if he was pulled away from the group and had to swim by himself?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you instruct him during that at all?
I instruct him. All if I was talking to him directly or what in that moment, but I do remember that moment and swimming there somewhere near him.
Okay. Now, what do you recall of the interactions between Lieutenant Graham and Cadet Blake from that day?
I remember him swimming. We were swimming, not lap, but or maybe I'm mixing it up with lengths and lap, but the shorter width of the pool. I remember he was asked to swim there and back. And he didn't swim there and back. And I remember they were having an interaction and Lieutenant Graham was talking to him and redirecting him, getting the swim.
Okay,
Please pause so we can update the microphone battery.
Change your microphone batteries real quick.
Burning through my.
Batteries are not cheap either.
Hey, Jason.
We ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so this interaction that we were just talking about that Cadet Blake and Lieutenant Graham were having, and Cadet Blake was swimming, as you said, in the pool. Was it your understanding, or what was your understanding of why Cadet Blake was swimming in the pool with Lieutenant Graham at that point?
I don't, I'm sorry, that sounded loud to me. Sorry about that. So I remember I got there a little bit later than usual. But I do remember he was towards the middle of the pool and swimming laps. I remember his performance up to that point not being on par with the remainder of the cadets.
Okay, all right. If a cadet is not completing the exercise, whatever the other cadets are doing, would typically the cadet be, taken out of the line or whatever and
Objection, that's leading.
Staying.
what would typically happen in an instance where a cadet was not completing the workout?
More individualized instruction.
Was that what was occurring with Cadet Blake?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see any physical contact between Cadet Blake and Lieutenant Graham?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us what you saw. What do you remember?
I saw Lieutenant Graham push him in the water, a couple of times to redirect him, or a few times. I can't remember the exact, number.
All right. Did you report that to anyone?
Yeah, I wrote it in an incident report at the time.
But did you report it without someone asking you to write an incident report?
I don't fully recall.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with Lieutenant Graham after the PT session that day?
I'm sure I did.
You don't recall sitting here today?
I don't recall like what we would have talked about or anything like that, but I'm sure we talked at some point.
All right. I don't have any further questions.
I just have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Scott. You are not present at the pool area at all times, correct?
I got there after the workout had started. Yes, sir.
In your incident report, you did indicate that you did not remember seeing Lieutenant Graham choke Cadet Blake.
Correct. I don't recall that. I left a little bit earlier as well. I had to change over to get ready for defensive tactics training that day.
Because you are teaching defensive tactics class?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
I do not.
All right.
Yeah, no redirect. I
No
said.
redirect.
This witness free to go?
Yes.
You may.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Lieutenant Sammy Robinson, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Robinson. My name is Mary Ann White, and I represent Lieutenant Russell Graham in this case, and I have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
State your name and how you're employed, please.
My name is Sammy Ray Robinson. I'm employed with Louisiana State Police.
And what position do you hold?
I am currently the lieutenant in the training academy over applied technology and training and operations out at Jez Tech, our training facility out in Zachary.
How long have you been in that position?
The applied technology position has been just over 3 years, and the training and operations lieutenant is, I guess, been about 6 months.
And overall, how long have you been in the training academy?
Overall, 13 years I've been at the training academy.
In that 13 years, has your role, have you had a consistent role in physical training of the cadets?
Yes, ma'am. I've always participated in some capacity with physical training. When I first came to the academy, I was a driving instructor, and then I moved to firearms, and then I was promoted to the driving track supervisor, and then promoted to a polytech lieutenant. But through that whole time, I would assist with physical training.
Okay. Are you familiar with a cadet named Kevin Blake who came through Training Academy, Cadet Class 100?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to observe him during physical training?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can you tell us your observations?
From the beginning up until the time of this incident, him leaving, he had kind of a lackadaisical attitude, kind of operated at his own pace when it came to physical training. The staff would rotate to try to encourage him to push himself or keep up with the rest of the class, and he was pretty consistent that that wasn't what he was willing to do.
Okay, all right. Now specifically during pool PT, did you have an opportunity to observe his swimming capabilities?
Yes, ma'am. So we did we do an assessment, and everyone came through, and basically you come in and you swim across the pool, and we kind of assess you and put you into groups according to your strength of swimming. When he came through, we didn't observe anything that would have put him in a weaker group. He looked like, from what we observed, to be a capable swimmer.
Okay. Do you recall, Cadet Blake, or let me ask this first, were you at pool PT on the morning of February 16, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay, do you recall Cadet Blake's performance?
Well, that particular day, my focus, I was in the deep end. I had 3 cadets that were what we would consider weak swimmers. That was Trooper Dennis, Trooper Anderson, and Trooper Griffin. They were my primary focus that particular day, because we were in the deep end and they were getting in and out of the pool. Being a certified lifeguard, I'm paying attention to those folks. That day, I could hear Sergeant Borcherdine and Lieutenant Graham talking or ordering Mr. Blake to tread water like everyone else, to put forth some more effort. But again, my focus was on those 3 folks. I heard him right behind me. I didn't know where he was because I'm facing this way and he was behind me. I heard him behind me. When I turned, I looked. It didn't appear to me that he was struggling. I've been a certified lifeguard since in high school. I've saved folks. I recognize a drowning victim. It just, again, would look as though he was doing what he had been doing, what he was known for doing, just putting a little effort as possible forward. He wasn't going underwater. He wasn't flailing. So turned my attention back to the 3. And a few moments later, or a little moment later, I heard him again. And this time I felt him grab my shoulder, my left shoulder. So I did as trained. I pushed off, turned, observed him from a distance. Again, he wasn't flailing. His head wasn't going underwater. He's talking, so he's breathing. His arms he's treading water basically just at his own pace. So I turned my attention back to the 3. And I believe it was some point after that they moved him
away from them. I mean, because those folks, we need a little room for those three folks. So I believe at that point or at some point after that is when Lieutenant Graham and Sergeant Borchany moved him further away from us. So
Okay. And when Cadet Blake put his hands on your shoulder,
Yes,
as you
ma'am.
stated, were you in the deep end or the shallow end?
I was in the deep end.
And did you include that in your incident report?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm assuming that you have not received any discipline for that. Is that
No, ma'am.
correct? Can you explain why that is the response as you testified, the typical, not the typical response, but the response that is required of lifeguard training when someone puts their hands on you in the deep end?
Not knowing, because it came from behind, didn't know what the deal was. If someone is in a panic state and they grab a hold of you, now we have 2 drowning victims instead of 1. So in the training, you push off, create distance, observe, and then you try to make an approach, try to talk to them. If you do observe that they are struggling in some way, and then you move in, and there's different tactics we could take to help if help is warranted.
Okay. Now, you said at some point, you testified at some point during that session that Cadet Blake was moved to a different area of the pool away from the other cadets. Is that, am I?
Well, away from the
Taking that-
3 that I had, like they moved him away. So, they created distance so I could work and not have to worry about somebody grabbing me from behind. It's what I assumed. Because the 3 folks that I had were much taller. Trooper Griffin that was in here a little while ago, he's a much bigger person. So, and he wasn't a strong swimmer. So that's why my concern was really to those 3 folks.
Okay, all right. Towards the end of the session, did you at any point go towards the middle of the pool to work or assist with working with Cadet Blake?
Leading objection.
Sustained.
At what point in time did you finish working with the 3 cadets that you spoke of?
It would had to have been when PT was over, pool PT, and they were getting out. Normally they walk around, get their either take off their BDUs or and grab towels and dry off. So at that point, I would have exited the pool and be done as far as those folks were concerned. As far as being a part of physically training Cadet Blake, or Mr. Blake, I wasn't a part of that. But I would.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to observe Lieutenant Graham interacting with Cadet Blake on that day?
Other than I could hear him giving commands to Mr. Blake to, pick up the pace, keep up with everybody else, that I could hear that. But as far as paying direct attention to those 2, no, ma'am.
Did you give an interview with Internal Affairs for this incident?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did anyone show you the video surveillance footage of the pool that day?
I don't believe, ma'am.
Okay. So you didn't witness any physical interaction between Lieutenant Graham and Cadet Blake that day?
No, ma'am.
Can you tell the commission, describe for us, what are some things that you see or that you do to help motivate a cadet during training?
Well, again, you can pretty much tell when someone, is not putting forth the amount of effort. I mean, everybody's, we call it, 100%. Not everybody's 100% on the same level, but you can tell when an individual is just kind of what we would call sandbagging, just kind of laying back, not really putting as much effort into it. Not breathing hard. We're not sweating. The rest of the class is, and they're moving at a quicker pace than everyone or than that particular individual. So, sometimes we were pulling them aside, we give motivational exercises, we give them something a little different. You know, if they were struggling with push-ups, maybe I would pull them aside and we'd do flutter kicks, just to try to, you know, encourage them to kind of keep up, in that kind of motivational capacity.
Okay, do you ever yell at the cadets?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you ever mock them?
Mm,
Like mock what they're saying?
Right, mock what they're saying, draw attention to some of the things that they are saying. Yes, not with the intent to mock or belittle, but like, really, this is what you're saying. You know, we're here as a law enforcement professional. You're wanting to be one. These are the things that we, you know, you need to push yourself. You know, so
What's the purpose of these motivating tactics, especially with respect to the pool and physical training of the pool?
So as far as like hollering or yelling in the pool area, it's very difficult to hear. There's a big echo in there. So most of the time the hollering in there is just so everyone can hear you. It's kind of like being on the firearms range. If not everybody can hear what's going on, you have to holler so that they can hear what's going on.
Okay. Can you tell us, is, in your opinion, is pool physical training important for the academy?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am. I mean, when you consider that the state of Louisiana is, there's a large majority of the state is water. We had troopers that have bailed over bridge rails and had to tread water or hold on to a pylon to, you know, not drown, but to avoid getting crushed by a vehicle on the roadway. So, and then, you know, we also experienced vehicles running off the road and are, you know, are we going to stand there and watch, you know, someone drowned, or do we need to try to be proactive and get in there? As a department, we have a training tank. That's what we call the pool. And having my background in lifeguarding, and I taught swimming lessons all throughout that, adult and children. To me, it just never made sense that we had that piece of training equipment and we didn't give these folks an opportunity to, if they weren't comfortable in the water, to get them comfortable and build that confidence. And, you know, that particular class, we were able to do that with several individuals that honestly just couldn't swim. And that was a majority of a mental issue. And in the evenings, Lieutenant Graham helped me a couple of times. We would do swimming lessons where it was, you know, it's Sammy and Russell. We're just here to talk to you. You know, I want you to be relaxed. I need you to be comfortable in the water because, you know, there may be a time where you might enter the water while you're working. And, you know, most of the time a drowning happens because someone panics. So.
Can you tell the commissioners, what is your opinion of Lieutenant Graham's interactions with cadets?
I think he was a motivator. I think he knew the physical fitness side of the house. He and his wife owned a gym, so he knew what it was to physically get out of an individual a little more than what they might have been comfortable with doing. So I had no problem with Lieutenant Graham and the way he interacted with them.
You testified that you and Lieutenant Graham had some additional training sessions in the pool.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Cadet Blake ever attend any of those sessions?
No, ma'am, he did not. It was a voluntary thing because it was after hours. However, you know, I would send the COIC up, ask if whoever wanted to come down, you know, they could come join us. But, you know, of course, we had to track everything. So, you know, they would bring us a list back with who would be attending. And he was never any of the individuals that attended those trainings.
Do you recall interacting or, you know, communicating with Lieutenant Graham after the pool PT session on February 16, 2022?
Question, objection, question has been asked several times. I think it's being repeated over and over again.
I'm asking after the pool PT session was over.
Overall.
I don't remember specific conversations, but I'm sure we probably discussed the fact that Mr. Blake failed to follow directions or put forth any effort.
Do you remember if Lieutenant Graham appeared angry or emotional during those discussions?
No, ma'am, I don't remember him being angry or emotional.
That's all I have.
Lieutenant Robinson,
Yes, sir.
you and Lieutenant Russell, you have the same rank, correct?
Yes, sir.
You are a lieutenant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Russell Graham is also a lieutenant, correct?
Yes, sir.
During this exercise on February 16, 2022, your testimony was that you are in the deep end of the tank.
Yes, sir.
That's like about 15 feet deep.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you indicated in your report that your attention was on Cadet Dennis, Anderson, and Griffin, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. In your report, you indicated that former Cadet Blake grabbed your left arm from behind. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you indicated in your report that you created a distance.
Yes, sir.
And you created that distance because you are a trained lifeguard, correct?
Yes, sir.
But in doing so, you did not grab his throat, did you?
No, sir.
You did not pull Kevin Blake, did you?
No, sir. I shrugged him off.
You just shrugged enough to create distance between you and Kevin Blake.
Yes, sir. That was what was needed to just create distance and ensure that he wasn't grabbing on me.
And that is based upon your training.
Yes, sir. In the position I was in the pool. Yes, sir.
And that is in the deep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point, you left the training area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the only thing that you saw was what you wrote in your report.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
You redirect.
No.
Any commissioner questions?
I didn't do about lieutenant.
Okay, is this witness free to go? Ms. White? Okay.
I'm good.
Oh, you're,
Huh?
yes, he's
I'm
free to
done.
go. Oh, okay,
I'm
you're
done.
free to go.
All right. Thank you.
All righty. What are they on lieutenant?
Hey, I call Lieutenant Russell Graham.
Okay. You didn't swear? Oh, well then, raise your right arm. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, please state your name and how you are employed.
Lieutenant Russell Graham, currently employed as the Director of Fleet Operations and Executive Officer for the Police Logistics and Supply. I'm sorry, what was the second part of that question?
I think you answered how you're employed with Louisiana State Police.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you been in your position at Fleet Operations?
Been there about 2 years. I'm sorry, about a year and a half.
All right. And before that, which department were you with and what position did you hold?
Before that, I was assigned as the Executive Officer at the Training Academy for about 2 years.
Okay. And tell me, as Executive Officer, what was your role?
Executive Officer serves in the stead of the commander if the commander's absent, but also day-to-day executive administrative operations, personnel issues, pay issues, planning, scheduling, logistics, the buildings and grounds maintenance, in addition to the extra roles as a certified instructor in different fields, just depending on what's needed and where we need the personnel.
Okay. Prior to February 16, 2022, did you participate in physical training of the cadets?
Yes, ma'am.
How often?
Pretty much every time they had physical training if I was available. So at that particular class, I would say 90 to 95% of the time.
Okay. And prior to February 16, 2022, had anyone ever told you that you should not be participating at that level?
Objection, leading.
I'm just asking a
Sustained.
question. I'm trying to rephrase. Were you ever given an instruction that what was the instruction or the directive from your understanding of what your participation in physical training was supposed to be?
The direction was when needed, to step in and help. I talked to Sergeant Corey Borcherding and Lieutenant Pat Jackson on a daily basis about what was needed. And it was stated early on that they wanted my help and requested my help for training on a daily basis.
Did that ever change?
Yes,
When?
it did. After the February 16th incident, about a week following that, we had a meeting. Captain Slayton called a meeting, excuse me, with the lieutenants in the section. So that would have been Lieutenant Jackson, then Lieutenant Jackson at the time, myself, Lieutenant Robinson, and Lieutenant Swearingen. He talked about our roles as lieutenants and that we were at should be, I think the phrase was, we should be looking at it from a 5,000-foot level. Overseeing training, ensuring things are good to go, but not being directly involved in cadets' faces. That, if we saw issues or we saw lack of training somewhere, we should point that out to our troopers, or to the sergeants that were also in the training. That would have been, I think, about a week after probably first week of March was that meeting.
All right, so so you had 2 years as the XO in the training academy. Tell us what came before that.
So before the training academy, I was about 2 years before that, I was promoted to lieutenant in our motor carrier safety grants management section. I was the coordinator for the federal grants for our motor carrier safety section. Before that, I was a sergeant in that grant section and over the mobile weight enforcement region 1 area. When I was promoted to sergeant, I was actually assigned to the training academy. I was there for about 2.5 years as a trooper. The capacity I served as a trooper there, I served multiple roles. I was assigned under then Sergeant Sammy Robinson at the driving track. I was a certified driving instructor. Eventually, I was transferred over to the firearms unit. I gained my certification in firearms as a firearms instructor and a post instructor. So I did a lot of the individual training for firearms and driving, but also as a post certified instructor for Louisiana, I did a lot of the classroom teaching for cadets and for in-service.
So how long did you serve as an instructor at the training academy?
So in that full-time capacity as a trooper for about 2.5 years, and then another 2 as the executive officer in a full-time capacity. I graduated from the training academy in 2005. So it would have been probably 2007 when I started serving as an adjunct instructor and a duty officer at the academy.
Thank you. Have you received any awards during your tenure at State Police?
I have, but please don't ask me to repeat them. I can't list those out.
Okay, more than one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are you familiar with Cadet Kevin Blake?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me what your impressions of his physical performance during training was.
So So Mr. Blake came to my attention pretty early in cadet class 100. Within the first couple of days, I noticed that he was, if no one was looking, he was not doing the exercises. I was very involved in the day-to-day physical training. You know, I observed a lot. I would step back. I wasn't one of the creators of the training plan. So those guys would set the training plan in place, and I would usually step back and just kind of keep an eye and see who needed. I focused a lot on form and function of what they were doing. So if I would see an issue, I would kind of hone in on that and go and address those issues. So seeing there were some form issues with Mr. Blake, but it was more of the failure to actually perform the exercises that would draw my attention to it.
Okay. What about your observations of Cadet Blake during pool training?
It was the same. It was pretty steady across the board.
Did Cadet Blake ever require medical attention that you're aware of during physical training?
He didn't require medical attention that I recall. I brought him. It was early in the cadet class. I brought him to the registered nurse, Miss Camerasano. He was in a situation where he has his hands on his knees and he looks to be breathing really hard. And as I'm talking to him, I'm noticing there's not a heavy pulse in his carotid artery. And it's early, week 1 in the cadet class. So there's a lot of yelling, a lot of getting in cadets' faces and adding to their stress. I could see that the level of his heart rate, what looked to me was not super high, didn't match with the way he was breathing. I took him to Ms. Camersano to have her check his pulse and check him out, make sure he was okay. She checked his pulse and he was in the mid 80s, 85 or so beats per minute. It was not in line with the training that we were doing. It should have been much higher than that. It was not in line with the way he was breathing. So, once we ascertained that there wasn't a medical issue, we actually took him back into the gym, put him on a treadmill, had him walk uphill on the treadmill, just at a moderate walking pace. And pretty quickly, we had put a heart rate monitor on him at this point, and pretty quickly that heart rate started to rise up in the 120, 130 beats per minute. So it was obvious that he wasn't working before, and now we were forcing a heart rate rise, and just by creating the activity. So that was something that I know I took him once. That was done a couple of times with him, but the lack of performance was a regular occurrence.
Okay. As far as his swimming capabilities go, can you give us your assessment of that?
Yes, ma'am. I was there on the first swim PT day, and that's when we do the assessments. Before this class, we used to allow the cadets to self-assess, to just tell us, can you swim or can you not? Are you a weak swimmer or strong swimmer? And we'd split them that way based on what they told us. We learned pretty quickly that the weaker swimmers, we'd put them in the shallow end. And the first few training sessions, we had worked them a lot harder than the strong swimmers. They were in the shallow end, a lot of in and outs, squats, push-ups and stuff like that. A lot of those weaker swimmers would suddenly know how to swim, and they would be on the strong swimmer side. So this was the first class where we asked their ability to swim, but we also assessed it. We had them near that ladder, near the middle of the pool. So closer to the ladders, probably about 8 to 9 feet deep. And we assessed them based on, we had the lifeguards in the pool with the floats, and we would have them jump in the pool and swim across. Most did, some didn't. Some would freak out, come up climbing out of the water, trying to grab on the stuff. And that's how we use that to assess strong swimmers versus weak swimmers.
Okay. And were you there for the assessment that day for the cadet class 100?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did Cadet Blake do?
I don't remember him from that day, so he wouldn't have been a weak swimmer. I always focused on the weak swimmers, and that's where most of my when I was at the pool PT, most of my focus was on those weak swimmers.
Okay. Do you recall Cadet Roy Jones? From
Yes,
that
ma'am.
class? and tell me what you did you, well, let me ask this. Did you have assist in training Cadet Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you assist him in the pool?
I did.
Tell us about that, please.
Cadet Jones was of the entire class, probably the one most fearful of the water. That was evident on that first day. There were one or two other cadets that really had a hard time and would kind of freak out when they hit the water. But Cadet Jones in particular, even if his face got wet, it was an issue. So I focused more attention on him probably the first 4 weeks of the academy, 4 to 5 weeks I say 4 to 5 weeks. The cadet class is usually split into two groups. So while they do training in the pool every Wednesday, it just depends where they are. We would usually only put half of the cadet class in the pool on a Wednesday. The other half would be in the gym or the war room doing other types of training. So there were a few occasions where I worked specifically with Roy Jones in the pool.
Did you have any occasions where you had to have physical?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. They were
Oh,
talking.
okay. Did you have any occasions where you had to have physical contact with Cadet Jones while you were training him in the pool?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain those to us?
Primarily it was the week before this incident we're here for. So Cadet Jones or Trooper Jones was in the other group. He would have been in the swim group that wasn't present that day. I was in the deep end with him. What we started doing was taking the weak swimmers onto the deep end on the short side of the pool. We'd have them do in and outs. And the purpose for that, I had talked to our kind of lead trainer is Charles Howard. Charles he's a beast in the pool. He is a phenomenal swimmer, but he usually leads that pool training. So I talked to him about getting those weak swimmers out of the shallow end, putting them in deep end, moving a bunch of certified lifeguards down there with them to get them used to hitting the water where their feet aren't hitting the ground. It worked out pretty well. That several of the swimmers or the non-swimmers pretty quickly realized what they had to do to get back out of the water. So on that particular day, or the week before, I was working with Cadet Jones on that end. There were several occasions where he would grab a hold of me while we were in the water and I'd kind of push him off. He talked a little bit about me grabbing him by his shirt. I was on my stomach on the hard tile when that happened. He had jumped in, started to freak out coming back towards me and just flailing and climbing, and he wasn't swimming. At some point I reach out, grab his shirt, pick him up and hold him there. And tell him, I'm yelling at him. I'm telling him to stop freaking out, to breathe. And because he's holding his breath, but his eyes are closed. He doesn't know where he is. So I probably held him suspended in that water for a 15, 20 seconds until he calmed down. And then I would start to lower him again and he would start to freak out and I'd hold him there and he would calm down. I'd start to lower him a little bit more up until the point I was able to let him go and he wasn't freaking out. So that happened a couple of times. But I was out of the water when I was on the side of the pool when he was in the water, when he grabbed it.
Okay. Were there any other instructors there present when this occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who?
Pretty much all the instructors we talked about today would have been there. I don't know the particular of who was there. A lot of times on the deep end working with the weak swimmers, it would be me. Lieutenant Robinson is a very strong swimmer, so he was almost always on the deep side to make sure they were okay. My focus was never as a lifeguard. They usually had the lifeguards in the pool. They have the floats. They're paying attention. I was always focused on the training side of things.
Okay. Did anyone after that event with Trooper Jones, did anyone tell you that was out of line or inappropriate?
No, ma'am. We actually talked about that a lot, about how it worked, how well it turned him around and got him to start swimming or start, stop freaking out. His issue wasn't a lack of effort. His issue was a psychological fear of the water, really.
Okay. As you understand it, on February 16, 2022. What were you as an instructor supposed to do? How are you supposed to handle a situation with the cadet that's not performing the exercises as directed?
So it always depends on the situation, what you're dealing with. I know we watched a lot of video today. The vast majority of that day, I was not anywhere around Cadet Blake. I spent most of that training session on the deep end with the non-swimmers. I had Cadet, now Trooper Collins. I believe we had 6 9 or weak swimmers on that edge. I was by the 3 opposite of what Lieutenant Robinson was. He was as you're looking at the video, he would have been on the left side. I was on the right side. And most of that time I was either treading water in the deep end, giving them direction from standing on the side of the pool, telling them to jump in, or I was standing on the side of the pool with them, giving them direction.
Have you seen any other instructors have physical contact with a cadet during training exercises?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware if those instructors receive discipline or counseling for that?
No, ma'am.
I want to ask you, so at what point were you transferred to fleet operations?
It would have been, I believe it was like around the 1st of May of last year, May of 22.
Okay, and was this a transfer that you requested?
No, ma'am.
Do you know why you were transferred?
I believe it was because of this incident. It was that transfer came on the same day as my 40-hour suspension letter.
Okay, so I want to go back to the morning of February 16, 2022. You testified, did you not, that you were present that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What week, do you know, what week were they in the training academy?
I believe it was week 11. It was 10 or 11 or 12, somewhere right there, kind of right in the middle of training.
Okay. Were you present for the entire training session that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your role during that session?
Well, I started off on the deep end with the non-swimmers. For the majority of the session, I was there with them. At some point, I heard Sergeant Borcherding yelling at Cadet Blake for not performing. I never saw him when he was swimming with the cadets on the deep end to start the training. I wasn't paying attention to any of those cadets. At some point, Sergeant Borcherding moved him over to the middle of the pool. And then I had there was other instructors were all moving around the whole time. Somebody said Blake's still not doing anything. Typically for me, if I saw someone substandard or not performing, I would let whatever instructor that was with them tend to them for a period of time. And then I would go in. I think somebody earlier talked about tapping out. We do that a lot. So we'll go in and it's not necessarily tapping someone on the shoulder. It's just you jump into the situation and they back off. Other times if you get to a point where you feel like you're not reaching them, you'll hand them off. In this particular instance, I tapped in 2 or 3 times and I handed him off. I handed him off to, I know Lieutenant Robinson didn't remember dealing with him. When they were in the middle of the pool at some point, I handed him off to Lieutenant Robinson. I handed him off on the deep end. I had him come back to the deep end before the video that we saw, and we were treading water in the deep end, about halfway between the edge of the pool and that ladder. So at about 15 feet, I had him treading water there and doing ins and outs, trying to get him to start getting motivated. He didn't look very happy with me. So I tried to play on that, and I wanted him to get mad at me and figure out that he could do more or work through whatever it was that was making him shut down at that point.
Can you tell me why the cadets are trained in the pool during the academy? What's the purpose?
So it's twofold. One is it's excellent physical training, and it's a break from the rigors of running and doing the CrossFit type exercises that we have. But more importantly than that, it's a lot like Lieutenant Robinson mentioned. We have we probably have more highway miles over water in this state than just about any other state in the nation. So it comes there's a huge training issue in, at the very least, being able to perform when you hit that water, saving other people's lives, saving yourself, saving fellow troopers who might run off into the water.
Okay. As far as Cadet Blake on the morning of February 16, 2022, did you observe Blake complete the training exercise?
No, ma'am.
Tell me which portion did he complete, if any?
So I'm not really sure. I didn't watch that. I was paying attention to those weak swimmers in the deep end of the pool. My interaction with him came in, I don't remember what minute of training that was, but it came well into training after I was told that he wasn't doing the exercises. Typically, Sergeant Borcherding kept track of who was caught up and who owed the workouts. And that happened in the gym. It happened running sprints outside. It happened in the pool. So I would just defer to them. If they said he's short, he's behind on laps, then I'm going to try to make him catch up on laps.
When you interacted with him, you said, 2-3 times, however many times you said, what were the exercises that he was supposed to be doing?
So when I first noticed that he was behind and started to walk over there, they were doing they would swim a lap, swim back across the pool, get out and do like 10 air squats or 10 flutter kicks or 10 push-ups. When I was first advised that he wasn't keeping up and I started walking that way, I watched him for a while. He would do about 6-7 air squats and slower than everybody else. And then he would get into the water and swim a little bit slower than everybody else. In the short time I watched him, he was behind. Now, I didn't watch him for the 30 minutes leading up to that, but that was I knew what I was looking at. I'd seen it, throughout the previous 10 weeks.
You've seen it from who?
From Cadet Blake and others. There were other cadets who would do that kind of thing. It was just, I think it was more prevalent and regularly occurring with Cadet Blake.
Who was in charge of the class that day?
So Jordan Garrett was the guy on the chair. Typically Charles Howard was in charge of training, especially at the pool. That was all Charles ran that training. He wasn't there that day. Jordan Garrett stepped in and was giving that training.
Just approximate about how many instructors would you say were there that day?
Seven to 10. That's totally a guess. Lieutenant Robinson, Drago, Joey Sims, myself, Corey Borcherding. I know I'm forgetting a few people. It was 7 to 10 people, I believe. It's pretty much, if you're looking at that video, it's everybody in a red shirt.
All right. We've talked about earlier today, BDUs and the cadets wearing the BDUs.
Yes, ma'am.
During the pool training. You recall observing that Cadet Blake still had his BDUs on when you were interacting with him in the video footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us why he still had his BDUs on, please.
But typically that the direction is given by the tower or by whoever's running PT. At some point they take their BDUs off. Usually it's a prescribed amount of laps that they've done or amount of time that's gone by, where they're doing the treading water, the ins and outs, when you're out of the water, the BDUs are soaked. So you're doing your lunges and your push-ups and air squats and all that sort of stuff in the wet BDUs. When you're in the water, they capture air, so it's a little easier to float. But that goes, I don't know I'm usually not paying any attention to the time or any of that. I'm leaving that to the guy who's telling us what's next and what's the next iteration.
Okay. So at the point in time where the pool surveillance video was shown today, earlier, tell me, at what point in time was that during that session that morning?
It was later towards the end of the session. But so it was kind of broken up the way we saw it. There were probably somewhere around the middle of the section, I had some interaction with him. And then I handed him off and went back to the deep end. And then later on, I was back in, like when we were at the center of the pool and everybody was out and the cadets were out, that was at the end of the session.
So are you testifying that what we saw today, which was about 10, 15 minutes, that's not real time, that was broken up?
It was not consecutive, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Those were clips throughout that
Yes, ma'am.
morning. And how long does the pool PT session usually last?
Usually about an hour. The PT is about an hour and a half long. When they start, they do some daily warm-ups, daily exercises. And then for pool PT, you know, after they done those warm-ups, they've done their stretches. We implemented more foam rolling and isometric stretches before they do any kind of exercise. All that happens first. Then they line up in the hallway, drop their shoes, and make their way into the pool. So that first part could be anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes. So the pool PT session, about an hour.
Okay. Now, as far as the video that we saw today, can you just tell the commissioners what was happening from your perspective, what your interactions were, and the reason for those interactions?
Yes, ma'am. So the pool PT on a regular basis goes the way that you saw it in the video. My interaction a lot of times is with either the cadet who's struggling to swim or not performing. That's where my focus goes a lot of time. In this particular day, Cadet Blake became my focus on at least 2 or 3 different occasions during the training. That focus was, I knew that he wasn't putting forth the effort based on the 10 weeks leading up to that, based on watching him. There were several times where we got out the pool and he's got his hands on his knees and I'm in his ear and I'm yelling at him. I'm telling him to stand at attention, to pay attention, to maintain his bearing, his military bearing. And one of the requirements at the time, I understand that's not the case anymore in training, but when I was there in training, when an instructor addresses a cadet, they are to stand at attention, eyes straight forward. So I spent a lot of that day in his ear, telling him to stand at attention and eyes straight forward. He would roll his eyes or he would look around, put his hands on his hips or put his hands on his knees. And for on that particular day, for whatever reason, typically I had to give him the same instruction 3 to 4 times before he would do it. And that was me in his ear saying, stand at attention, not saying, but screaming, stand at attention, stand at attention. Usually after 3 or 4, he would go to attention and he would lock up and do what he was supposed to do. That was the same instance when we would stand on the side of the pool. I would always have them put their toes on the edge. And they all knew that meant they're standing on the pool and their toes are dangling over the edge of the pool. And for in and outs, like you've heard a lot today, for me, I never called it in and outs. I would stand on the side of the pool or I would be in the pool with them and I'd say, get in the pool. And that meant step off. And typically with the BDUs, they would hold the shirt, kind of hold it out, catch some air as they're stepping in. They don't dive in or jump in. They just step off the edge into the pool. And then I would tell them to get out the pool. Cadet Blake, I told him that 3 or 4 times where I'm in his ear saying, get in the pool, step in the pool, get in the pool. And he would step into the pool. And then I'd tell him to get out of the pool. And then when he'd get out of the pool, he would go right back to hands on his hips or hands on his knees. I would tell him to stand at attention. That went on a lot. And none of that you can see in the video. Where I was with him was against that wall on the deep edge of the pool. So the idea was to get him to, number one, I shouldn't have to say it 3 or 4 times. I should tell him once, and I'm trying to drive that home. But we're pushing him he is uncomfortable. And for him in his entire time at the academy, when he got physically uncomfortable, he would shut down. That's, in my opinion, the worst possible thing that can happen with a trooper who is either on the side of the road with someone, or a trooper who has to dive into some water and save a child or save a person in the water. I want them to overcome that fear or discomfort and fight through it. That was the entire day was that, or the 6 to 8 minutes of individual times I was with him was trying to push him. Lieutenant Jackson said it perfectly, and we've said it a lot over, or Captain Jackson, I'm sorry, several times over the years, where we're trying to teach them to become comfortable being uncomfortable. So everything we do is uncomfortable at times when we're dealing with extreme situations.
Okay, so when you, let me ask this. Did you have physical contact with Cadet Blake that
Yes,
day?
ma'am.
Tell me why.
There were several times I had physical contact with Cadet Blake. It started in the pool at that edge. So a lot of the video you see, there's the stairs that are on each side, the steps out of the pool. I believe the water right there is about 8 or 9 feet deep. It's a pretty steep ledge. So right at the edge, you're at 5 feet, and you go from 5 to 15 feet over a pretty short, steep slope. When he was doing his swimming back and forth, swimming across the short part of the pool, he was in the middle. And there were several times where you would see the swimming would stop, and y'all talked about bobbing earlier. The bobbing would start, and if you paid attention, you could see, like, going from the wall edge to the outside edge, you would see his right foot. He would find that ledge where he could reach, probably about 6 feet deep, where he's on his toes and he's able to bob on there. That's where he would go, and that would give him some rest. Or he would stop at the edge of the pool, hang on. He would be told to turn back around, and he would hang on for an extended period of time to get some more rest. So there were several times where I was in there right at that edge, right between the can reach, can't reach, shoving him away from that ledge so that he would continue to swim. There were other times where I swam around him to the deep side, and I would either grab him by the back of his, the BDUs, or by the shirt. I did that a lot. I would grab the shirt and pull him with me to the deep end. That was a regular occurrence that I had done in that pool for, I don't know, since I was there full time in 2016 as a trooper with swim training.
At any point in time, did Cadet Blake reach out and grab you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what'd you do?
So there were 2 occasions. They were pretty close, back to back. The first time he grabbed me, I kind of shrugged him off and pushed him away, the kind of ways Lieutenant Robinson talked about. I told him not to touch me. Pretty quickly after that, he grabbed me again. It was in the chest and shoulder area, grabbed by my shirt. We have the, I forget the term for those shirts we're wearing. They're tight fitting. They keep you from, they're rash guard shirts. They keep you from rubbing with the shirt on. So they're tight fitting. He grabbed me by the shirt and started to, what I believe was trying to pull himself to the part where he could reach, which was right about where I was. When he did that, he pulled me towards him. He was pulling down on me. I don't believe for a second he was trying to put me underwater. Somebody mentioned a head going underwater earlier. My head never went underwater. I was kicking very hard, trying to keep my head above the water. I shoved him about 2 or 3 times. I could not get his grasp off of me. You see in the video clearly, I reach up and I grab him right in this area for about a half a second. As soon as I do that, he screams, he lets go, and I kind of spin him and push him away from me. The whole time I'm still yelling at him, telling him, don't touch me, tell him to keep swimming, tell him to keep performing. At that point is when, at some point during that, he says, I quit. I say, well, if you quit, get out of the pool. And he just stayed treading. He wasn't doing the swimming, but he was treading. Again, all that happened, the entire interaction right there from where he grabbed me the first time, grabbed me the second time, and I grabbed him was a 3 to 5 second moment. My grab on him was, I would say, under 1 second, long enough to make him let go of me.
as we saw in the video, there were other instructors there.
Yes,
at
ma'am.
At that time, correct?
ma'am.
Did anyone ever, any of those instructors tell you that you needed to disengage?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone there tell you that your actions were inappropriate?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone there tell you that they were going to report you for conduct unbecoming?
No, ma'am.
Did you have a flotation device with you at that time?
No, ma'am. I did not. I typically only use that if I was doing like after hours training, like one-on-one, just with nobody else around. I would use a flotation device.
Did Cadet Blake appear to be fatigued at that time?
No, ma'am.
Why do you believe that?
Just based on my observations. When after that, we got out of the pool and we're on the far side near the ladder or near the chair. The entire time I'm talking to him again, and I've done this with cadets for years. I'm looking at his carotid artery to see if it's pulsating at a high rate or the breathing rate. And typically they match up. If they're breathing heavily and their carotid is pulsating at a fast rate, then they're winded or they have some exhaustion or some tiredness there. On that particular day when we got out of the pool, I was looking at him. I didn't see that. We went further down to the deep end and I told him there or before that, if you want to quit, you can quit. You can go home. If you want to stay here, you need to do the exercises. You need to perform the function or the exercise that everyone else is doing. So we went back down that last lap that we swam. He swam across. He kept up with me across the deep end. And I took him back to the deep end to keep him away from that shallow end so he couldn't put his feet down anymore. He swam across with no effort or no problems. We both got out on the other side of the pool. I told him to turn around and jump back in and told him he had a couple more laps to go. Sergeant Borcherding was there. He stepped back up. I told him toes at the edge, toes on the edge. He got toes at the edge. And then he just kind of relaxed his body, kind of looked up looked off to the side. And I told him a couple more times to jump in. Again, I was saying, get in the pool. You got laps to swim. He just stood there. He told him to stand at attention. He wouldn't. And at some point after I probably told him 7 or 8 times, I told him to step back against the wall. And I looked at Sergeant Borcherding and told him he's done. He's not even, I can't even get him to do anything after 4 anymore. So I told Sergeant Borcherding at that point, I told him, I said, I think you need to recommend him for termination. I told Blake to stand by, and then everything got quieter. I went back to the coaching and teaching and talking to him and telling him why we just went through what we went through. I told him that, one of the things I've told lots of cadets over the past 14 years is, I know you think I don't like you, but that's not the case. I want you to succeed, but you're not performing. I told Cadet Blake on that day that he wasn't ready to be at the academy. I told him that he might be ready at some point in sometime in the future, but I didn't believe he was prepared to be there at that point. I think it was the other nurse was there as well. I told the other nurse to go and get him some breakfast. I told Blake to go up to his room, get ready, or do whatever he wanted to do because he wasn't listening to me anyway. And I instructed Sergeant Borcherding to consider writing him up for termination or to propose termination of the chain of command.
What was Sergeant Borcherding's response to that?
He was also talking to Cadet Blake at the same time and reiterating what we were talking about. He asked Cadet Blake what he did before he was a trooper. Told him that he didn't believe he was currently ready, which and very typically we would, if I was talking to a cadet like that and I could see that they weren't prepared physically, emotionally, I'm going to tell them I don't believe they're prepared physically or emotionally, or they're not mature enough yet to handle the rigors and the stresses, but go home, figure it out, come back. So that's what we were doing at that point.
Were you frustrated with Cadet Blake?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell Captain Jackson that you were frustrated with Cadet Blake that day?
No, I had a conversation with Captain Jackson a couple of days later. We were actually, I remember it well, we were walking across the grinder. I told him I was very frustrated with the fact that I had just gotten a call and I was writing incident reports on what the transpired at the deal. I did tell him I wish he would have been there that day. I do wish he would have been there. I wanted him to be there because what I did that day was not different than what I've done time and time before that in his presence. So the reason I wanted him there was as another person to say, yeah, this is how we train.
Do you have lifeguard certification?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any lifeguard training?
No, ma'am. Not official training. No, ma'am.
Did you?
I'm gonna have to object to that. We already stipulated that in the stipulation. The first one, the first stipulation.
Okay, well, my question is gonna be, did he participate in any of the certification classes?
I didn't hear you.
I wanted to ask him if he participated in any of the lifeguard certification classes.
Go ahead.
Okay, did you participate in any lifeguard certification classes?
Yes, ma'am.
How many and which ones?
So it was the same certification that all the other staff members went through. I started that certification class. It's typically a 2-day and a 2-part class. The first part is reading and watching videos. It's all online on the American Red Cross website once you get registered for it and everything. So I started that process. The swim training and the actual certification would have come the next day. I was probably about halfway through that training on, let's say, a Tuesday. I don't know what day of the week it was, but I was about halfway through that training or somewhere along in that training. I got a phone call that I was to be in New Orleans the following day. So I wasn't going to be able to go to the certification training on the next day. So I just shut it down at that point. And the plan was go back the following year and try to get recertified.
How many cadet classes were you the XO for?
Just cadet class 100.
Were you involved at all in cadet class 99?
No, ma'am.
So you would not have been a part of any of the incidents that were previously testified about regarding cadet class 99?
No, ma'am.
How did you become aware that Cadet Blake had resigned?
I believe I got a call the next day from Captain Slayton. I can't remember if it was, I can't remember the order. I got to the training academy probably 8 a.m. the next morning. I wasn't at PT that morning. I had worked late the night before at our Zachary Training Center. And either when I got there, I don't know if Sergeant Borcherding or Lieutenant Jackson or Captain Slayton, I don't know who told me that he had submitted his resignation.
Okay. On the day in question, can you tell us, do you recall, was Cadet Blake kept longer than the other cadets in that pool area?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, leading.
It's okay.
All right.
Answered it.
Okay.
Yes,
How-
he answered it.
Okay. How long was he kept more than the other cadets?
For training, a few minutes. And then for us talking to him, another 4 or 5 minutes.
Had that occurred before with either him or any other cadet?
Yes, ma'am. Pretty regularly.
So as far as the conduct of an instructor in the training academy as you knew it at the time on February 16, 2022, were there circumstances that you observed either of yourself or of someone else that would typically, if you were interacting with a member of the public, be considered conduct unbecoming of an officer?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Pretty regularly.
And what's the purpose of that?
Well, it's a few things. One, it's the paramilitary organization, and it's a lot like boot camp, basic training. So if anybody's ever been through that, it's a clear understanding that you have people yelling in your face, moving you from place to place, sometimes against your will. Looking mean, being the big mean person, and the idea is increasing the stress levels. And I want you to perform at this level, whether there's stress or not. So if I'm adding stress to you, you still need to be able to perform. So that, I'd say, from the very first minute of the first day of the training academy, now this is back then, this isn't current. I understand that it's changed now, but back then, every staff member on the training academy staff, including all the adjunct instructors who come in and the duty officers, if you took their actions and their conduct on that day and put them on the side of the road, yes, absolutely, that would be conduct unbecoming an officer.
In your opinion, is that sort of conduct effective in the training academy?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it is.
And based upon your experience in the training academy, let me ask this. Why do you believe that based on your experience?
I've seen it work. I went through United States Army basic training, primary leadership development course, basic non-commissioned officer course, advanced non-commissioned officer course. I went through the cadet class, just like every commissioned trooper has. And I was a member of the staff in some form or fashion for most cadet classes since 2007. I watched it work. I watched cadets on day one turn into very good, very sharp, very ready for the real world troopers by graduation.
On February 16, 2022, did you have any knowledge or understanding that your actions with Cadet Blake would be considered conduct unbecoming an officer?
No, ma'am, absolutely not.
Did you respond to the Loudermill letter that you received?
Yes, ma'am, I did. What you did for me.
I'd like to show you a copy of that.
Okay.
Make it a copy for the council.
Oh.
And the Loudermill letter is part of the stipulation, right?
Yes.
I see it.
Yes, but the response was not. Yeah, I already have it.
That's a simple question. Why not? It was rhetorical, but when we got stuff like that, we could get into evidence very easily that everybody knows is going to go into evidence. We need to have those part of stipulations.
We'll do that in the future. Is this your response, Lieutenant Graham?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Give me one more second. I'm gonna make sure I'm done. Okay, I don't have anything further for this witness at the moment, so I tender.
Mr. Anderson. Tender.
All right, tender witness. Oh. Lieutenant Graham, it's been a long day. Let's
Yes,
try to
sir.
cut this one. I'm gonna make it as quick as I could.
Thank you.
On February 16, 2022, you are ranked as a lieutenant with the state police,
Yes, sir.
and you are one step being a captain, correct?
Sir?
You are one step behind the captain.
Yes, sir.
You are also an executive officer, correct?
Correct.
And you agree with me, being an XO is a leadership position.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In other words, you have an increased responsibility. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You serve an important role within the agency.
Yes, sir. I believe
I-
I do. I believe I do. Yes, sir.
Correct. As a leader, you share the vision of the department. Is that correct?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
As a leader, you share the vision of the department. Is that
Share the,
the vision?
yes, sir.
You represent the Department of Louisiana State Police.
Yes, sir.
You care about your cadet safety.
Absolutely.
All right. I wanted to show you your report, which is our exhibit 1, beginning in page 10 and page 10 of 20 and page 11 of 20, which is your report.
I have it. Yeah.
You look on page 2 of that report, I'm begin to read from the second line on at least 3 occasions. Could you read it loud? So,
Yes, sir. You want me to read it?
yes.
Okay. On at least 3 occasions, I pushed him away from me and told him to continue swimming towards the edge of the pool.
Okay, can you stop?
Mhm.
Did you have opportunity to view the video?
Yeah, and during the internal affairs investigation, I did.
Is this statement correct?
Yes,
Did you push him on only 3 occasions?
let's see. I think it said at least. Yes, on at least 3 occasions. That statement's correct. Yes. Meaning that it was at least 3, there were more. When I wrote this, I hadn't seen the video.
But you know what you did?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
So yes, on at least 3 occasions, I did push him away from me.
But you did admit that you pushed him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Continue to read, please.
At one point, Cadet Blake grabbed my shirt and started to pull me underwater as I was treading water and could not reach the bottom.
Okay, I need to ask you a question.
Okay,
You indicated a few minutes ago that your head is not underwater. Is that correct?
that's correct.
So you are not actually underwater,
No, I was starting to go underwater.
but that's not what this statement said.
Yes, it says it started to pull me underwater.
But you were able to tread water, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you are not in distress.
Not yet. No, sir.
During your testimony, you indicated that you were transferred on May 22nd. Transfer is not a discipline, correct?
Oh, yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. Did you hear what happened with Cadet 99 incident?
It was all over the news. Yes, sir.
So you knew about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with the conduct unbecoming policy?
Yes, sir.
And okay. You are also not even though you started to be certified, but you have not been a lifeguard. You have not been certified, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Correct.
but you started the process.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have the opportunity to view the video during this incident.
Yes, sir.
Did you feel that the optics of the video looked bad?
Yes, sir.
You felt very uncomfortable with what you saw.
No, I feel that the optics of the video look bad. I didn't feel uncomfortable with my actions or what I saw in the video. I understand that people who aren't in training or who haven't been involved in state police training or paramilitary training, seeing that from the outside and not having the history or the background on that would probably say, that might be a problem, or that's a little harsh.
Did the incident of February 16, 2022 impair the operation of the training academy?
Impair my, I'm sorry, my what?
Does it impair the training of the academy?
Did it impair the training of the academy?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Why did you ask the guy who made the video not to release your videos?
Say that again.
Why
I'm
did
sorry.
you ask the guy who did the video not to release it?
Oh, Colton Vickers?
Yes.
As part of my job as the XO, that whole administrative side of things, I directed Colton Vickers daily almost on what to include and what not to include on our weekly videos. Any of that harsh looking training, regardless if it was in the pool or at the range, I always told them not to include that in the weekly video that we would send up the chain of command to be distributed on, usually it was put on Facebook on Friday. And it would say, like, for instance, if it was week 3 of the cadet class, on the Friday of week 3, it would say cadet class 100 week 3. And there would be maybe a 2-minute video of highlights of training. And those highlights of training, from my perspective, especially having been in public affairs for several years earlier, I wanted that to be a very exciting thing for young people who might want to be cadets to see. It was part of a recruiting tool. So I always told him to include, you know, if there were fast driving, laughing cadets, that kind of stuff. But I wanted to include that training too, because we really wanted to push the message that training was intense.
I'd like to show you the code of conduct and ethics.
Okay.
You say you are familiar with this?
Yes, sir.
Will you read the first paragraph?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what the definition of code of conduct on becoming states.
A commissioned officer shall conduct himself at all times, both on and off duty, in such a manner as to reflect most favorably on himself and the department.
Do you think that's what you did on February 16, 2022? Did you conduct yourself in a favorable position?
I did. I was working to make that cadet better.
Continue to read, please.
Unbecoming conduct is defined as conduct which, A, brings the department or any of its subdivisions into disrepute.
Okay, so you tell Mr. Colston not to release the video. Does that make that definition?
No, I didn't tell Mr. Colton not to release the video. I told him to be careful on how he put that together. He edited the videos. This video was to be put out publicly as a, hey, and this is the fun stuff that we do. Come and train with us. Come and become a state trooper.
So your video, your interaction with Kevin Blake, do you believe that meets the definition?
Of brings the
Department
department into disrepute? No, not under in a training situation. If I had treated him that way as a citizen on the side of the road, absolutely, yes.
That's all I have.
You redirect.
I do not have any redirect, but I just want to make sure I get my exhibits introduced. I think I have 2 that I have failed to offer and file into evidence. The performance evaluation,
This one right here.
that would be our exhibit 2.
You have 2.
Your exhibit 2 is the audio.
Well, I'm gonna remove that one.
Okay.
So the performance evaluation for the performance year, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 will be our exhibit 2. And then the response to the Loudermill letter will be exhibit 3.
Okay, and do you have those to deliver to me?
Yes.
While they are doing that, can I just make brief closing and,
Well, I need to see if any of the commissioners have questions for this witness first.
I have no questions. Give it back to Mary.
None of the commissioners have any questions, Ms. Feeney.
Hang on, I'm still getting exhibits before we.
No, that's
move on.
fine. I just wanted to let you know.
She doesn't have extra copies.
Of which, of what?
Very briefly.
Yes,
Let me go check. I may.
I mean,
Yes, we
that's
can take
mine, the one I gave you.
Take a break. You can release the witness. We don't have any questions for him and we'll take 2 minutes, take a 2-minute bathroom break.
Molly, we
Straight,
Yes.
My straight.
and there you had the
Yes, yes,
exhibit.
my straight.
It's straight? Okay. Is there a desire for?
Yes,
brief
just, it's
closing?
gonna be more than a minute or two, I'm having done.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, I want to thank you first of all for listening to our evidence. Remember during my opening statement, I stated to you that the appellant, Lieutenant Russell Graham, is a high-ranking officer. He serves an important role within the agency. And I believe this has been said over and over again, to whom much is given, much is required. But the evidence shows that on February 16, 2022, Lieutenant Graham, as a commissioned officer, did not conduct himself in such a manner as to reflect most favorable on himself and the department. You hear the testimony of all the cadets, how it affected them. You also hear the testimony of Colonel Ahmad Davis, what he considered in making the decision. During our testimony, the video surveillance captured the training exercise. And I just believe that seeing is believing. Let your eyes be the judge. The undisputed video surveillance shows that Lieutenant Graham pushed and pulled Mr. Blake multiple times throughout the training section. You hear the testimony from many witnesses that there is no training value in what he did. The evidence also showed by Lieutenant Graham his own admission. That's what I was trying to push. He said, at least on 3 occasions, I pushed him away from me and told him to continue swimming towards the edge of the pool. That meets the definition of conduct unbecoming. Several cadets witnessed this incident. Incidentally, many of these cadets are now troopers. And I just believe that that is not the way that we want to send them into the world. I believe that when you are in a position of a role model, when you are in a position that a better way to handle that situation. Lieutenant Sammy Robinson and Lieutenant Graham, they have the same title. They are both lieutenant. He distanced himself and created a distance between himself and Cadet Blake as he was trained. He didn't push him. He didn't pull him. He didn't put his hands on his neck. And I just believe in our case, you hear the case in chief of Kevin Blake. We all agree. Kevin Blake came into the cadet out of shape. For lack of a better word, he was not physically fit. But there are better ways to handle that situation. It's just like every situation, there are better alternatives. And like everybody testified, Lieutenant Graham is a nice person. But on that occasion, I think the decision he makes is not appropriate and it's a violation of the policy conduct unbecoming. And we pray that you sustain the 40-hour suspension that was handed down by the superintendent of the state police, Colonel Lamar Davis. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just very briefly, thank you so much for your time today. I know it's been a very long day and I've been instructed from my client to be very brief. And so I just want to say these 2 points. I want to say that we've heard testimony today about changes in the academy. That testimony talks about changes that happen after the date of the incident. Lieutenant Graham conducted himself in the same manner on that day that he had on previous days as a training instructor. And so we ask that you grant the appeal, that you rescind the discipline. Thank you.
I've discussed with the other commissioners, we're going to modify the agenda. We're going to have an executive session at our next meeting.
Okay.
And since we have a director's report already, I think, and there's been no request to address the commission, we're going to go ahead and adjourn.
Oh.
Don't leave me behind. That's it, don't leave me behind.
Well,
I just gotta get an address where we're going.